Mike's on.
Oh my jeez, oh my jeez.
Stream starting soon, more like stream starting now. Let me get back to, well, I need to lower that volume by a lot because that music is loud.
The music is too loud.
It's loud, Peter.
Peter, you forgot to normalize the levels.
We're an Undertale.
The baby.
Peter, we're an Undertale. There we go. We'll be right back. Screen, and we go back up, and it's us.
Now we're here.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, how we doing?
How's it going? So today we are going to be doing our best of 2022 video games and anime, my friend.
So, dude, first of all,
yes.
Crazy year for video games, right?
Seriously.
Because it's recovering from the great big pandemic thing.
Yes,
You know, it's
the
recovering
great big
from
pandemic
that.
in the sky.
But also, this year was supposed to be like a big comeback. Because it was like, after like the 2 years of all this happening, everyone working at and like at their fucking homes and all this other stuff, and like things being difficult or easier, whatever, right? The fact is that this is supposed to be the outcome of all of that work.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like they spent more than 6 fucking months on a game, right? I would hope so.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Unless
definitely.
you're like EA or something, it's like, no, we need it out now, and like
way more than 6 months on a game. Yeah,
hopefully, right?
Yeah.
So like these 2 years of like projects and whatnot, and this is supposed to be the outcome apparently.
Of course.
Or part of it at least.
Yeah.
You can kind of feel it in certain games, but we'll get into that.
I mean, primarily the thing that blows my mind this year about like everything. I'll go to the wide. So as you guys understand, just really quick as a preface, first of all, we're wearing the drip. We're not in our formal attire like usual. I gotta say, I got this for Christmas, and it is
so good.
The Sonic. Wait, whoa! Wow! Look at this bad boy. I love it so much. So we are doing. We decided to do a live stream this year. This time, because we realized that we're basically right up against the end of the year, and we released a 3-hour-long video, and I realized I'm like, people would probably have more patience for a 4-hour-long live stream than a 3-hour-long video, and we just wanted people to be able to pop in, give their 2 cents, but in the description down below, we have a list of basically everything that was on our radar for this entire year, so if you're ever just like, okay, well, what did they even see? It's down there, so you'll be able to see that. But primarily, the stuff that we want to talk about is everything that was not only that was on our radar, but made a big stink in one way or the other in anime and in video games. And so there might be some stuff down there that you might have seen that I mean, I tried to make a pretty comprehensive list, but I can't describe how much anime came out this year.
Yeah,
like,
a lot.
Giga makes like a kind of a recap video every season, so like fall, spring, winter, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And every time he did that, I'm like, cool, I know that anime, and then 8 that I don't. And I'm like,
8 that you just haven't heard of.
Yeah,
There's
like,
too many studios doing too much.
Yeah, seriously. And especially, like, I feel bad because there was some really cool stuff that was like, not even movies, but an anime. Like, there's just been a complete, I've been getting into romance anime recently, and so
completely fine.
That's become the huge pastime of me and my girlfriend is we'll watch those. And the thing that I tell literally everybody is the fact that whenever I'm watching a shonen or something, and the anime is like, oh no, I have to go super level 8 million exactly. I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool, great. But if a teenage boy he's trying to work up the courage to talk to the girl that he likes.
Yeah.
My heart, I can't deal with it. I can't take it. My blood pressure skyrockets, and I turn to my girlfriend. I'm like, this is impacting my health negatively. How much my blood pressure is boiling from watching this, and like it's so funny because we'll be like, she loves the way I react to a bunch of stuff, but I'm just like, I just wish they would talk to each other. This is bullshit.
Is it the how can I say it? Is it the relative, like the relatability of just like it's not, and by that I mean like, oh my god, come on, Kia, we don't save the world every 2 seconds. We may look like fucking One Punch Man, but we don't do the shit that he does, right? How many times can you do that? It's nice to go back and be like, okay, let's go to a more like a real world tone and whatnot. And again, like kind of just like you, my girlfriend is also like hooking me up with these like romance animes. There's one that she hooked me up I don't know if we can talk about it, dude.
Uh-oh.
It's a little risque.
Yeah, what is it?
It's from 2014. I forgot the name of it.
14. Okay.
But it's this dude who's like, I'm a young actor and I'm so good and my future is like really looking up.
So B-Stars.
No. B-Stars was so good.
It was so good.
Anyways, no. But he goes like, all right, I need to go into this commercial and I'm acting with this girl. Cool. Oh my God, I fall in love with this girl and I haven't seen her in fucking years.
Oh.
They finally meet again, but that wasn't a girl.
Ooh.
And he's like, I'm conflicted with my emotions and all this other stuff. It's like, and I don't know if it's right, but like, dude, it's very,
That's pretty cool.
It's very fucking dramatic and like, it's.
Well, that reminds me, because we've also been watching some BL stuff, which is I think that means boy love. I don't know what it means.
That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
It's literally what it was.
Yeah.
And like, it's a whole thing about like, I don't know if I want to come out in my career. And it's like, but you should and like support it. And like, it's cool shit. It really is.
Yeah. So this year for anime, like, our list isn't comprehensive, because there's a couple that swept everything. Every single person was talking about. And I gotta say, especially when it comes to like when we're talking about like high school and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been a time, and there will never, it's going to continue, that like anime has gotten so mainstream that, case in point, I was actually just talking with a guy that, a client of mine, and like we shoot the shit about a lot of stuff, mostly Marvel, but then he's just like, I just really love anime. I'm like, oh, and so he's also been in it for a while, but it's so funny because he's like, my kid's watching some of this stuff, and I'm just like, this is amazing. But like, I remember being younger, and only one channel had like the most like mainstream anime at 2 a.m. And then Toonami, and then everything else. So like it's just beautiful. It's beautiful how much anime has proliferated, and that, I mean, video games especially have become the biggest market. Like, they've taken over everything.
It's in everyone's mind. It's something that how can I say, a lot more people can pick up now.
Yeah.
Because like, who doesn't have like a fucking PlayStation just to play either their DVDs or their fucking CDs or even like Netflix applications and shit like that.
Sony, I love their cameras. I use them for literally everything. But them putting a DVD player in the PS2 and a Blu-ray player in the PS3 was probably the best business decision of the century.
Yeah.
Because then it's just like, oh, Dad, I want a game station for Christmas. It's like, well, you can't get that because then we have to buy this or that. Well, I want to buy a DVD player for Christmas.
It's like, wait, I can play my Blu-rays? Yeah.
Like, they used to, because Blu-ray players were like $500.
Wait, you mean to tell me it's compatible to Daddy's his speaker system that he bought for himself for his football games? Oh shit! Why not? It's for everyone.
It's so
seriously.
Good. So these past, like, I see, from the early 2000s, these two things have been growing in popularity. That, like, I love the fact that they've gotten past scrutiny. There used to be the whole thing of like video games promote violence, which, I mean, that's still a hot button topic that people are saying all the time. But primarily, we've gotten so far past that that it's like everybody's like, oh, video games cause violence. It's like, you mean the Candy Crush I play on my phone? Like, it's so now ubiquitous that people used to think of video games as like murder simulators. Yeah. When now it's like, luckily, everybody knows what a video game is, and it's just interactive.
I did almost kill someone for that Marvel Spark game or whatever the hell it's called.
What is
the Marvel Snap? Apparently it's like incredibly good.
It's really good.
Mostly because it's not like harassing you with like, hey, buy our shit. But like you can do pretty good with like.
Is it a card game? Like, what is it?
It is a card game, but it's not like, how can I say, Gwent like me. Oh yeah. Simple card game, right? For most people. For me, it's like I can't, like, you know, shit like that. But this one's like super like, okay, cool, this works, and like stuff like that.
Cool. Because that and anime used to be the thing that it's so funny to me going to anime conventions and seeing people that are like, oh, this is my first anime convention, and like I'm just getting into it. I'm like, I'm so happy for you, because now. Case in point, there was a meme that was going around that I saw literally every single person I know sharing, where they were saying like, oh man, you guys are so lucky now that anime merch you can buy online, when we used to print out a screen cap of like a thing and then paste it onto our binders with like shitty pixelated stuff. And it's just like, that used to be like the first time I saw that you could buy an Akatsuki like jacket from Naruto,
and those are like the trench coat ones, right?
Yeah, with like the red cloud on it. When I first saw that, I'm just like, that's basically an entire cosplay. Like it was, you never got this kind of thing mass-produced here. And then if you go to a con, you're just like, this stuff is just here?
And that just goes with the popularity, too, because that shit... Yeah. If you know how to wear it, anything looks good on you, right?
Yeah.
And like stop it. Yeah. Like people with that fucking badass coat on, just walking around.
Yeah,
you get to look fucking badass. Anime has become cool.
Yes.
Like you said, it's become cool. I feel like because of, like you said, people are more open to it. Even the older generation is like not as like I want to say standoffish, because there's something for everyone.
Yeah.
In that subject, you know? Like, literally for everyone.
Well, similarly with video games, that like anime has also gotten to the point where, there's like the shoujo stuff that's like all drama, but then there's the shonen stuff that's all fighting. Yeah. Then you have the slice of life stuff that's just kind of mellow. Yep. And so they're now, I feel, every anime fan has found something that they could just be like, here's a little bit of a gateway drug that you can just show. Like, One Punch Man has become the most like easy like buy-in on anime.
Yeah, of course.
That's just like, oh hey, just give this a look, and then it's instantly not only funny but just like really well animated. I don't like season 2 that much, but I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, the beginning of cool. Well, now here's all the stuff that's based off of where. It's funny how much people say like Evangelion is like the best anime of all time or something like that, or like the quintessential anime. If you're a new anime watcher, if you watch that, you'll probably be put off to literally anything. Yeah, because it cribs off of all of anime. So if you don't know what it's pulling from, you're just like, what am I even watching?
It's extremely dense for how good it is.
Yeah.
Like, sure, someone would walk in and be like, oh wow, this is like the beautiful images and dramatic scenes and long elevator rides, you know, shit like that, you know. But like, it's, how can I say, it's the oh man, where was I going with that? I got distracted by something. It was that elevator scene where they're just like,
that's the thing that, like, it's incredible to me that is so memeified. That, like, Evangelion is part of anime history now.
That's right. That's what I was going
for.
It's so dense that, like, it's kind of like someone who's new to Lord of the Rings. Yeah. It's like, oh, I may not know, like, Gimli and his father and what he's done and all this other crazy shit, but Gimli's pretty cool. Yeah. Right? He's pretty alright. I don't know, why is he sitting on that chair out by himself like this?
Well, I gotta say, it's weird because Evangelion is basically the Star Wars of anime. Stay with me here. That Star Wars has like... Get
in the suit, Annie!
That, like, I mean... There's kind of a Jar Jar. Anyway, that the whole thing is that, like, when Star Wars first came out, the very first one back in '77, it pulled from, here's a cowboy character, here's a samurai character, here's all this stuff. Evangelion, if you've seen other anime, you get that, like, oh, he's basically Amuro from Gundam. Here's a character that's a tsundere, here's a yandere, here's the like MILF character, basically. And so if you're an otaku, you're just like, oh, I immediately get all of these symbols. It's easy for me to buy in. And then it goes off the fucking rails, and it's ridiculous.
It's kind of like what filmmaking is doing now. Oh, yeah. Where, like, how can I say, like, at school we were taught, like, oh, this is like the formula, this is the method you want to do. Yeah. You know, the caviar of what we call life in film, right? But like, people are like, especially in anime, because like you said, we have all these characters that we well know, if you're an anime fan, of course.
Yeah, sure.
But people like, directors like Jordan Peele, who just grab like that basic idea and just like, fuck you, and just like goes off to a completely different direction. Anime's just been doing it for like fucking forever.
Definitely. Now. And I mean, especially that we talked about in our if you want to watch our 3 hours of talking about this, that like, Jordan Peele, the Daniels, and like Rian Johnson are all making their new evolution of these kind of things. And it's really beautiful to see that that's happening in the film industry when animation has been growing alongside it similarly. And same thing with games, where like, case in point, I just downloaded the other day a game called Spark the Electric Jester. Have you heard of this game?
I think I have. Is it new?
Yeah. So there are 3 games now. This is the 3rd one. Oh, and it's basically a Sonic clone, because the guy that made the first one, he wanted to emulate like Sonic Advanced, because he's like, there's no Sonic Advance on the PC. So he made one that's really good. Yeah. Then he made Spark the Electric Jester 2, which is like Sonic Adventure 2. And now he has Spark the Electric Jester 3, which is like if Sonic the Adventure 2 actually got a sequel.
Oh,
and
shit.
it's really good. So it's that kind of stuff that like indie games are doing the same thing, where they're grabbing from like, here's all of our inspirations. Well, if I can't make that, if I can't literally use that IP, I'll make something similar. Same thing with Freedom Planet is similar to Sonic. That they're making stuff that I wouldn't say is like better or the same. It's just different in an awesome way.
Or that brilliant idea that you introduced me this guy. You showed me the demo of this dude with like looked like a Minecraft sledgehammer, but when he hit the wall, it was literally like realistic crumbling, teardown or whatever it is.
Yeah,
it just came out like out of alpha like this year, funny enough.
Oh, that's awesome.
And like, dude, modded everything. It's such a fun ass game. It's we have such a simple idea, a concentrated idea, and turning it into something bigger, type thing. Have you played it?
Yeah, I played a little bit.
Where it's like a heist game and shit like that. You have to plan out your fucking route, and it's so awesome. Nice. Now you can put a dinosaur in it.
Are you serious?
You can just mod a dinosaur.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
And really quickly, I want to shout out, we have Shades in the chat. How you doing,
Oh my god,
Shades?
what's up, Shades? What's up?
It's been a little bit. And yeah, he said Jar Jar Akari, so like Gendo Akari, like this. Jar Jar Binks, which I like that. That's funny. And yeah, good to see you, my dude.
We got big plans for you, Annie.
Annie, get in the...
Annie!
Yeah, get in the pod racer. There we go. But yeah, so I think it's about time that we dug into our big list. So
would the angels be what's that motherfucker? He goes like,
the what?
The scene where she's fighting the fucking the weird white angels. With the things? Can those be the fucking like, I'm gonna get you?
Oh my god! Come here, talking about Wada?
Yeah, a bunch of Wada. And she's like, I don't know why I'm envisioning that in my brain. Sorry.
I know the problem is you do too good of an impression that every time you do something, I'm just like, I'm missing something blatant here. This is exactly a character. So yeah, exactly that. But yeah, do you want to jump
let's get
in?
into it. My bad.
Okay, so you want to do anime first or video game?
I think video games will be a little bit more dense, so we can start with anime. I think.
Yes.
Which one do you want to pull up?
Okay, I don't know if we want to start with the quintessential one, but I think it would be good for us to get our feet wet.
Yes.
Because it has to be Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Oh my god, yeah. So, how can I say? As a fool, as an idiot, I'll say, as an idiot, as someone who fell for the hype. I was one of those guys like, oh, dude, Cyberpunk, come on, let's go. I want to get in this fucking game. It looks so fucking cool. I get to paint my nails in it. I get to fucking like jump 55 feet up in the air.
I get to change my dick.
Everything. I get to do everything. I get to be happy. No, right? So when I got into it and like I had the PC version.
Yeah.
And everything, right? Just to wait a year and then like, okay, cool, I get to enjoy the story now. And for the story to be kind of...
Yeah.
But wait another year, right, or something. It's a prolonged period of time just for this anime.
Wait, did that come out in 2020?
Cyberpunk is like 2 years old, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's not this year. Or last year.
No, I knew it wasn't this year, but I was like, oh, it must have been end of last year. No, you're right.
Yeah, I think it's pretty old. I mean, probably need to check on that, but like, someone correct me, please.
Yeah.
But like, for something like this to come out and just to like, at least give me the story aspect that what I wanted.
Okay.
In the game Cyberpunk, I just felt like, oh, I'm just an augmented asshole. Like I'm just walking around like this, like, hey, like whatever, like mission complete. Woo! Do it again, right? But for this one to have like actual stake, it feels.
Yeah.
For this one to feel like, oh my god, the characters.
Yeah.
Our main boy, I forgot his name.
David.
Just everything. The shit, the guilt that he's going through, especially for like after such a hard like couple of years for all of us.
Yeah.
Right? And relating to this person, it's like he's trying to get the best for himself, his mother as well, and like no spoilers yet, I guess. But damn good, I'm saying damn good fucking anime.
I agree. Yeah, the thing that I keep coming back to about that show is how much the entire time you're just like in Cyberpunk, like the kind of idea of it is that in the future corporations control everything and ruin everything, and everything's about like servicing these corporations in one way or the other.
You have to do something so crazy drastic to even touch amongst them. Yeah.
And so for the fact that like the game kind of touches on that and some of the side plots,
Mm-hmm.
but like for the show, it's incredible how much they start you off with this like bright-eyed kid and being like, cool, yeah, I want him to succeed, and then just see how like the city molds a young person into something just by virtue of the system it's in is just so incredible for you to just be like, wow, I feel for all these characters, and for anything to happen to any of them at any point in the show is infuriating. So as it just kept going on, it was like, cool, let's build up your heart and let's just start knocking it down one piece at a time.
It starts off with like we all said, a super relatable character who's like going through fucking ruck and muck, whatever, still in school, gets fucking his ass whooped by dickheads, just dickheads and shit like that, just for him to like come across a little miracle.
Yeah.
You know, that spine augmentation that they give him or whatever, that gives him like the crazy, it gives him the ego that he needed to like thrive.
I think it was called.
Whatever it is, it's a military tech on dude spine, right?
Yeah.
And like just to be given that little gift, that little ego that I say, like that give him that, I can fucking do shit now, and, like, to defend himself and like find a good set of friends in bad places too.
And especially that, like, you start off with his mom.
Yes.
And then you build on this, like, found family
Who doesn't
he
love
has.
their mom? Come on.
Exactly. And so it cribs off of that. Here's only a limited amount of characters. And here's their journey throughout the city.
Yeah.
And how much they're all blissfully unaware of how fucked everything is, basically.
Yes. Basically, it's kind of like you don't realize what kind of water you're drinking until you see the pond.
Yeah.
Like in its full scale. You know, like, oh my god, like this is awful.
You see the toxic sewer waste coming in.
Exactly. And you come across with characters who know that, and other characters who are like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like I don't. Hey, I'm making my bag. You know, that kind of fucking attitude and shit like that. And like, oh my, and how can I say, like you said, this character being molded by these interactions and shit like that, and awful scenarios too. And that's why, like you said, it's more concentrated, unlike in the game, which is like you're not even playing your own life. Yeah. You're under. Have you touched anything about in the game or whatever? If not, I don't blame you.
I've done a bit of the game. I mean, primarily the thing was, and quick, so Emma, we see you in the comments. She just said she likes the Kirby in the background. So right there, our little buddy.
What's up, Kirbo?
Little Kirbo. But yeah, in the game, I mean, like, all I touched was... The thing that frustrates me so much about the game is how much I looked up so much lore before, and I didn't get too much into the game because I primarily was really interested in all of those different characters, and apparently there are side quests and a lot of really cool stuff that touches on that, and the main quest, like, does more or less, like, hit on this entire, like, transhumanist thing about, like, oh, well, we're half robot, basically, now, or mostly robot, so what does that mean? All of that kind of stuff, but primarily in the game, seeing the fact that it's like, oh, you can customize anything, and then be like, cool, I changed my hair and gave myself a dick, and that's it. Like, I never felt while playing it that I was actually building a character that was, I don't know, like, so unique, because they're like, here's V, this is V.
Yeah.
So
we need to, I felt like we need to keep you contained as human as possible for our cutscenes. Yeah. You know, we can't replace your arm with a giant tank arm. Like that would have been cool. Like especially the only changes that I think we all saw was only on your hands, and that's only when you had like the mantis arms or the gorilla grips, and that's it. Yeah. Whenever you got special eyes, you don't get a cool visor or some shit like that or anything like that crazy. I would love to have bionicle legs. I would love to be. Have you ever seen Fairly Odd Parents where they had that evil villain whose knees have like the bronze knee? His name is. I would love to have shit like that.
And that's the frustrating part, is that it's like, I get it that game development is incredibly, insanely, stupidly hard. Like, if once you try, I've been trying for like 2 years to just kind of try to make these like small little experiences, and every time I get deep in there, you get to the point where you're just covered in all these spaghetti that you're just like, okay, well, are these all working together? Is this all going to make sense? And the problem being that, like, once you eventually like get to your end of it, you couldn't expect what was going to happen. You couldn't expect that, like, I would get all these bugs and then I would have to fix them and I have to do all this stuff. So the problem is that when you go over on the outset saying, like, it's going to be this experience, we're going to give you the ability to do all of these cool things. When rubber hits the road, you can't. Like, similarly to, like, you know, No Man's Sky.
Oh, my God.
I mean, the difference being that they ended up finally delivering.
Yeah.
But when you go out of your way to make something that is so intricate and like you need to change the eyes, change all this other stuff, but then at the end of the day your entire template for these characters is so similar, that's like, well, I guess we can't deliver on that.
All I'm saying is don't sell it to us then. Don't try to sell it to us.
That's what I mean. Exactly.
Like,
that's the infuriating.
Don't be like, hey, we just bought this amazing IP with this crazy fucking cool world, and we're going to accomplish 10% of it. Like, why can't they just say that? Like, hey, this big world, we're only doing 10% of it in this small little city, this small little thing. Like, are investors this scared?
They are. So this is the thing. And this is why I love indie game development, because whenever you're making a AAA title, you not only have to feed into, well, how do we generate enough hype so that enough people are going to want to buy it, but then on top of that, how do we make it so that you can, how do we just make something realistic? That's the problem, is that like in game development, but also project management, they usually use what's called agile, where the idea is that you're building something that you're going to be iterating on over and over. So you make what's called your minimum viable product, which is the smallest version of it that works. So
a playtest demo, maybe, like.
Well, not even that. I mean, kind of the idea that you can, something testable, but like straight up, if it's a Mario game, you're just jumping. Like, you're literally
gotcha.
bare bones.
Yeah.
And that's when you start to be like, okay, we have something, let's advertise it. But the difference is that if you're advertising a feeling of a game, like here's a trailer that's like, this will be a fun kind of feeling or fun kind of like idea, then you can go from there. Like, here's a platformer. Cool, you can show some platforming. You can show what it's going to look like. But if it's Cyberpunk, and the entire idea is that the graphics need to look amazing, you need to be able to do all of these different storylines, you need to be able to do this, you need to be able to do that, not only is that harder to present concretely, that you're just like, cool, I know what I'm getting myself into. Here's Jumpman, he jump. Now I know how he jumped. Like, that's it. Cool. Here, Jumpman, he jumped. Versus, here's Cyberpunk, I want to be able to do whatever. Your brain can come up with a lot of whatever, right?
That's a big problem. It's kind of like that that random human element that I guess just producers, developers just don't have like a key fix in. I feel like people who make games don't understand that half the time people just want to break it.
100%.
Like,
that's become the new meta. Is like, how do we destroy this thing? And some games you don't even need that much help.
How do I come up with how do I break this game by giving myself like unlimited money, like and shit like that? Like, you could do that in Cyberpunk. You just pick up everyone's bullshit guns and resell them, and like you're a millionaire already.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, you could just skip like you could just buy your shit now.
I mean, something like that happened in Sonic Frontiers, where
what?
There's a fishing mini game, and if you just spam the fishing mini game, you can spend the tokens you get from the fishing mini game on like individual items that are basically the like what do you call it? The like keys that let you into the next area. So you can cheese the entire game just by doing the fishing mini game. So that's all I did at the very end.
What the fuck? It's like,
exactly.
It's like you just go fishing in the very first pond you see in like Mario or some shit like that, and like the final boss is in there, and you're like, oh!
Legitimately, I was playing with my girlfriend, and I'm just like, this fishing mini game is really fun. Well, let's keep playing. And then I got to the very end of the game, and it was like, cool, you need to do this, this, and this. I'm like, I kind of just want to go fishing with Big the Cat, and so I just did that, and it was great.
I feel like or game developers are shooting themselves in the foots. By adding these fishing games.
That was, and like you said, like people just want to break stuff. That was how I wanted to play the game. Was me just fish for 2 hours and beat the game.
I don't think Bill Clinton would have gotten the game award if all he did was fishing. You know what I mean?
Dude, my Orthodox my Orthodox, what was it? Something Rabbi.
Yeah.
God, oh my God, Reformed Rabbi Bill Clinton.
I'm over here fishing with big cat.
It was Hillary.
I did not catch that frog. I
do not have a Chaos Emerald.
I know you have them.
I know you have them, Big Bill.
I do not. I tell you that much.
Which is funny because you know that Sonic the Hedgehog is actually based on Bill Clinton.
For real?
Legitimately.
Oh, he plays the sax and everything. I forget.
He's meant to be the attitude of Bill Clinton and the style of Michael Jackson.
Oh,
This is legitimately part of the Sonic Bible I talked about
Hell
before.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No
So,
fucking wonder.
Really quick, let's take a break and address that. Emma was asking if she should even play Cyberpunk now. She has it, and
So
she
here's the
hasn't
thing.
played it.
So
Yeah.
here's the thing. Emma,
the
if
thing.
you're still around, here's
Yeah.
the thing with Cyberpunk. I literally I had a little mini Christmas stream, which I played Cyberpunk. I re-downloaded. I had all the patches and everything.
Yeah.
There was, I think I clipped it.
Yeah.
But there's a part in which the character goes all right, man, it's you enjoy yourself and go look at the city. It's it's supposed to be your moment to explore.
Oh, yeah?
And it cuts to immediately. It's come on, dude.
There's nothing
Come
better
on.
than those clips on Reddit or whatever.
And
God, it's so
a
good.
year prior to that, there was another part that were oh yeah, here we are having a bowl of ramen. Hey, let's get to our mission.
He's just sitting there.
You gonna put that ramen down? and hey B, come on, there's a mission we gotta do. I'm just over here like this. There was no prompt. There was no button for me. I was just
Jesus Christ.
I wanted to get augmented.
Oh my God, yeah. Dude.
I think it's still fun because the gameplay and mechanics, all that other shit is fun.
That's so funny.
But it's shooting itself in the fucking foot.
Definitely.
That's a game that needs a fishing mechanic. I'd rather do that.
Dude, hell yeah.
I'd rather do that.
Apparently, yeah, the water animation was worse than a PS2 game or something. It's a whole thing.
It's just mud. You're crawling on mud.
Yeah.
That's it.
I saw Trapmaster Enigma was in here, and then he deleted his comment. So hi, hello friend. I saw that he wanted to drop by and say hi. We also have Darren in here. DERYNAO. How's it going, my friend? It also says that Emma says that I will never look at Sonic the same. Good. Because he's our Orthodox Reformed Rabbi. Sonic the
He
Hedgehog.
won game of the year technically.
Emma says you sold her on the T-pose.
Dude, that's the thing. That's what they. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm serious.
And then Shade said that you asserted your dominance. With the
I
T-pose.
fucking. My bad. I didn't mean to. I need to tone down with that.
Yeah. So let's move on to. So we talked about Cyberpunk, the game, more than the show.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are you guys cool if we go into a bit of spoilers? Because
Yes.
Cyberpunk, the show, frankly gets by on not only its tone, it has a stupidly good atmosphere, and the pacing is really good, but some of the stuff in the end, it's. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if we need to spoil it. Because it is just the feeling that you get from all of these characters. The only thing that I'd want to talk about is some of the mild spoilers, some of the deaths that happen.
Oh my God,
show.
yeah.
I mean,
some of the best memes was I love watching my friends talk about their favorite characters in Cyberpunk, the animated series, and it's a dude at a graveyard just presenting his friends and family and shit like that. It's here's my favorite character, just pointing at dirt.
It's oof. The one thing that I do want to mention is how much all the names are pretty interesting. That Lucy is the first what do you call it? The first humanoid that they ever found as a fossil record was called Lucy, and David the first the
biblical first male, whatever. Yeah.
Exactly, and then you also have was his name Maine? What was the name of the main guy? The big boy. That he I'm
gonna Google this.
All of them have such interesting names that harken back to something interesting. But the fact that at the end of the day, they're all just kind of dickheads, and it's It's like that.
They're all just trying to survive.
Yeah, but that's what I mean is that like the entire show has so much detail and thought put into it that even then there's so much meat on the bone that you can really dive in. But at the end of the day, you don't need to.
I googled Cyberpunk Edgerunners characters. I can't show some of these images. I
mean, dude, Rule 34 was eating really good. After
look at this
out.
David Martinez. That's the one
what
that pops in, bro.
That's literally like a DeviantArt, like his shirt's off, and he's just like.
We got David Dorio, who was who was like she was with the big guy.
Yeah, which I thought his name was Maine. I don't remember.
Faraday, that motherfucker.
Faraday.
I love his design. The three eyes on one side.
Cool.
Oh.
That and he's voiced by what's his name, Moff Gideon, and the dude from what's it called, Breaking Bad, the black guy.
Oh, okay, fuck yeah. Dude, like, he's such a good fucking
I'm so glad he's getting so much work right now that it's just like, fuck yeah.
I didn't expect him to be in the voice acting stuff, though. That's cool.
He started voice acting a lot, and I love it. He was in Far Cry 6. He was like the bad guy.
Oh, that's right, true.
In particular, I love the fact that he apparently, so Gus Fring was the name of the character from Breaking Bad. Apparently, there's, you know how they say like Jesse wasn't meant to be in the show, but like he was supposed to die in the first season, but then he was so good that they kept him around. He saw that was happening, so while he was like playing that character, he's like, cool, I'm going to play my character so weird and mysterious that the fans are going to wonder what the fuck's my deal, and that they'll keep me around. That's what fucking happened. Yes, so he like gamed the system, and I fucking love it.
That's what happens when you give actors their realm. When you give people their realm, to do their shit. But we had Ripper Dog.
Seth Films is here. How you doing, my boy? How's it going? Big man making cool Power Ranger stuff. Like I want to hear all about that at some point, my man. Mm-hmm.
We got Ripper Doc, Gloria, Maine, Lucy,
Maine was his name,
Rebecca, Pillar.
Rebecca became the internet's favorite.
Oh, dude.
So I went to Holiday Matsuri.
Yep.
So many Rebeccas, so many Lucys, so many Davids, and I'm just like, hell yeah, this is the vibe. This is the cyberpunk future I wanted. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, how can I say? Rebecca's design was really fucking interesting, cool. The fucking blue skin and the fucking like her eyes were like just fucking crazy popping out. Yeah. Her first introduction too.
Yeah. What's up, David?
What's up, David? How you doing?
What's up, Choom? So good. Oh man.
Then like. As you said it before, as much as the anime were like full of dickheads, they were still like likable. Yeah. They cared for each other.
Yeah.
Unlike in like the game itself, like not even like Keanu Reeves liked you. You know what I mean? Like you have this amazing human being being like, oh, this body sucks, and you're like, fuck you, dude, come on.
It's just like, wow, I couldn't have gotten a cooler person to invade their brain, whatever. Like
yeah, basically.
But in particular, that's what I love about it is that. It's such a smart idea for a show that you have these characters that are so endearing and their character designs are so cool. Yeah. And you just want David to like find a family, and he finds a family. But from the outset, if you know anything about Cyberpunk, it's that nothing good proliferates in Night City. That's the whole point. So from the outset, you're just like, oh no.
There's even kind of like the Ghost in a Shell shots, where like they're just like talking. They have their. It feels like
Seth. This is pre-recorded. We just knew you'd be here at this exact time. Sorry, go on.
No, but like basically.
They're saying that the production value is so high. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
We try. We give a shit.
Yeah.
But like, but like, they're just like smoking their cigarettes. Like, this city's a meat grinder. Fucking, you have to survive in a night with a belly full of murder. like shit like that. They tell you that nothing good will ever happen, ever.
The Blade Runner, the game, is not going to be like remotely good until they have a Harrison Ford voiceover that is just him blasé like, I don't know why he saved my life.
You should. That should be. You know how like all good games have a very good beginning.
Yeah.
Like Red Dead 2, fucking both of God of Wars, all these fucking games, right?
Yeah.
A good beginning would be playing as Harrison Ford doing like a job.
Just basically playing Blade Runner,
Yeah, just like doing. I feel like I don't know why, but I feel like Blade Runner would play like some Bethesda fucking game.
Yeah, basically, or like LA Noire in real like. In the future kind of thing.
Yeah. And I'm like, man, let's talk about a good anime again.
That or if they did a commentary track of the new Cyberpunk anime, but it's Harrison Ford is just like,
Funny.
David realized in that moment that he loved life more than he ever did.
And he was willing to sacrifice. Rebecca knew that David was far, far gone.
Damn, that's actually pretty good.
You know?
Yeah.
Also great memes from the show. That's how you know you have a good show is when memes come out of it. The sorry for the monetization or whatever.
I don't know if they've gotten like to that point where there's the production plant stuff where it's like, cool, here's a bunch of memes that like the show put out to try to get groundswell, but when it's good when you just see people like making really crude, stupid memes.
Yeah, like, come on, kill the boy, why won't you? Who the fuck are you?
God, dude, Adam Smasher in that. That's the one thing is that I watched a playthrough of Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
And I think they did my man Adam Smasher dirty. In
100%. They fucked him up.
Because in the show, I'm just like, that's Adam Smasher.
Yeah.
This is the dude that rocks up and like kills you and then gets brunch. Like, that's just it.
So, for you as a character, when you see Adam Smasher, it's like seeing Bowser. It's like, oh my god, he legit looks like what I want to look like. Like, have giant mech arms and like barely human, fucking all decked out. And how can I say? It's supposed to be like a monolithic figure, and the game is like, he's just this dude. Oh, I know why, because the game is fucking broken. No matter what his appearance is, he's literally your height and everything. He's like slightly taller, a little bit thicker. But hey, you can always buy that one shotgun from the vendor that kills him in 2 hits. That's it.
And this is the thing that I fucking hate, is that a buddy of mine, we were at it was a friend's birthday party, and they were talking to me about, I think Cyberpunk the show had just come out, so we were talking about stuff, and I'm just like, yo, Adam Smasher, and that's really good. He's like, I've played the tabletop a bunch. And Adam Smasher fits the rules of the game only in the way that an armored tank would. Like, literally in the game, both of his guns are two-handed. Like, each arm is two-handed, basically. And that his legs are, like, basically, like a treaded tank. Like, literally the stats for all of his body break the game completely to the point where it's just like completely like ridiculous for you to even contemplate having that build.
Sounds like a good boss.
So for him to show up in the game and just being like, literally when I saw that, like, spoilers, that he could be killed, I was like, this is unrealistic. Yeah. And it's Adam Smasher. Why would you get rid of him? Like, it's Adam Smasher. He's the mascot of this whole series.
And they talk about him like he's this great, amazing legend, but like like I said, you shoot him down with Silverhand's gun, like, and like that's it. They should. What I would have done, right? Game developers, Nintendo.
Take notes. Take notes
from armchair critics.
Yeah, from Sonic the Hedgehog and Drippy Magoo over here.
I would have said, like, instead of having they had kind of like a GTA system in which you do too much crazy shit. They called it Super Cyber Police and they kill you.
Who?
Really? Unbeatable super cyber police.
Okay.
That you could keep on killing them, they just keep on spawning. Wouldn't it be even crazier if it was just one dude and that was Adam Smasher hunting you down? You had to run away from him because he's unkillable?
Like legitimately, there's so much that you could do with just the this is what I fucking hate, is the ability to... there was a stupidly long video by, I think it was H-Bomber guy, about Deus Ex, the Deus Ex series, and the fact that, like, the quest doesn't change for what you do. And that's the frustrating part, is that when you make a series, that the series is, like, based on the fact that it's just like, oh, cool, you can do anything. The problem becomes, the world needs to react to you doing it. And the problem being that in Deus Ex, there's a part where you go through and you can just keep murking cops. And then the next mission, the cops are just like, thank God you're here, we need your help. And it's just like, I just killed your whole platoon.
We've heard about you, thank God you're here.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, oh, you're the really cool badass. It's just like, I'm going to be... Yeah, like, case in point, there's actually... there's an entire mission where it's just like, there's this cop killer out there. It's just like, he's killed 6 people. When in the last mission, you probably killed 20 people. And it's just like, well...
That's amazing.
Yeah. Also, hello, Slevin. How you doing?
Up?
Yeah, how's it going, Jessica?
It's like that GTA logic in which, like, Trevor...
Also, Jessica got me this jacket, and I love it very much.
It's fucking dope. Show him again.
Yeah, exactly.
Show him again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck
exactly. Sorry, I need to get it on my cam as well.
Oh,
that's you. Fuck.
Oh! Look at that. Oh.
Bow.
Fucking my man going fast into your drink.
He's ascending. There we go.
But basically, what was I going? Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
My brain.
Having a mission, like having missions that don't matter, basically, to the story.
Kind of like the GTA thing where like Trevor has like these moments where like I'm going berserk, and like he has like a grenade launcher at some points, just launching it at fucking like whoever he's trying to kill is like a huge massacre, and like helicopters are called, camera teams that are like filming, and he's just like, all right, I'm gonna have a burger. He just like leaves and like, okay, there you go.
But that, like, I hate to say it, and I know it's a meme, but like Undertale is literally the only game to do it. That if you start killing monsters instead of making them your friend, they run away.
Yeah.
And the plot becomes every character that you would befriend is trying to evacuate the entire world because you're basically a natural disaster.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking incredible. So for all these games to be like, oh, well, you know, we're trying to do all this stuff, I know that they're not like a fucking 8-bit RPG maker Undertale, but for them to go out of their way to say, like, you can do anything, I really, really, really wish that everybody, if they're not going to change that we also temper our expectations and don't go give out death threats for people that are just like, well, this game didn't come out perfectly. It's like, dude, they are in an incredible pit of crunch culture where all of these game devs are squeezed like every last juice of creativity until they like can't think anymore.
Exactly.
And then in my frustration is because I know so many people in the like development industry. I've coded a bunch myself. Like I got my engineering degree, and I don't know if those years it took off my life were worth it for the fact.
Sleep,
Exactly. Yeah. No. Like legitimately, and I mean like anybody that's I've ever like had a sleepover at their house or whatever, or like just hung out with them, be like, cool, I'm going to bed. Immediately can do it because my body's reclaiming the time that I took from it. Like legitimately, that's apparently like a thing that happens to people. And I know a lot of other people that have like a degree where it really squeezes you, but like. To see that happen in a work environment is not only the stupidest thing a company can do, but the most dangerous because not only one, if you work someone 16 hours coding and 8 hours coding, you're probably going to get the same result at the end of the day because not only code isn't going to get better if you can't think straight, but you also can't. If you're well rested for 8 hours, you can think more clearly and not make as many mistakes.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with like Cyberpunk when it came out of just like they squeezed the dev team to get it out for that holiday season because that's the point.
Exactly.
We need a product. And so they did. But that's what frustrates me about a lot of games is whenever you hear there was crunch, I immediately am just like, cool, I'm not going to buy that and I'm not going to support it.
Why support it? Yeah. You're now avoiding 90% of the game.
That's the gross part. And I'm really glad, and this is why this is the year. 2022, I'm telling you, and probably years before because GDC talks come out late, that GDC, if you guys don't know, I would highly recommend going to their YouTube channel. It's the Game Designs Conference, and they release these hour-long conversations from industry professionals giving you their secrets. Their fucking secrets. And this year and last year, I saw...
But does it turn up a profit?
Exactly. No, but this is the best part.
Yeah.
It's so bad, the crunch culture, that GDC actually had several talks this year and last year about combating crunch and how they have analytical data to show, cool, a 4-hour work week actually got us better results. Doing this, having this much vacation, doing all these things, having paternity leave and maternity leave has done all of these wonderful things for a fucking company.
Yeah, the thing with that work culture, I feel, is that if they're not at the building, at the game studio, working on this game, they must have not do anything or shit like that.
I hate that.
And it's that mentality that just hurts a lot of fucking people.
Yeah.
And the fact that people need to disconnect from that.
Yeah.
We don't stop thinking about our jobs when we leave our jobs.
No.
We don't. We're humans.
Not for like several hours.
Exactly. Yeah. Especially if it's something that you're really like into, like you said, coding. Like I get home, you probably go home and start coding again because like you just have to do something.
It's like I just have to solve this problem.
Exactly. It's forever in you. But that separation, go to different environments, seeing different shit, it does help you.
Yeah.
Because you come back more refreshed, more like, oh, maybe I can tackle things differently. Shit like that, but like, no, we need to keep them in the fucking building, make sure they're doing it.
Yeah.
It's like, no, man, no.
And I also need to say,
you ain't there.
Yeah, Jessica, thank you. Yes, Shadow is better than Kirby. That's the debate that's happening in the comments is Kirby is better than Sonic, but Shadow's better than Kirby. So we need to make a tier list right now.
I saw I saw the first episode of that Sonic show on Netflix.
Yeah.
What was it called?
Sonic Prime. I watched the first episode, and it is both not what I want and everything I want.
So I was watching. I don't know why it reminded me of this. I was watching it, and holy shit, the animation in it looks fucking beautiful.
It's like really surprisingly great, especially in comparison. Sonic Boom was really great, but the animation was meant for 52 episodes.
Yes.
This is 8 episodes of animation.
I was so fucking surprised that the show was like an hour long.
Yeah.
It takes itself, in its format, it takes itself very serious, and I fucking really, really like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what was the whole point of that. What was
Tales in the like dark, gritty dimension is literally like I was watching that with Jessica, and I'm just like, that's me when I was in high school.
I have no friends.
Exactly.
I have more arms.
I have 9 tails. Oh, that's so good. And yeah, Seth is saying that he wakes up with night terrors about work, and I fucking feel you. I actually did that the other day. Whoops. Well, there you go.
That's what I love about my job. I'm lucky to be the type of person who's like, okay, disconnected. I can actually disconnect from my shit, I feel, because once it's done, it's fucking done.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do to turn back or anything.
I really appreciate that. And that's something that I will never, ever go out of my way to say that working remotely is worse than working in an office, because you get way more freedom in a lot of ways, but you are technically on the clock way more than you should be, because you know you might feel like, oh well, I'm working at home, I can do whatever. But there is something incredibly good about literally going into an office, doing the work, and then leaving, and not like you said, being like, cool, there's literally nothing I can do from home about work. So I'm just gonna go dick around. Like there's nothing I can do. I'm gonna go live my life. While if you're at home, you're just like, well, maybe I'll just go work on that document really quick.
And how many times have you, like, if you're working at home, right? And like, this is for people. My girlfriend, she works from home sometimes. Yeah. If you're working at home and you disconnect for a little bit, and you're playing a game or whatever, you go, oh shit, that's right, I can do this, and like you go back, finish it up.
Exactly.
Shit like that. You just log in the hours, and that's fucking it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It really is. We live in a brave new world of work culture, but
and like, oh my god, working from home, harassment drops, fucking and all these negative things just suddenly just disappear. People are more comfortable. People are like, I don't know, it's crazy. Yeah. Now let's lock them in the building.
No, let's just lock them down. Lock them down. We need to treat them like cattle, and that's the best practice. And it's funny to me how much. There's so many really good GDC talks about that too, because of the fact that once you make your work remotely accessible, you don't need to be at the office looking at a big server farm to send renders to. If you have a laptop and then you're remoting into a stupidly huge machine, mostly, I mean, the advent of the internet, like being as fast as it is now, has become the thing where it's like, cool, now I can connect to a computer that has a gajillion gigabytes of VRAM, and now I can just render anything really quickly, and I don't need legitimately this year, I tore down my big my big computer tower, because I'm like, I am not even touching this. If I have a big render, I'll send it to a render farm. If I'm rendering something, I'll just usually use my M1 MacBook. It's usually fine. So we live in a pretty rad time to get some really cool work done. And like we mentioned in a 3-hour-long video about animation and movies and everything, is that we live in an incredible time that a lot of these tools to make cool shit is readily available. And I'm looking at you, Shades. I'm looking at you, Seth Films. And I'm looking at you, Jessica. And I'm looking at you, Cameron, who just joined the chat. That there is, you guys know, there's some dope-ass tools out there to make some really cool art and creative things. So
It's you can do spreadsheets anywhere too. Yeah. Honestly, you really just can. My computer works better at home anyways.
Oh yeah.
Fucking work internet is never ever good, I feel.
I gotta rant about this really quick. It's criminal to me that on Frontier Internet you can get fiber, and I got fiber at my house, and I get 500 megabits down and up both ways, and they're just like, hey, do you want to get a gigabit down and up? I'm just like, I don't know if I want to pay that much. They're like, it's available whenever you want it. We'll literally flip the switch. And then I come into the office and they're like, and Verizon's just like, cool, we can give you a gigabit down for 10 times more than they're going to charge you, but you get 30 megabits up. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That in this modern era, I can't get more than 30 megabits per second up. That's barely enough for if 2 or 3 people were running a live stream right now in this building, we would be throttled and each of us would be fucked. I want to die anyway. So.
Like by throttled, you mean like it's too much or too less?
Too much. There's not enough. There's not enough bandwidth. We would be fucked. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And so much so, guys. Yeah. You saw that we uploaded a almost 4-hour-long video about a week ago. At home, it literally took me 15 minutes.
That's bonkers.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Here it took me an hour, and I had to just wait there and be like, fuck. And my computer went to sleep and stopped, and then I had to restart it. And I was like, holy shit. So,
God damn, that's
infuriating. So yeah. So I know that we've gone on a rant about video games and all that kind of stuff, but
that's what I love about these live streams.
This is fun. I like this as a live stream. Okay, guys in the chat that are arguing about
keep us in
Twitch
line
and
here.
Such. And also, yeah, let me connect to a chat that'll show me both Twitch and YouTube, because I realize that some people are talking in Twitch and some people are talking in YouTube, which I cannot see. It's not loading. Crap. Okay, well that doesn't help. But actually, can you monitor Twitch chat?
That's what I'm trying to do, but mine like stops after a little bit. I don't know
what the
why.
hell? Okay.
Like you see, it's like stopped.
Yeah, I apologize if there's any people on Twitch that we're neglecting. But yeah, would you guys like more of these stupidly long live streams instead of a... Hell yeah. Would you guys like stupidly long live streams instead of stupidly long videos? Because the plan in my mind, fingers crossed that I don't fuck it up, is to do these live streams, try to make them as fully produced and look as good and sound as good as possible, and then cut them up into highlights for the channel if we say something really profound about crunch culture or about
Jar Jar Binks being in
Jar Jar. There was a Jar Jar Akari in Evangelion. Cameron says just ignore Twitch. No, please no. I like hyper concentrated content. My opinion is the only one that matters. Rar. Yes, yeah, and apparently, Seth is saying that YouTube's pretty good, and then Jessica's being incredibly supportive. It's just like whatever you want, dog. Whatever you want. Guys. Exactly. Thank you. And then Emma's saying, I like live streams to harass friends. Here we are.
That's what I like about harassment, but what I like about harassing your friends at live streams.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just doing that, like we get to talk and like bullshit and whatnot.
Yeah. And if you guys aren't subscribed, go check out Inc. on. Do you guys stream on YouTube also? Because I know they got a good old Twitch stream going on.
We do have a Twitch. On. We have a YouTube as well. Yeah. It's a little wild. Twitch is weird. Twitch makes you sign a contract that like, you can only stream out of this.
Oh.
But I'm like, if I do one little change, technically I can just stream it out of YouTube as well. What's the big diff?
I don't know. Well, I thought that they changed that recently, like they had in 2022, this year that we're talking about. That I think, didn't they say that they have, they made it so there's no exclusivity anymore? Like Twitch is basically like, we don't give a fuck anymore.
They're doing the thing. Anyways, Inc. on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, all these things.
TikTok is blowing up, dog.
TikTok is pretty good.
Hell yeah.
If any of y'all still into TikTok,
yeah.
I love that shit though.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, now I think we should dive into some of the other. Do you want to keep going anime or video game? I think we're riding the video game train pretty good.
I like the video game stuff. Let's go with that.
So the one thing that I want to talk about is the fact that this also seems to be the year of glitches, where, like you said, like people work for years and years to make a game, but apparently we're running into the fact that to release a game, they're missing some stuff that seems it's not like obvious all the time. Like we said, releasing a game's stupidly hard. But not only Pokemon Violet and Scarlet have become hilarious for all the gifts, but also Callisto Protocol, which just seemed like a straightaway thing. Oh, buddy.
I was excited for that one.
Yeah, it looked really good. And apparently that, from what I saw, because so I got the Steam Deck recently.
Ooh.
Any of my Steam Deck people sound off in the comments that like I love it, but the main thing that separates something that's like meant for the Steam Deck and not is that they pre-shaded the cache. They cached the shaders. So what that ultimately means is that like whenever you're running around in a game, you know, the GPU is like doing the effort to be like, cool, here's how the lighting hits and whatever, and that's the shaders like interacting. But if you pre-cache them, your computer doesn't need to do as much work.
Oh.
So the idea is, cool, the game that was 50 gigabytes is now going to be 70 gigabytes, but all the shaders are cached, so that's half of that work gone. What I heard was that Callisto Protocol apparently didn't pre-cache any shaders.
Oh,
so that was why like it dips to 4 FPS, then to 20, then to 30, then to 2.
Depending on which corner you're looking at.
Exactly. But that's why. That's why if you look in a corner, nothing's being rendered. But if you look at like a big scene, then
which is any fucking video game.
Yeah,
like, every video game is gonna have that scene.
Exactly.
Damn, that like dude, Callisto Protocol was supposed to be the return to Dead Space. Like, I'm such a huge fan of like the first Dead Space back when it came out. 28. Oh my god, 2008. That's a long ass fucking time.
Yeah.
But like, dude, just the tension and everything, the gameplay, everything about it, and just for EA to do its EA thing, which is like, all right, buy company, dismantle company, fuck you company, and for them to get back together and release something like at least trying to be similar. This game started to go downhill, like along with like some of the news that came out of it.
Wait, like what?
So this game was like the return of the Dead Space, like people and like the goriness and like some of the awful things you get to witness and shit like that. They apparently, and this was according to an article, they try to put it behind a paywall, like certain death animations, certain like stuff like that, which is like when you're trying to sell your game off of. Oh yeah, let's charge 60 and like maybe an extra 10 just to get more animations.
Okay.
Which is like, what? Why?
Hot take coming in right now.
Uh-oh.
I would rather pay $70 for a game and not have shit behind a fucking paywall. If that's what you need to level your fucking books, that's fine. But if you're doing this predatory shit to me, it's infuriating because I'm not going to buy those things. So I'm just gonna watch a streamer or a YouTuber online and see them and be like, wow, that was kind of cool. If only that's okay, guys. Speaking of GDC talks and everything, Ars Technica has a series called War Stories, which is all of these developers and all the cool shit that they got to do. You and I have watched several of them just on the couch. One of my favorite ones is about Dead Space because, like you said with death animations, there's this entire sequence in the first Dead Space where like a tentacle grabs you and pulls. Yeah, exactly. And it pulls you through like 3 different corridors, and you're trying to get out, and it's an entire sequence. But they spent a lot of time and effort on that in particular to not only surprise you and freak you out, but to give you like a spectacle moment. And for them to if I saw a fucking paywall come up in front of that, I would have thrown my controller and destroyed my TV and lived in the woods.
How do you first of all, like, how do you put that in the game?
Yeah.
Does the game run without certain animations, certain events, certain just stuff? Like, do you just not see them?
Well, like Cameron's saying in the comments, you can buy a Tesla that you need to pay extra DRM to be able to get like heated seats or whatever. Like, it's that kind of shit where like sometimes they put it, like, you hear this on the news all the time, or at least on Reddit, that like they'll release a game and be like, cool, all of the features are on the disc, you just don't have access. And they do that with like unlockable characters a lot of the time and other shit like that, which I used to love when that was the point of the game, is that you would unlock the fucking character.
Unlock them, by playing the game, putting in hours. But
the problem also being that they're just like, well, you know, you could buy the character, or you could play, and then we have a problem like the first Battlefront game that came out from the new developer, where
God, DICE,
it took, wasn't it like 1,000 hours to unlock like Darth Vader?
Yeah,
or like,
to
like
unlock
literally
a decent skin for Darth Vader, or to even unlock him. You have to put in like
just to play him
crazy
once.
amount of hours. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
All for that quick penny. It's quick. It's quick. Quick monies.
Exactly.
It's just no longer fun. And like that's one of the things where like that news came out on Twitter.
Yeah.
And they were like, hey, this is what's going on with Callisto.
Yeah.
And like all the comments, I don't want to play this.
Yeah.
I don't want to play this game anymore.
Yeah. I'll go play Dead Space again.
They're just deliberately going to remove experiences off of it. Why do that? Then like again, how does the game do? Like I'm imagining like what? You have to pay your 5 like crypto coin or whatever to get through this like portion here and see all this other stuff. It's like, come on, man.
Your Ether wallet is empty. Would you like to re-up? Like shit like that. So that it frustrates me to see any of these launches marred by. I mean, yes and no, because like, Callisto Protocol, that's fucked, any of that predatory spending kind of shit. To the point where like, I think the EU said that like certain games are just straight up not gambling, but like predatory.
Oh
And
yeah,
they're,
the entire like loot box thing too.
Because I think Fortnite got slammed. Yeah, like Epic Games.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
Fortnite is apparently they're going through a lawsuit thing
Yeah.
where like the game is too fucking addicting, and I'm like, they did just release the Doom guy skin. Like I was playing for quite a bit.
Coincidence?
I think not. I have them all unlocked too. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's really the thing that like I find interesting is how much we're getting to the point where games are so good that like you're just there's something about indie games that I can't describe how much it just feels like you've been stuck in this smog and then you take one breath of fresh air. That I've been playing this game called 30XX.
What is that?
So this is if they made Mega Man X.
Okay.
A roguelike. So every single level is modular or like randomly generated to the point where it plays really well and you can like kind of tell, okay, this chunk was, I've already played this before, that kind of stuff. But the way that it works is that, in most Mega Man games, there's 8 Robot Masters that you fight, 8 bosses. And so I don't think they've completed it to the point where there's like a final boss yet, but you basically play where you start the game, they drop you into a random Robot Masters level, you go beat that one, and then they either, if you unlock it, you get an option of what Robot Master next, but they just drop you and they're like, cool, this one's next, and then you have to go do it.
Oh.
And as you keep doing it, they get harder, and the levels get harder, you get harder enemies, and you get harder bosses. And so by the end, you're facing, if you got a really bad like roll of like, cool, I'm on this Robot Master, and they already were really hard, and now they have more health, and they have more moves, and they have their attacks deal more damage, that I'm kind of fucked. I've spent so much time on this that not only I've unlocked everything, but I've also unlocked, I just keep accruing money that I think I have like 10,000 of the currency. Dude. It's just stupid, but I've unlocked it so much that not only I start off with like a pretty good amount of like power-ups, but that I get to choose every one of the Robot Masters I get to go fight, and I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, this is the path I always do. It's like playing Hades, where I'm just like, cool, I've played this so, literally, how many hours do you think I played at this game?
More or less than Hades, give me that hint.
Definitely less, because I've been playing Hades nonstop for 3 years, but yeah.
I'm gonna say 60.
60 hours?
Yeah. More or less.
300.
Whoa, dude! Damn.
Steam is judging me real hard.
Dude,
it's really good, and it's not even out yet. That's the thing that I love is that these games are coming out in a way where they're just like the Discord. They literally, as soon as you open the game, they're like, here's our Discord. Please tell us if you run into any bugs, but have fun. And that's it. And you can, if you do run into a bug, go ask them, and they'll be like, cool, yeah, we'll fix it in the next patch. They release a patch every, month or so.
That's fucking dope.
Each patch has had new shit that I'm just like, this game's done. Why are you guys releasing more? They have a character that's like Mega Man and one that's like Mega Man X. Or not Mega Man X. They have one that's like Mega Man, one that's like Zero.
Gotcha.
The Zero type character is like, he already played really great, and then they're just like, cool, we released a patch, here's 8 new moves.
Oh,
yeah. I was like, what the fuck is happening? So indie games are where I think everybody should be spending their attention, because not only every single, to the point where, go to their Discord and you can talk to the devs right there and just chill out in their Discord, but also the fact that, in Discord has been, the advent of, apparently, nobody's on Facebook anymore. They're all in Discord. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and also fuck Facebook.
Yeah, seriously.
Meta can suck my God, Jesus Christ, they have... Nothing has been sadder and funnier than watching Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk implode.
Oh my God, billionaires imploding on themselves is so fucking good.
This is nothing was a sadder and funnier headline than Mark Zuckerberg being like, guys, we got legs in the metaverse. And then being told, those aren't real. They were CGI. We put them in because we couldn't make it work. And it's this VR chat has solved this 3 years ago.
I feel like longer.
Yeah,
I feel like VR chat has been out for a long ass fucking time.
Yeah. And they're doing everything that the metaverse wants to do, but the metaverse is a huge corporation that can't make furry porn accessible.
Dumbasses. That's such a market right there.
It's
untapped. That's oil right there, basically. Fucking there's the so on TikTok I get metaverses commercials sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And it's those awful live metaverse commercials with your favorite artist or whatever, and it's usually this awful. It just looked like it looks disgusting. It looks like one of those weird backgrounds with like character like doing weird moves.
They don't
like,
even advertise their fucking thing.
It looks awful. It looks just
And I see that Shades is talking about 30XX, isn't it great? It's amazing. And then Jess also brought up, I don't know if you played it. You played Vampire Survivor?
Oh, the little like where you're just this dude and you're just walking around.
You're like an itty bitty boy, and then he just moves around.
And they say hours disappear of your life as you're playing it.
Right? Apparently, the tagline is "Be the bullet hell." So you become like the bullet hell boss.
You start off like super fucking weak though, like you have nothing.
Yeah. But then you get OP as fuck near the end. To the point where it destroys the bit rate of a live stream. If you're trying to stream it, you won't be able to see anything because it's all just like epilepsy, seizure.
It's reverse. I made a game with zombies in it.
Yeah. I think? Like, what is that?
I made a game with zombies in it. You never heard of it? It was an old Xbox like 360 Live exclusive arcade game. Indie developer made basically a bullet hell where like you're shooting all these zombies.
Yeah.
And like you get like whatever weapons and more zombies come on in, but the song keeps on going. It's just it's like one of the
like Zombies Ate My Neighbors for the SNES, so it's similar.
Basically that, but in this one you're just in just giant square of a map.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to survive, and that's it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one's like literally reverse of that, where like instead of like zombies coming up to, I mean they're still coming up to you.
Yeah.
You're just doing like nuke type moves on these things.
And to the point where like the game has gotten so big that during the Game Awards we saw that it's out for free on your phone now.
Oh shit!
Yep.
I can't tell like my girl about that.
I was waiting in line at Holiday Matsuri, and I saw that, and then like I met up with Jess, and I was just like, Jess, don't act on what I'm about to tell you. But Vampire Survivor, because like so a buddy of mine showed me Vampire Survivor when it was still in alpha, and then I saw it and it was just like, this is kind of cool, and then I showed Jess, and then so we were playing it, and I've played it like probably 100 hours by now, just because I just like would play it before I'd go to bed, and then Jess came over, she's like, cool, what achievements have you done? I'm like, there are achievements?
I was just shooting vampires.
She's like, well, have you tried any of the other heroes? I'm just like, but this one shoot good. And I literally was like, why would I play anybody else? And she's like, you're infuriating. She's like, have you tried any other map? I'm like, there are other maps?
Oh my god, come on.
So yeah, I'm a terrible, I love roguelikes, but I'll only play them the one way and play them till I'm dead.
It's like finding your favorite character in Risk of Rain 2.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I love the loader. She's fucking cool.
Yep. Yeah, and Jess is saying I never do achievements, and I never will.
Yeah, why? What? I don't get the whole point of achievement hunting when it's just, I feel like it's just developers being like, oh, you're playing my game, thank you. Like, thank you for playing. It's like, sure, let me do that on my own. Like, I don't feel like you need to reward me. I feel like the story and gameplay is rewarding enough.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need to like give me like little stickers here and there.
Well, I definitely like it way better when it's like, cool, you've done, like, I think Vampire Survivor does it well where it's like, cool, you've gotten this, you've killed this many things, or you did this, or you got this item that was hard to get. But like, yeah, I hate that shit when you're playing, literally, what was I playing? God, I think it was Spark the Electric Jester 3, where it literally said, I got an achievement for watching the first cutscene.
Come on.
I was just like, what the fuck? And the thing that I find funny is that it's so, I find it really insulting when that happens, but apparently there's an entire community on Steam where if you get achievements, you get points on Steam in your profile so that people farm these games that give you an achievement for literally taking a dump, and then they get like a shit ton of points. So there's like a market for it, but I fucking hate it.
What are you trying to sell in that market? Like,
yeah, no, it's just that you get this game and then you get all these achievements, and those achievements in Steam make your profile better. By having a better profile, you can get these stickers, and there's an entire secondary market. It's a whole thing. Like, Steam has become this Ouroboros of just like, it's a Lovecraftian monster of just, you look in one corner and you're like, oh, there's an entire community about this tiny exploit.
There's a reason why Steam turns on every time you turn on the computer.
Exactly.
Always. Like, have you noticed that?
Watching
it's watching you. It's trying to make sure.
Well, Discord does the same thing. That I've tried to stop Discord, it will always open.
Nope.
Yeah. Which makes sense because, I mean, it really is so much better than Facebook or any of the other things.
Yeah, because you're not talking to people who you don't want to talk to.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Well, you don't, your feed is yours. Where it's like, cool, you've made a server that just has your friends. And the thing that I love the most about it is that you can, you have a just chatting thing, and you can just sit in there and do nothing, and people can come join you or they can leave. You don't need to straight up like make a phone call and then call someone and then get other people on the call, or you called like on Facebook and there's a group and not everybody joined the call, and it's a whole fucking thing. But like, it's a great interface. It's so
the best part is the sharing the screen. Like one person can share the screen to like 100 others or whatever, and just be like, watch me play this fucking game or watch this fun video.
On Friday, I was playing Among Us with a couple friends, and my other friend had 2 computers, and one of them was playing RuneScape, and so the entire time I had Discord on my phone open with the chat, and I was playing Among Us, and then watching him like kill crabs while playing Among Us the whole time. And he's playing the game too, and he's just like, man, I'm going to get so much XP after this. I'm like, damn, cool, good for you, man. But yeah, no, I agree, it's great.
It's fucking good shit.
Yeah. So, there are a couple of things that we need to talk about in the video game stuff, because we've been going for an hour and a half, and we've scratched the surface, that we need to talk about Elden Ring.
Yeah, game of the year. Fucking, I think it was well fucking deserved.
Yeah.
There's already been like Photoshop pictures of him accepting his award and not having like the
kid in the background is so
the
funny.
enemy being behind you and shit, like, you know, like having that. It's pretty funny. How can I say this? For a game that come out this early this year, I think it earned it, personally.
Definitely.
I was watching this one TikTok that made me fucking laugh so hard.
Yeah.
It was like, they're infiltrating the fucking Game Awards. What is going on? Elden Ring won Game of the Year?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
like people didn't think it was like expected?
He was complaining, it's like, oh my god, like China got to the fucking Game Awards, and they're like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're fucking psychos. Like, they're trying to control us through our Game Awards now. Fucking God of War should have won that shit. I'm like, you're a fucking psycho.
God of War won everything else.
God of War won everything but the one fucking thing. First of all, what's got you thinking this type of way? Like, it's not the American Game Awards. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing fucking that or anything like that. And second of all, give the man his fucking trophy. Look at the guy. He's been making... The guy's been making... I'm gonna say it.
Yes.
He's been making the same fucking game for fucking years, right? Just with the different spice. It's the same chicken, y'all. It's just a different, like, spices on it and shit like that. This one just happens to be good. It combines spices and like mixtures from the other stuff, and like it to me it felt like it was a little bit more open to like for more people. Like more people could play it.
This was the strat that I think probably bridged the entire gap between people that want to play Dark Souls and people that don't play Dark Souls. Is that when you have a game like Dark Souls, it's so linear that if you get stuck one place, you're just hammering at a wall until you get frustrated and don't want to do it anymore. But in Elden Ring, you can see the fucking Tree Knight or whatever the fuck his name is and be like, cool, I'm a brute force that for 10 hours or I'm a go roll away. Like... And so it's just like, cool, I can either play, as well as people are now more into the meta of like, you play magic character, you have an easier time, you play dodge roll guy, you're going to have a bit more frustration, but really like feel vindicated in your efforts.
It's then like the open world aspect was actually done right, where like it didn't feel like empty. They had this huge Tree Knight thing, and he took up like a giant space like of a battlefield, sure. But as soon as you get out of there, there's like smaller creatures that you can like level up with and like still do your own thing. They'll still murder you, but like you can still level up with them and like do your own shit, and then come back and like destroy the fucking knight or whatever. Or like you said, just be a naked dude with a shield and sword and just try to destroy him. And you still can. You can.
But that's exactly what I love about this, is that in college my roommate was like super into Dark Souls, and that was like what he played the most of the time. That's basically his version of like the roguelikes I play, where it's like, cool, I'm just going to like play through this game like as like a fun thing that I do. And so he was telling me all this deep lore. He made a YouTube channel that was like really good because not only he was good at the game, but he knew all the lore. And so he made like these characters that were like based on some of the memes in the community.
That's cool.
So into it. And I was like, this is fucking awesome. Then Dark Souls 2 came out and he was talking about all that. He got into the early beta. It was all this shit. Dark Souls 3 comes out, Bloodborne comes out, all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, this shit's really picking up. And so I knew all of this lore and all of this deep stuff. And then I see Elden Ring comes out and it gets a huge like following. And I'm not trying to be like I knew it before it was cool.
Yeah.
It primarily was the fact that like as soon as I saw Let Me Solo Her, the dude that's got the big pot on his head and the sword, I'm like, that is an OG meme. That is from Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1, people would make these stupid ass fucking builds. One that my friend got famous for, not famous, but I mean like in the community, was he made an all shield build.
Oh,
yeah, where it literally was shield in the front, shield in the back. He wore I think a paper bag on his head, and would like literally just. There's an area in the first game where it's just like these really narrow like parapets where you're just like walking and trying not to fall off, and he would just like get someone to invade, grief them, and then just stand there and knock them off the fucking thing. And
you must pay the toll.
Exactly, yeah. And so for me to see a meme build get so much attention, I was like, this is the future we wanted.
And you can continue doing that. My only problem with Elden Ring, I do have my problems with it, okay?
Oh.
Is just because it's so big and so fucking open and so many fucking endings, and it all depends on your luck. It's just, this game is just like an IRL. You might just like walk down the street and meet someone who's like very important to you, like in the future, or you might get sniped by a lobster who has like a sniper gun attached to it for some fucking reason. And like it's just way too big for me to the point where. You know the point where like, I'm just hitting on a fucking wall and I'm not progressing? I'm there now.
Oh.
But you know where there is?
Where?
It's the final fucking boss.
Yeah.
Where he has like 3 fucking transitions. It goes from like, I'm a dude with hammer. I look depressed. Now I'm angry. Now I'm a giant celestial dragon. And like shit like that. And like, I can't beat this fucking dragon. Just to, how can I say, beat it. And like just like any other Souls game, I'm gonna start exactly where I ended up. But now I can just do whatever I want, which is cool.
I agree.
I just didn't want to do that again because it was so stinking massive. And the fact is, like, my first playthrough wasn't like a regular 60-hour playthrough.
Okay.
It was like I'm like in the hundreds, where like in my one character I did like stuff that I should be having like 5 endings when I beat this game. Like I should have 5 selections. I've been doing a lot of shit.
It's a fucking. There's a lot in there.
Like there's so stinking much. It wasn't like.
Do you restart the game if you beat it?
Yeah, every Dark Souls does, or almost everywhere. Like how can I say this? You go like, okay, new game plus. It's like you start off with everything you have.
Oh.
Yeah, and you just go across the game again.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and like you can like pick up some stuff that was like key events where like, you weren't able to pick up that piece of armor, maybe now you can.
Yeah.
Or stuff like that. But after you've done everything, you kind of don't need to.
Okay.
You kind of just start building your character to like do more PvP type stuff.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
But like, I'm not into the whole PvP thing, honestly.
I feel you.
That was like my only thing about the game.
That was what got a lot of people into the first Dark Souls, is the PvP element and that was my friend's channel, was basically, if you guys want to look it up, I think it's called The Legendary P on YouTube. And his picture is like, in MS Paint, like he's an incredibly good artist for just using like MS Paint and shit like that.
That's awesome.
Where like he made like a really cool looking knight out of it. And his first videos were just him griefing people.
Dude,
it was really good. And primarily, like, I really just love the fact that, like, we're getting to the point where people are just like, let me solo her as a naked dude with a sword. And I'm just like, I've seen so many of those builds because, like, why have defense if you're not going to get hit?
Exactly. And that goes to the first Dark Souls where, like, you see naked diaper man with 2 giant fucking, like, big old, like, hammer thingies. And you're like, come on, fuck you, dude. Like, you don't even, come on, man. And
by the way, I got to say, that was probably my favorite part of, if any of you guys saw our MetroCon recap video, was that Alan got a really good video of is her name Melania?
Melania? They chose a lot of weird names.
Yeah, the Sword of Mikola. And then I think it was either you or me, like, on the way to something else, saw a Let Me Solo Her, or just like, I need to get this video. And so, like, right one after the other, you see Melania, and then you see Let Me Solo Her. I'm just like, this is the edit I wanted.
Also, for Let Me Solo Her to be, like, a fan-made thing to get recognized. Like, in the game itself, he's, like, a summon, like a spirit summon, one that you don't need.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. He's nowhere near as effective. Instead of, like, actually doing the moves, he's just a distraction. He just throws, like, rocks.
Okay. Well,
complete ass opposite. Doesn't beat the character for me, but alright.
Okay, I want to jump in on some of the chat. So apparently Jessica had to leave. If you're watching this later, bye Jessica.
Later.
Cameron is saying that we need gifs of our surprise faces.
That'll be funny.
And then Kevin Schnell joined. How's it going, my dude?
Hello, Kev.
It's good to see you, my friend. So now that we've talked about our Reformed Orthodox rabbi,
who's won Game of the Year,
who won Game of the Year, I think we should talk about. Did you play God of War Ragnarok?
No, but I saw the movie.
Okay, yeah.
Where like the game. I mean, I did play the game.
Yeah.
As in, like, I felt the gameplay and I got what I wanted out of it.
Sure.
I was just playing it like at my stepbro's place, where like he was like, "Dude, I just got a PS5. Check this out." I'm
Hell
like,
yeah!
All right, dude. Let me see the controls. The control on the PS5 is fucking nice, dude.
God, dude, it is the Rolls Royce of controllers.
That's the thing though. When you pay for a Rolls Royce, you're gonna end up paying it again. It's very sensitive as well. You know, is that type of shit. You need to take it to a dealer to like get it fixed or some bullshit like that, right?
Sucks.
But no, but like the gameplay is like crunchy. It feels nice. Yeah. The story I fell in love with. Because like it's magnificent. It's so nice.
This is the advent of a new form, not new, but this is like pinnacle. This is what all video games have been striving for.
Yeah.
Is not only a story that is so incredibly good, but so incredibly well performed and rendered.
Yeah.
Like, fuck me if not every single moment of that game was, the cinematography was like stupidly good for an over-the-shoulder game. Like, every cutscene was so fucking cool. And then the entire time I was, because I watched Jessica play it, I was just like waiting for any cracks in anything. Didn't happen.
Nope.
The only remotely close thing was just some of the like lip movements were like automated. That was it.
Yeah, that's when they transition from cinematic to like, oh, now you're actually walking and shit like that. Half the time they're not even facing you.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just talking at you, basically.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they kept the gameplay. It's obvious that they kept the gameplay from the very first one. Just tuned it up, do some crazy things here and there. Story-wise, like you said, you already touched upon it. It was awesome. They're making a series now, like an actual like live-action series. Apparently, they're trying to do.
Oh, I heard that they were trying to. People were saying who they should cast as Kratos is like, do the guy.
Yeah, the voice actor is literally him.
Yeah,
like,
he looks like Kratos. He was in Stargate and
wasn't he like jacked? Like,
yeah.
I don't think you really need that for this Kratos now, especially because he wears like this goiter thing and like shoulder pads or whatever.
Yeah.
But
the first game he ever voice acted in, I think, was Def Jam Vendetta. And, and so much so that in Stargate they say like, oh, do you play much video games? And he's just like, or they asked him like a video game thing, and he's just like, well, have you played Halo or whatever? He's like, no, Def Jam Vendetta.
Def Jam Vendetta.
Yeah, and it's awesome. Like a stupid throwaway line, but I'm just like, good for you. Good for you having the ability to just bring up shit. Yeah.
Especially when you're like, he's such a cool dude.
Yeah.
Like at the Game Awards, you could like the experience that he portrayed. Like he was talking about like working with like so many talented people.
For 8 minutes.
It was a long speech. Fucking what's his nuts?
Al Pacino.
Fucking Al Cappuccino. He was
Dunkachino.
Dunkachino over there. He was literally. Can you cut to the wide?
Yep.
Like, can you look at the camera? He was like this.
I love that.
Are you fucking done?
He's like, please let me leave.
There was a point in time where I'm like, oh my god, don't cut to a wide. I don't want to see him.
Yeah.
He looks so sad. Just.
Well, I just love it comes in. It's like, I don't know this kind of thing, and it's just like, man, like, I don't know.
I can't read the prompter.
Yeah.
It's not big, and like you make it big. It's like, bro.
And the most awkward part to come out of that is that they were talking about that game that has all these actors in it.
Yeah.
And then that he's just like, I happen, like the guy, the representative that came out was like, I happen to work on a little film called this that had Al Pacino in it. Crickets.
Like, yeah. A sarcophagus open and Al Pacino walked out like this.
It's so funny.
My people, the gamers. Yes. I love gamers. I love them so much.
Yes. I am the alpha gamer.
I'm the alpha gamer. Remember my game?
I played E.T. for the Atari 2600.
I was going to say, dude, I don't know why I'm forgetting all these movie titles.
Oh,
yeah? The one where he does a lot of coke.
Scarface?
Yeah.
Yeah.
damn it. There was a Scarface game that was pretty funny apparently.
Oh yeah. I heard that was like a decent GTA clone kind of thing.
It was a decent GTA, but it had its moments where like if it glitched or whatever, because the way they have Al Pacino rendered in it, it was a funny little glitch. I don't know if you can find it, whatever, but it's a funny little glitch where it was like, here's my fucking, you're gonna have an awful time, and he's like shooting, he's about to shoot the fucking machine gun or whatever, but he's on like this. He was like, it's like, say hello to my fucking friend here, and like it looks like shit, and like in the explosion, the people go, ah. It's like as they're like flying off, it's like what the fuck is going on here?
There's something so enchanting about that kind of shit where they like go from like oh no into ragdoll.
It's funny as shit.
I love this shit.
But no, like Ragnarok again, it was one of those things where like I loved its characters. Thor was my favorite.
God, yeah. Like
sorry,
I was surprised how much. I was surprised how much like. In the beginning, like, because I only saw some cutscenes early on, that I was like, fuck all these characters. Yeah. And then, like, we're at the end game, and I'm talking with Jess, and they, like, come back. I'm like, fuck that. And she's like, no, they're actually really cool. I'm like, what?
There was a moment where, like, how can I say, this game could have literally just been like, oh, Chris Hemsworth does a great Thor, but let's make our Thor, like, fucking charismatic and fun and shit like that. No, let's make him a drunk, depressed asshole who lives under his dad's ruling without, so like, any choice or shit like that.
Man.
Yeah.
The characters are so stupidly well written in that like it's not like I'm an asshole. It's like you realize that they're that way for a whole reason. Yeah, there's an entire lineage that made them like that. It's so fucking good.
You get to experience it. It's a 7. The animatic that I saw was like 7 hours. It would be time where like
that makes sense.
All the animatics are like 7 full fucking hours.
I mean, good. It's fucking great. Yeah.
It's you put it on, do some house chores. Your house will come out clean, and you'll come out with a good story, dude. I'm telling you.
I started watching near the end, and like, there's a big twist that happens that I was just like sitting there. I was like, I don't know this game. I don't know these characters, and I will think about this for days.
Yeah. It's like walking into the middle of a Gladiator or some shit like that, where like, oh, everything is so fucking beautiful and wonderful, and like the story is just crazy, but like. God damn, shit's hard.
Also, hello, Beyblader Team 2020. Good to see you. Yeah, how are you? What was your anime or video game of the year if you have one? Because we're just going off the wall on like, man, dude, there's primarily the thing that blows my mind is how much like during the Game Awards, there's so much shit that I forgot. Like when Elden Ring came up, I was like, oh yeah, that was this year. And then like God of War had just come out,
and it was getting all that shit. Yeah,
exactly.
I was being like, dude, how the fuck is like God of War getting all these awards? It just came out. Do people like really know it full to back? Like back to back like this? God damn.
And the worst part is totally deserved it too, though.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. But dude, I mean seriously, the fact that Elden Ring came out and it didn't need a patch.
Yeah, like
that by itself is like holy shit. You guys give a fuck. Like damn, y'all really give a shit.
I appreciate that so fucking much. The same thing with God of War, where I think someone told me that they're not thinking about doing any more DLC or anything. Good. It's just, this is the game. Enjoy, have fun, and we'll see you next time. Yeah.
The gameplay is good enough for you to come back for it, so why not?
Yeah, man. And apparently there's just so much on it. Like, there's so much...
side shit and whatnot,
And that brings me to a game that is getting DLC and I'm very excited for, which is Sonic Frontiers. Did you play any Sonic Frontiers?
No, I did not, but like a lot of my friends who like fucking enjoy the shit out of it, they say, I hear the words, oh, the game that Sonic fans deserved or should have gotten or something like that come across, where like, it's one of those, how can I say, it's basically that Unreal... the Unreal demo
Sega
that came to true.
Hire this man.
Basically, that kind of shit where like finally an open world I can go fast and do all that shit. But you actually played it, so tell me.
I love hearing shit where it's just like, this is the game they deserve. I'm like, no, we deserve a good game. But this was very enjoyable because you can wrap it up in like 8 hours probably, I think is how much I put into it. But it is still like, it's the kind of game that, like, and all Sonic games are really the kind of game where it's just like, if I'm a kid and I don't really know games that well, if I kind of get into this, then I'll feel like I'm a genius. Like, there's a lot of elements to it that when you get into the cheesing of like some of the physics, you're just like, this is fucking cool and I get to go fast and all this stuff. But it's not stupid complex. There's enough in there that I appreciate that they changed up the control scheme enough. Because before it was you jump and you bounce or you do the homing attack. This one, jumping, homing attack, doing like a heavy attack or like other stuff are all different buttons, and by stringing them together, you do different shit, which was way better.
That's cool.
Yeah,
it's not like I don't know why, but there's always gameplay of the older Sonic games.
Yeah, of course.
In which it's like, okay, he's doing his homing attack. It's just one button. It's like boom, boom. Boom, boom. How do you like make that more interesting?
Yeah, because now I think they took a page out of like the Mario book finally, where like in Mario Odyssey, if you string together a couple button presses quickly, you do like a cool, really quick, awesome move. Like one of them is like you throw the hat, so you jump, throw the hat, and then jump onto the hat, and then do another jump, and like. It's something that you just learn throughout because you're just like, cool, I kind of want to speedrun the game. Yeah. And Sonic finally has something kind of like that because they gave you enough buttons and fucking shit to do. You can finally do it. But it's marred by, in my mind, the fact that they have... Some of the voice actors are different. That's not really that bad. Sonic's voice is deeper, so it feels weird. Amy's voice sounds fucking terrible. She sounds like I don't know, like... a middle-aged housewife that just wants to go home.
Oh my god!
Like legitimately, she's just like, look at all this fucked up shit happening. Like legitimately, she just looks
how sad.
She's just so over it. She's like,
she's supposed to be like lively in love with Sonic and
yeah, exactly.
all that shit.
Which there's that, but like I love that half the time it's really just Sonic like, you okay?
You okay, Amy? You alright? You haven't been the same since the DLC.
But yeah, so the DLC is not only going to have apparently some playable characters in. There's Tails, Knuckles, and Amy are in the game, so hopefully you can play as them. But then they also have this new character called Sage, which is like an AI that Eggman made, and might be they might show up in other games, which I'm cool with because the game was weirdly somber. Like, okay, if I were to just come up to somebody and talk about Sonic the Hedgehog. Probably we would turn into like rolling around at the speed of sound. This game, when you're around the overworld, if you took Breath of the Wild's music, which is just like nice little ambience, it made it the most depressing shit you've ever fucking heard. Yeah, it's like the music's kind of sad throughout the entire place.
You mean like Green Hill?
There's no Green Hill. You're on some random place. There's some really huge bops when you're fighting the bad guys because it's like this butt rock that I'm like, I wanted this the whole time. And then there's like when you're playing in a specific level, there are these more like excitable music so that you do this like speed run kind of thing. You're like more in it. But the general outside is so sad and somber and mellow that like it's kind of cool to hang around. But like I said, I mean like. It got me in the mood that I'm like, I'm just gonna go fishing. Like, fuck this.
Oh my gosh. So you think maybe something more energetic as the background would have been better?
No, it was just so weird to me how like not only quiet, but like when you go around the overworld, they do this thing where in Breath of the Wild, like you can climb anything, you can do whatever, and based on your upgrades to yourself, you can do it better or worse. It's basically the whole fucking game. You upgrade it. It's an RPG kind of thing. In this game, if you upgrade Sonic, that doesn't do much benefit because whenever you're trying to get like a token to help you progress, you go on like this quick little, you get on a rail and then you jump to this thing and you go over here and you get it. You don't need any power up to ever be able to do it. You don't need any of these like upgrades to be able to do it better or worse.
Gotcha.
The problem being though, that like, you're stuck. That like if you're cool, okay, this rail goes to that token. If you've already gotten that token, you're trying to find somewhere else. You might accidentally realize that path was a little bit longer, and you found the way back to it, and you're just like, fuck me, I just want to be able to like go do a thing. So it's in the end, it got to the point where they're like, there's an island over there. I want to get over there. How do I do it? And you look and you see that there's like this entire path of looping whatever. But to get there, you can't just like get a better jump to get there quicker. You need to find exactly the way to fucking do it.
There's a stinking path always to it.
Yeah, which isn't bad, but it became harder and harder to find it. All that to say, like I said, I played the game 8 hours. I had a great time. But there's like Spark the Electric Jester 3 for the PC is surprisingly great for the fact that it's just that. It's just gotta go fast. You play the fucking thing. It goes from level to level to level, similarly to like Sonic Adventure 2. But this game, like Sonic Frontiers, was just so competent that it made me feel like, wow, it's nice to be appreciated every once in a while as a Sonic fan. Like, you guys don't completely hate us.
It didn't give you something. They gave you something to shit on too much. Basically,
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
more of a complete game, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It had some glitches as well, apparently, but like nothing like in the oh my god, I keep on forgetting the Pokemon game.
Sonic 06? Wait, Scarlet and Violet?
Yeah, where like apparently, like you were saying in this Sonic, I've seen some people like just skip around and shit like that. It's like I'm not supposed to be here, and like just run around in circles and do shit like that. But that's all. To me, that's like the point of an open game.
Yeah.
You know, unlike in what is it, the Pokemon game.
Yeah.
One of the glitches that I saw was like, okay, you get this legendary Pokemon or whatever that turns into a bike.
Oh, yeah.
Very early on, but there's a skill that it gets where it allows it to like go up mountains and shit like that.
Oh, like you need a specific thing for that?
To like be able to reach higher events or higher areas or whatever. Apparently, if you jump backwards up to it,
you can backwards long jump?
You can backwards long jump, kind of like the horses in fucking Skyrim, basically.
Holy
you can just
shit.
do that with this dude, with your like thing, and get up to places where you're not supposed to be until like
I was
later
about
in
to
the
say,
game.
just no clip through the fucking ground like everybody's doing and you'll be fine.
Or do that, or go into
yeah.
the picture mode and just glitch your way into like some bullshit. More games need to do that.
Yeah, like legitimately, that's the thing that I find interesting. How much that like, I feel like we're giving Pokemon bad publicity in the way of like the Bad Miracle we were talking about, where it's like, oh, this game was so shitty, but now it has a lot of like. It gets a lot of press.
Yeah.
And then
sold
apparently a lot of people that played it said that like, yeah, there's glitches and it fucking sucks for that stuff. But apparently the plot is really good.
They still played it. No,
Yeah.
they continued it. Yeah.
And like the new elements are really great. And so that's the frustrating part is it's just like, I don't know if they're really going to make any change because they're just like, well, I mean, people still kind of liked it. We got reviewed pretty good. So it reminds me of like the mid 2010s when people were releasing unfinished games, but still getting good reviews on IGN or whatever.
Just because it did something newer.
Exactly.
Or some bullshit like that.
So that's it. That's where I feel we are with Pokemon, where it's just like, everybody wants to play it for the new cute Pokemons that are coming out, and they are fucking great. And I love. This is the first time I think we've seen starters that had like a lot of competition between each other. That people are like, no, this fucking duck is rad.
They had personality.
Yeah,
Unlike,
exactly.
how can I say? Remember when Trico? I forgot the fire one. Cyndaquil, Torchic.
Oh yeah.
Was it? It
Or it
was.
might have been Cyndaquil. I don't know.
I think it was one of those two. No,
Yeah.
it was Torchic, and then Turtwig. I think
Yeah.
it was. No, they were with the monkey thing, with the fire monkey thing.
Oh yeah.
Either way,
Yeah.
they had character to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like a generic, or not generic, but like, what was, I don't even remember the last starters.
The one it wasn't
penguin,
one was it had like a soccer ball, like scorer bunny.
The rabbit, the penguin, and it was like another penguin.
Yeah, I don't even remember the grass one at all. Like, was it the one that's like kind of a bird thing? Was that it, like an owl?
Either way, we don't remember it. That's the thing, though. Like these had actually
remember these ones either.
Well, you don't like fucking Weed Cat? Like, apparently that was like huge. People were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I fucking love that. Reminded me of like and. I'm gonna be real. I always loved the fire ones, but an apple dragon or apple gator, I was like, "What the fuck is this thing?"
That was a little weird.
But at the same time, it became like, all of them had their own corner of the internet where people were like, "No, this is the best thing ever. I swear, this is the fucking one. You guys are wrong."
No, it created a friendly divide, as we say.
Which weirdly reminds me of like the OG starters, where like there are the Charizard, Bulbasaur, like. Dichotomy, and then the people with Charizard, Squirtle, and then Bulbasaur's over here just like, I'm having a good time.
And literally the only reason why those Pokemon are good is because they grew up with them. This was my first starter, and I did pretty well in that campaign, so I love them to fucking death.
Dalton, what are you doing here? No, I'm kidding. How's it going now? Yeah, thank you. This is the new drip. This Sanic the Horchig, good jacket. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, how you doing? Is there any video game or anime that you're very into right now? Right now, I've been seeing nothing but clips of High on Life.
Oh my god, High on Life is like super popular, especially on TikTok.
It definitely is like the streamers kind of thing because motherfucker just talks the whole time.
Yeah, you don't need to talk.
Yeah,
you don't need to talk.
You just need to laugh, and then they have like a couple Easter eggs.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh my God, Justin Roiland, what are you doing?
Justin Roiland, you're so funny. I too watch Evangelion. Like shit like that.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that if you like his humor,
no,
you will love it. if you don't like his humor, don't buy this game.
I completely agree. Yeah.
It's how can I say this? I think a game shoots itself in the foot if there's a setting if it says turn off like quips.
Did they have that?
It does. I'm pretty sure it has that. I'm pretty sure that's one of the things.
Fuck?
I'm pretty sure I read a little thing that says like this game allows you to turn off some like non-story essential quips, which is like that's all the game though is like nothing but quipping and like interacting with people.
I would say that some of the stuff you could probably get by regularly. Like, case in point, the gun literally tells us, you should shoot that guy. Like, shit like that.
Shit like that.
So you could get by without those because you could just not. Or you could remember you're in a fucking game and shoot the thing.
Yeah.
But it's surprising to me how much Justin Roiland has made it completely, like, he's hollowed out a niche forever about just ad-libbing forever. Like, he's created a skill that he's not gonna, unless he gets fucking bonked in the brain, he's not gonna forget, and he'll be able to do forever. And I weirdly love this because Trover, the last game that I made, that was like that VR experience thing. Like, that game was similar, but this one is just straight up like, okay, not only it looks like a next-gen game, but it looks accessible.
Really good.
Yeah, like the fucking RTX on, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, it looks real good. But the fact that they're at that point where it's just like, well, if you just keep talking and talking, then you're never gonna run out of content. Like, the entire game, it's wall-to-wall, like, stuff to the point where they brought in like Psychic Pebbles and what was it called? Red Letter Media.
An entire they had an entire movie in this.
Yeah. Demon Hand.
Demon Wind. It was
that
Demon
was
Wind.
it. Yeah.
Wind. Yeah.
And it's their entire recording of the entire like.
They bought the rights to that movie just to have it in their video game, which is like to me that's genius.
Yep.
Like Justin Run, like whatever you think of him, whatever. To me, this game feels like a Smiling Friends video game in which people who care about their craft, as like I'm gonna hire my friends to like do this type of shit, like let them do their own fucking thing.
And this is the kind of thing that like whenever people say like Sigma grind set shit about like I'm a celebrity, but like I work just as hard as you guys. This and all the stuff that I see Second Pebbles doing is just like that's it. That's them straight up being like, you know what? I know that this is going to be a lot of work, but it's going to also be a lot of fun. So case in point, I could picture, the Red Letter Media guys just sitting down and be like, cool, we'll just record an entire thing.
Record this here from Milwaukee. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. But, what the fuck did I do? Are our mics on? I think our mics are on.
Check.
Good. Okay, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. But yeah, that it's gotten to the point where I love the fact that it does feel like they got Psychic Pebbles in a booth for several hours. And the same thing with Justin Roiland, and they just sat and talked and talked and talked and talked and just filled the void with that. And I appreciate how much it's just like, I don't know how much of a script they had. Like,
I don't think they have any. I think they just said, oh yeah, humans are drugs to these big aliens, and you just have to fight these big aliens. Let's just make whatever up, whatever. Because like, chances are you don't even give a shit about like the main pseudo plot or whatever. Yeah. You're more interested in the Macaroni Brothers who are like right there, and they're like, "Hey, you can't come back here." Yeah. So this game has some really funny bits. Yeah. And like the very beginning, apparently, if like the gun is talking to you,
it's the most clippable fucking thing. Yeah.
The gun is talking to you, and the gun is like, press the whatever button to shoot. I don't know. You just do your thing. Yeah. But if you pause and unpause right after that, the gun goes, "Did you just fucking pause?" Everyone knows the pause button. That doesn't shoot. It doesn't do anything. You really, oh my god, we're fucked. Like shit like that.
I love it. It's just like, that's not the shoot button. Like, you have to look it up, you idiot.
It just.
And then when you start shooting, he still berates you. It's like, that's at least a little better.
The game understands its player. Where like they're just gonna fuck about and like do whatever. This game understands that players are gonna try to break the game as well. Yeah. There's portions. It's all over
like
TikTok.
A cheating thing?
There's a cheating thing in which like if you cheat, a little guy shows up. It's like, hey, we know you cheated, and we caught you, and we're just gonna let you know that we're not gonna do anything to change it. We support the way you played, but just know that you skipped parts that we think are important. And like it's like, what do you just shut up? Just shut the fuck up. Making me feel like shit.
I think they completely understood the fact that like that's the new meta is like how much can you keep your game like in the like not zeitgeist, but like in popular things.
In its own like, metaverse type thing. Yeah.
How do you make it so clippable that people are going to still keep seeing clips like months after the games come out because they're like, oh, I saw this one Easter egg, or maybe like some audio might not come out till I could totally see Justin Roiland being like, "Hey, you played this after like the new year. Wow, I guess you'd like it. Thanks. You're gonna have a hat now." Like shit like that, where it's just like something really stupid and simple.
There's a portion in the game in which like a character is like, "Oh, I got you trapped. Oh fuck. Can you give me a minute, or give me a minute?" And like he leaves.
Oh wait, isn't it like an hour? Like you sit there for an hour?
And like he goes like, "All right, hold on, I'm gonna need some time." And like he leaves, and like an hour passes, and if your character just sits there or whatever, like he'll come back and he's like, "Oh my god, you actually stood here for an hour? Oh my god, that's crazy. Well, I'm gonna need a week." It's like you can sit there, you can do whatever you want later, and like it's like who stands there for an entire hour? Who's gonna stand there for a week?
I think that there's like you're right.
Who's gonna stand there for a week? Someone has to.
Oh my god, yeah. Because I remember that. Like I watched the clips, and he comes in and checks. He's like, "That was 10 minutes. Yeah, just give me a little longer." And then he comes in and he's like, 30 minutes. Okay, just 1 second. And then they come back and he's like, "Oh, you fool, you stupid idiot. You said that for an hour? Are you dumb?" Yeah.
Silly idiot. Here's a week now. For something that doesn't even matter. That's good shit though.
Yep.
That's shit posting that I appreciate.
And so Dalton, I know you've been you commented a little while ago, and we've been talking about High on Life for a little bit. What have you been watching? Because he mentioned it in here, and he says that the anime that really stands out is a good old slice of life and is very wholesome, and I agree. Is Spy Family. You've been watching Spy Family?
No. Because of how fucking popular it is, dude. I'm one of those guys. You know, I just didn't find it interesting for me. I'm sorry. Try to sell it to me. No one has been able to sell it to me, Keon. Try to sell it to me.
What do you know about it?
I know small pink hair girl, annoying.
Guys,
fun.
This is literally, I was making the thumbnail for this, and he's like, "No, Anya's the strat. Make Anya big in the screen." And I was like, sure.
She's massive. She's big and everywhere. I've seen her everywhere, and I don't know who she is.
The best thing to come out of this year.
She's the next Mario.
Yeah, the best thing to come out of this year was her being put in like random manga panels. Where it's like Pain is like descending on the Leaf Village. You see Anya there, like ready to square up.
That or the what's his nuts from One Piece? The
the little reindeer.
He's like like screaming.
Yeah, you see like the like breath coming out of his fucking face. Yeah,
that shit. But no, like I don't know anything about this anime.
Okay.
It's literally everywhere. Like you and I worked at conventions, and they're fucking all over the place.
I've never seen more bearded gentlemen cosplay as a pink-haired girl, and it fits, and I'm very happy for them.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
Is that your review? That's your review.
Exactly. Fuck you. No. Primarily, the thing about the show that's so good is okay. I mean, so you don't know the premise at all?
I don't know shit.
Okay. So I'm about to spoil the first episode or two for everybody. Is that Anya, the pink-haired girl, is a psychic, so she can read people's minds.
Gotcha.
That's her thing. The dad is a spy, so Spy Family. So he is trying to get close to. There's basically a war that might erupt in this little place. So he's a spy, and his entire job, like this big long con that they're trying to do, is to get close to one of these like secret intelligence people. And so he's like, okay, that person you can never find him. He's always surrounded by security, except when he visits this one school to see his kids. So I need to masquerade as a family and have a little girl that goes to that school, so eventually I can get FaceTime with that guy. That's the whole premise, is that he needs to do that. Gotcha. So he goes to an orphanage and finds Anya, and Anya says that she's like, I think she says she's 6, even though she's like 4, so she's like really little, so she really can't speak super great. And so she always is saying like some dumb bullshit, which is great. But ultimately, she can read minds, so she knows that he's a spy, and she loves spy shows. Yeah. So she's just like super stoked for anything he's doing. So it's really good, because the entire time she's just like, she says waka wak, is like excited. So, or she's like stoked. So that. And then, so they're together. So now they're just like, wait, but for us to be a happy... This is supposed to take place in like the 50s kind of thing, even though it's a made-up place. But it's supposed to be before cell phones, all this stuff. It's like the cool spy gear, James Bond kind of shit. So so they're trying to find like a mom because you can't go to this prestigious school without having like a family unit. He also doesn't want to raise any suspicion, so he's like, well, we need to have a family unit so that I don't come off as like, I don't know, gathering attention by being a single dad.
Yeah.
So then they find Yor, who is also getting picked on at work for being a single woman, and the reason she's a single woman and doesn't make any connections with people is because she's an assassin.
Oh.
Yeah. So she is a contract killer that kills people in her spare time, is super badass, wears this fucking dope-ass outfit, and is like legitimately like insanely strong. So she's trying to find a husband just to be like, oh my God, I'm in the show. She's 26.
Okay.
And it's just like, I need a husband because I'm getting old. And I'm like,
okay.
how fucking dare you?
What?
Yeah. So she's like, I'm drawing attention because I'm old and I want people to draw. I don't want to draw attention because I'm an assassin. So he's just like, I don't want to draw attention because I'm a spy. So they don't know. Lloyd, the father, hasn't told anybody he's a spy.
Yeah.
Yor, the mother, hasn't told anybody she's an assassin. But
Anya knows everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So she knows everything. So they're all trying to play this gambit of like, oh, well, I need to go do this thing because I have a spy mission and I need to go do whatever. And Anya's just like, okay, cool, I'm going to try to help, even though she's like a stupid kid. Yeah. And so she's always like fucking things up, but also kind of helping. Yeah. And then Yor wants to go be an assassin and do all this assassin stuff, and so she's trying to make excuses. And so the slice of life part comes about that they're all just like doing these wholesome, cute things, even though they have like fucked up, not only backstories, but like shit to do on the daily. So they have like weird like secret lives they have to go do stuff.
Gotcha. It reminds me of like a more extra version of Way of the House Husband.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
exactly.
It's like I got crazy fun. Dude, that's a good show. I love that one.
Well, season 2 comes out on Sunday, apparently.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just saw it on Netflix, whatever. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But I think you would really like it for the fact that it's really cute and like it is kind of slice of lifey, but yeah, if you don't already think that Yor is the hottest piece of ass to come out of anime this year, but also that like literally the entire time like Jess and I are watching it, we're either just fawning over Lloyd or Yor or like how adorable Anya is. Aww. And so like it's really fun for the fact that they're not only like these like weird situations, but all the tertiary characters that just show up and do random bullshit are also like have weird cool attitudes about them that it feels like just like a good slice of life. And I agree with Dalton.
It feels like a lived show, basically, where like characters do have like their own thing going on and shit like that.
And all of their dynamics are stupid, like really dumb.
Gotcha.
So like whenever something happens, you're just like,
to the extreme,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's good.
So I highly recommend it if you guys haven't watched it. I only spoiled the first 2 episodes, but I mean that's the premise of the show. So it's really worth it. And they just finished the season, so
so I have to watch it.
Yeah. But you know what else just finished its half season? Chainsaw Man. Have you been watching?
I saw so don't be mad at me.
I will be mad at you.
No, I didn't mean it, dude.
No, I'm not.
I saw the first 3 episodes and had to stop right there because it was like way too fucking good.
I agree.
And I wanted to watch it with Casey and Jeff.
Hell yeah.
Because like they were like, dude, we need to watch this together. And like I was like, fuck, I watched the first 3 episodes like at a binge by accident.
Dude, that's not even anything.
I know, but like it already grabbed me. You know what I mean? Like it already like, oh fuck, like it already like got my shit.
I'm pissed off at the people that keep saying like, oh, the animation's not that good. This thing's animated like a fucking movie.
Yeah, like, what the fuck are they talking about?
They don't like that there's 3D animation even in it anywhere.
What the fuck ever? No, shut up. First of all, and I got peepers, bro. It took me a bit to realize, oh, this is fucking 3D. This is good because it's not distracting or shit.
Nope.
Like what? Shut up, complaining about that kind of shit.
And it frustrates me so much because it is. It's so funny watching that and then Spy Family or like any of these other shows that are still animated pretty good, but like you don't get that much detail from the environment and they like went out of their way to shade things so fucking well that like, dude, oh my god, this anime is so. I legitimately like one sequence was rendered so well that I had to tell Jess, I'm like, we need to stop for a second, like literally, because it like. I almost got like triggered. Like I'm not even kidding. Like I was watching it and I'm just like, this is so like this brings me back to like a fucked up memory that I have, or like this gross thing that I'm like, dude, we need to take a second. Like this
God.
And it's like you don't get that from any anime. And like this thing, the premise is the dumbest shit you've ever fucking heard.
Really is, yeah.
Dude's name's Chainsaw Man. He gets a chainsaw head, and then like fucking chainsaws come up his fucking limbs, and like blood splatters everywhere. But there's so much intrigue and interest in like the world of like what the fuck is going on? Who are these devil people?
It gives me that how can I say, person is in an awful fucking situation, kind of like in not Blade Runner, kind of like in Cyberpunk, where it's like they're just in a shit fucking situation and they just need to get out of there. So they're given this miracle / fucking curse.
For sure,
basically, where like in Cyberpunk it was the spine that makes him good, but also kills him faster.
Yeah.
Or like in Chainsaw Man, where like, he's now better at his job because he's a fucking demon person, but now he's like, he's a fucking demon person. He's not a good person, you know?
No.
Whoa.
Denji is a fucking...
He's a saint, I know, but like he's demon.
No, he's himbo galore, and I love him because
he wants to touch
of that.
Booba.
Because he wants to touch Booba. That's it. I am. There's nothing better to me than the fact that like the show starts off with that, where it's just like, hey, you know that like every main character, like fucking Attack on Titan, I will kill every Titan, or like all this other shit. Denji just straight up is just like, I want to have a roof over my head and touch a booba and like get a kiss. Like
I would like to eat something besides sliced bread.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and even then, he's like, I just want jam on the bread. That's it. Yeah. So the thing that like I love about it is because that's the character. You know exactly what the character's about, and his motivations so simply, and that you're just watching him go through. And I'm not trying to say that like that's what your life should be, is only booba or whatever. And that's why I'm gonna say it here now. It's immortalized forever. I don't think anyone should be allowed to watch anime until they're like 18. And it's not because the show's rated PG-13 or whatever. It's because every single anime has like a very unhealthy thing in it that you shouldn't do as a human being. But like if you only watch anime, you'll just be like, well, this is how people act, right? You know?
Even old anime shit.
Yeah. So watching Chainsaw Man as a fully grown adult, you're like, fuck yeah, you go get toast, my dude. Like I'm happy for you. You know, especially in the very beginning, you see how fucked he is and how he's just like a simple guy that just wants simple pleasures. Yeah. And so you see the evolution of that. But primarily, it's so refreshing to have a show that is way more about, okay, cool, here's a simple character. Here's their simple wants. Kind of like Jujutsu Kaisen a little bit. But the world they're in and the rules of all of the stuff that's happening is so intriguing that you're like, I'm glad I don't need to worry about Denji. I'm glad he's just whatever. And
the guy that we followed, what was his name? Denji?
Yeah, Denji.
I'm really bad with names. But like the person that we followed, he also doesn't even know the world that he just stepped into.
Exactly.
So we get to learn with him. So like every time something new pops in, we're like, oh shit, and he's like, fuck. Like we have something to hold on to. You know, we're how can I say? It's kind of like, adult movie, so let's just add a kid here to like have the kids follow along. But this is just a kid in an adult movie.
Yes,
basically.
Exactly.
We're like, fuck, we have to grow up with this guy now too.
And especially that's your point of view character they usually have in writing. But the best part about it is that it's you. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on, and you don't need to think like, oh, well, what's Denji going to think? The entire time, and like I brought this up in our like stupidly long video about Wednesday, that like he's not a Mary Sue, of course, like he's still learning his powers, and he's learning what the fuck's going on. But like the fact that Wednesday or any of these Mary Sue characters show up and are just good at shit, or they can do shit, is beneficial, because then you're like, well, what do they need to do? What's this world showing? What's the mystery? And then you get that because they're just doing it. So it's great.
Even in Chainsaw Man, where like, is he even doing for good?
Yeah,
like we'll later find out, but like
wait, don't you tell me anything? I don't know shit about
I don't know shit either. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But like it has that tone because like I said, I only saw the first 3 episodes, and like he's just now like getting to know her a little bit. I forgot her name. The redhead. Like she's just trying to like there's something off about her, dude.
Who knows?
There's something going on. I don't know. That's what I'm like. I want to see it.
And the entire time, I just keep telling Jess, I'm like, please don't spoil anything. She's like, I would never. But at the same time, there's a lot of spoilers on the fucking internet. Like I got shit spoiled for me on accident. Yeah.
It's same on TikTok. That's why I'm trying to stay away from it. But
Yeah.
no, this one it looks amazing. It looks fantastic.
So fucking good.
It's nice to see something beautiful not done by Trigger, because like
Mappa, right?
Trigger does a lot of cool fucking
Yeah.
shit. They did the Cyberpunk one. It looked amazing, beautiful.
Oh yeah, they did. Shit, I forgot. Yeah.
Perfect for them.
Yeah.
But to have like something, especially in 3D, that doesn't look like Berserk. And like you want bad 3D, that's Berserk right there.
Yeah.
Fucking like
oh my god, yeah.
That one, I forget which other one is like Code Lyoko is another one that comes into my
Holy shit!
comes into my
you
brain.
unlocked part of my brain with Code Lyoko.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good. Which apparently the new Trigun is getting a remake, or like not even a remake because the OG didn't follow the manga completely.
Yeah.
So they're.
I saw like a trailer type thing for it or something.
And it's all 3D, and I'm about that because it's by the same people that made Beastars.
Yep.
So like, I think that they're going to do a pretty good job about it, but I am over this whole thing about people saying like, I get when 3D might take you out of it, but it's in service of something. If it's not in service of something, I'll be the first one to be like, that's bullshit, I fucking hate this. But like the new Dragon Ball Z movie came out this year, the superhero, and it's all in 3D. And after they came out with that game, I'm like, like the game that fully turned like 2D, 3D. I'm like, they should just do this forever. It looks perfect.
I'm pretty sure the game came out first and then that movie. And I'm pretty sure in the movie they used in-game assets.
Yeah, probably.
Because it looks good.
Yeah.
It looked good.
I agree.
How can I say this? It's like being like, they're not using a film. Can you believe they recorded on a CF card? What? That's what that feels to me.
This pisses me off the most about it too, is that it's not like they're fucking sitting on their ass sipping tea.
Yeah.
They're working fucking hard to make it look that good.
Yes.
So especially
Chainsaw Man law, not Shrek's law anymore.
Yeah, exactly. But like, that's what frustrates me about like, whenever you see something that not even doesn't look good, but isn't in service to the thing, like Legend of Korra had these big robots that were in 3D, but in my mind I'm like, they're fucking robots. Like, I wouldn't want to render the fucking thing, but primarily it's in service to the fact that they're machines. Like, they're meant to look different. It's hard to render those too, of course. But when it comes to like the Dragon Ball Z movie, I really appreciated it because there's some stuff you can't do in 2D. You just fucking...
I agree.
If you did, it would be prohibitively expensive, and you'd just make Redline again, because fucking Redline's the best fucking movie that's ever been made. And they... God, I fucking love that movie so much. But what I mean is that, like, there's parts of that movie where while I was watching it, I'm like, I will only excuse this being in 3D if not only I just enjoy it, but also, too, if they use it, you know?
Yes.
The final fight... has some shit you just can't fucking do in 2D, and I'm like, that's the only excuse I need, and it's there, and it's fucking incredible, and I'm very happy about it.
Or it would be extremely fucking difficult.
Exactly.
Like
we don't have Akira money anymore.
And that's the problem. No, there is a lot of Akira money. Is that people don't want to spend that money to get Akira type product.
I agree.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series right now.
Oh, that thing is so fucking good.
Do you see the Shredder fight between that and like how amazing it just looks? All of it 2D. All of it is amazing.
Like every episode is a fucking masterpiece.
I just feel like with this one here, it's more like lens control that you can play with.
Yes,
with 2D, there's how can I say this? With the eye and image and how we see things in perspective, there are laws behind that.
Yeah, of course.
With 3D, because like, and you showed me some of these programs where you've been like, look at this scene, Alan. Oh, let's switch the lens. Let's go on a 15, and it looks wider, and everything changes prospectively.
Yeah.
In 2D. It's hard to replicate that because our eyes notice a slight difference. Yeah. It's like, oh, that's too much of a straight line right there. While in like, you can just slide this. It streamlines it, I feel.
And that's why I bring up Redline is that there's parts in it, and if there's a I think it was not VFX artists react, it was animators react, where they bring up Redline for a little bit, and they show that like for them to get that perfect of a like result took like probably so much manpower that I don't think we can even conceive of it.
Yeah.
But for them to do those things where it's like it stretches like the people and shows like as if you were using like doing like a dolly zoom.
Exactly.
Kind of thing.
It's that how can I say? it's stuff that we can't do in our real world.
Yeah.
Where like, you know, in shots where like Ultraman, for example, this is a good example, I feel.
Yeah.
Where like the iconic shot where he's like this.
Yeah.
And like his fist looks like right at the camera and is like it's all in focus and it looks awesome. That's actually an enlarged arm with like this type of lens and this type of thing, which takes way too much time here in the real world, way too much time here in the animating world.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here we have in the 3D, where like I feel like I can send you a shot, and for you to be like, I don't like it. Can we switch it up? And I can be like, yeah.
Exactly.
I can just do that. And animation's like, bro, that was a week of my life.
Yeah.
And you want me to change his hair color? And
I agree.
Shit.
And you see that when they spend the extra time, it's all on that good fucking, like we said with like Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
You get all of this extra shading that's come in with all that manpower, but with like animation, you can put those fine details. You can get really good subsurface scattering, so the skin looks good. But when it came to like Dragon Ball Z Superhero, like you said, there are moments where like they warp the world, and there's like,
it's so fucking
they go so OP that like warps reality in a way, and I'm just like, that's it. That's what I want to see.
My favorite shots in that, and I saw that Dragon Ball Z movie in fucking Dolby.
Hell yeah!
Fucking. As a Dragon Ball, I'm not a fan of Dragon Ball Z, but I grew up with it. It took me back. It was nice.
Yeah.
But some of my favorite shots is like, oh, look, I'm gonna punch you, and characters lens to cameras like this close, and then goes.
Yeah.
It's like what? How do you can't do that in IRL without making it look goofy?
Yeah. And the closest thing we have to both is that people are using 3D to get some mock-ups of like, here's big thing moving, and it's all in grayscale, and then they animate over it.
Yeah.
Which has always been an amazing benefit of it, and it creates that a little bit of extra, like, cool, we have like physical objects that work well. But like, I can't believe how much time, effort, and blood, sweat, and tears has gone into making 3D models look 2D to the point where I'm like, great, this is I'm cool with it. It gets 90% of the way there, and I don't mind that extra 10%.
If I can, have you seen Guilty Gear, the newest one?
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like a 2D. It plays like a 2D.
Yep.
Oh no, your content creators are getting smarter and able to push shit faster because of this technology. Sorry, asshole. Like, come on, why would you complain about that?
And that's my whole thing about it, is that like going back to like the first thing we talked about, or one of the first things about like crunch, you know, like when you're crunching to make a game.
Animes also get fucking crunched. Manga artists get crunched as well.
Also, speaking of Evangelion, that's why the last 2 episodes were all fucking weird, is because
drawn on Crayola.
Exactly, yeah. That like it was just hard for them to achieve what he was setting out to do, and it didn't wrap up how he wanted. And so similarly, that like with all these games, the more that games and movies and TV show and all that stuff, that when you get it in 3D and you have the ability to make these small incremental decisions quickly, like I mentioned before, when you're making a game, you're using Agile and you make your minimum viable product. Once you've made that little itty bitty thing, everything else is, you know, frosting or what, icing on the cake. That you're like, cool, okay, we made that. Now we can add cooler physics, or not physics, but like cooler enemy types or cooler level design or all this other stuff. Same thing in movies, that like once you have the ability to not have to just squeeze animators to just keep drawing frames, or like, having to throw away an entire character design. Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine you have a character design and you're like, oh, we didn't want the shoulder pad to look like that. Well, I guess we have to keep going. Versus like, we changed the 3D model, now we need to re-render it. Rendering time still takes for fucking ever, though. Yeah. I will say, Shrek's Law we've talked about. Yeah. But like, at the end of the day, I personally would love to work in that environment. I consider everything we've talked about to be, this is all my creative philosophy. Yeah. I would love to do these things. But I do also agree that there is something to be said about like the old traditional animation method. If you're about it and you sign on and you have complete consent that you know what the fuck you're signing yourself up for, fucking go for it. Yeah. Yeah. But
just know it's a fucking tough one. It's really fucking tough.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's funny to me because like all the other stuff that I have on here, like more or less was just 2D drawn, and like there isn't too much 3D in it. But it's incredible to me that of these, people are still fucking complaining about the 3D, in Attack on Titan. Have you seen Attack on
what the
Titan
fuck
this
ever.
season, part 2 of season final season?
What's wrong with it now? Is it? Do the Titans look what?
They're in 3D. That's it.
So fucking what?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess because they weren't 3D in the first seasons.
Yeah, and I agree that like the first season shit looks really cool, but they're able to do way more stuff, and the Titan powers have gotten like crazy.
Yeah.
So that it makes sense. But some of the stuff that is still meant to be. Like, there's one moment, I don't want to spoil anything. Like, this shit gets fucking weird in this part. But, like, there's one moment that's, like, a fucking weird, dumb thing happens. It's animated. But, like, they got to the point, and Mappa also worked on that they got to the point where they're just like, cool, this stuff will be animated now, and we'll get better with the animation that we do. But I think that it definitely helps all of that action. All the stuff that the Titans are doing is really hard to kind of, like, meld with the smaller people, like the smaller stuff going on. So I appreciate that they don't make any of the people 3D. Like they should pick their battles.
Yeah.
And the animations of like the people zipping around on their fucking 3D maneuver gear still 2D, and it looks fucking incredible.
Yeah.
But people still have their bugaboos about like fucking 3D Titans, and it infuriates me because the show should just be done. I don't want to talk about it anymore. You should be complaining that it's not fucking over, even though they've done the final season twice. God damn it! I wanted. God damn it! When I saw that they ended the last episode of part 2, and I was like, oh, this is going to be the end. I don't care if they end it and there's not enough happening. I just want it to be over. And then they're just like basically setting up what's going to happen in the next part. I'm like, it's not what the. And then they have a trailer for the next part. I'm like. And they're like, it's the final part though. You can't be too mad at us.
Is it though? Like, has the manga or whatever like ended already?
Yes, it ended last year.
Oh, okay.
And there's been good. There's been spoilers plenty. I think I've gotten a good amount spoiled for me, but I love the I love the fact that when they came out with it, just like it's the final part, we swear. And I keep telling Jess, I'm just like, I swear there's gonna be a fucking movie or something that's gonna ruin it. Yeah,
it has to be grandiose, and that's the whole thing behind it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the Western idea.
Yeah.
Of like getting to like different medias and whatnot. Has to be big. Did in your list, have you seen is Ranking of Kings there?
Yes.
I fucking love that show.
I only saw a couple episodes deep. I'm sorry I didn't get too far.
No worries.
Fuck me, that is not only so heart-wrenchingly sad and awful, but also adorable.
Dude, the music in it as well. That fucking theme, the boom. It's so jazzy and good. It's so feel good.
Yeah.
The animation style is completely different.
Yeah.
This is 100% like the whole 2D thing. I don't think I spotted any 3D anything.
It reminds me of like Goemon or like any of the like those earlier or what's his name. Like any of these legacy anime that are from like the 60s, 70s.
To me, it reminded the big head, small body, big eyes, not too much. How do I say? To me, it reminded me of like kind of like a picture book.
Yeah. Like
very very kid like, which I absolutely loved because like that means the silhouettes of characters, they all look different.
Yep.
Like I forgot the name, Queen Healing. Like
Was that her name?
Queen Healing. Guess what she does? She heals. Like shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And like what is it? Like her body shape is like she has like a dickhead head. And like it's super skinny, but like there's parts of her where she has like armor sometimes that like sticks out, and like there's other characters who are like, oh, I'm the big brawly guy, so of course he's like a shape of like a orangutan almost, like doing his thing. And like Boiji being like the fragile, like he can't hear, he's deaf.
so tiny.
He's super fucking tiny. And like he has a needle for a sword. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yep.
Oh, dude.
So good. And I love Kage or his friend.
The shadowy thing.
Yeah, I love that. And there's like a race of little like dudes that were all persecuted. Like so
he's like
good.
one of the very like few last ones. Like, hey, just like you, I've been tortured and like made fun of and all this other shit. Let's. I'm in your corner, Boji.
Like, what a perfect way to introduce how innocent Boji is and how, like, fucked over Kage's been, is when he's just like, hey, give me all your clothes. And he's just like, sure, and I'll get you more clothes. Why not? Who cares?
You're here tomorrow? Let's hang out,
It's so nice.
Seriously.
Like, he's just like, I just want a friend. He's like, wow, you really do just want a friend. Okay, well, I'll be your friend.
Like, dude, it's how can I say... the journey of becoming like a better king for the people and stuff like that, when it starts to become a thing for them. I'm not trying to spoil too much or anything.
And that's what I also appreciate about, I know it's not serious, but like how One Punch Man, where like he is technically the most OP superhero, but he sucks at being a hero.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
Yes.
And that I love that when an anime does that, where they're just like, yeah, on paper, if you're a child, you'd be like, yeah, no, this is the best hero. He's super epic and he could be Goku. But like, whenever you realize what that actually means, that's why I appreciate that part, where it's just like, yeah, that his stepbro, who's a piece of shit, could be an amazing king, and everybody thinks that he's a king, but, you know, he's missing a lot of pretty simple shit.
Yeah,
you know?
like having a heart, or like compassion, or thinking about others, and anything like that, right? To me, like, I think what you said was really good, the example of a reverse One Punch Man, where, like, he's a hero, but he doesn't know how to be a hero. This one, he knows what he wants to do to be, like, a good king, but the thing is, everyone on Earth thinks not.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, no, I don't think so, dude. You're small, fragile, but a thing.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do anything by yourself. And for them to, like, you can't even speak for yourself, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, yeah.
And for him to, like, go through this journey of, like, the whole thing here, the whole power is belief.
Oh, yeah.
Is this guy being like, man, I've been alone my entire life, but to have a mere worm look up to me feels good.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, damn, dude. And like, spoiler alert, I guess, but towards the end, nothing but tears from everyone.
Really?
Nothing but tears, dude. Seriously. Nothing but tears. There's moments it's like, oh, Boji, it was all in you. And like, it's like, oh, damn.
That's fucking great. Damn,
like,
I need to finish it.
And this is like early on too. There's moments where like characters just go like, "Oh, I knew you had it," and like the guy goes, "He believed in me." Like everyone just goes, It's like I'm thinking about it now. Like, God damn, it's really good. It's a really good show.
And I love the fact that like it starts off with like, everybody just seems like a total asshole.
Total dickhead.
Then, and then like the more they do any flashback, you're like, oh no, they've all known each other forever, and this is all the backstory, and this is why all these things are happening. And it's all built on a lot of shit, and you're just like, wow, Jesus, this is fucking intricate.
Yeah, and the fact that like, how can I say, people, they have this thing where like only two people, I'm gonna say only like 1 to 2 people know everything that happened.
Okay.
From there, it's kind of like trickle down economics bullshit, where like information trickles down, but no one knows what is what. No one like oh, this guy has this piece of information, but from the same trickle, this person got this information. So now they're conflicting.
See, this is what I love. I love that shit where like that's where Game of Thrones was getting really stupid at the end. Is that they did this whole fucking thing where it's just like, oh, I learned one thing, well, we can assume every other character knows it now. That's not how this shit works. Like that was all the fun of it. And it case in point, like Tyrion, the little person in the show, is just like similar, where he's not only has like all of the competence to do this, but he's just been battered and beaten his whole fucking life. Nobody's loved him. That like he's the antithesis to Boji, where Boji's just still like cool and happy, while Tyrion's like fucking mad about it.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Boji,
it's just so nice to see. Yeah.
He doesn't. How can I say? He's very reserved. He's been around this pain for too long, and he doesn't let it show to his friends.
God, so
good fucking show. I really like the show.
Hell yeah. And so, yeah, with anime, I think we've covered the main stuff. Everything else I have is like a little meme. Like, have you caught up on Mob Psycho?
No.
Yep, me
because
either.
first season was good enough, and like I felt like it didn't need anything.
Well, I think they just finished season 3.
Yeah. I didn't even know there was a season 3. I thought you were talking about 2, and I'm like, no, I don't.
Apparently, it's still fucking great. Like, it's all
I believe it.
Consistently good. Yeah.
I believe it. I just not interested. What else?
Yeah. So, did you hear about Blue Lock? Do you know about Blue Lock?
No.
Blue Lock is a soccer anime. Have you heard about that a little bit?
I like soccer anime. Some of them can be pretty good.
It's fucking great for the fact that, you know, a lot of soccer anime and a lot of sports anime are about like the game and like sportsmanship and all this stuff, and like you need to be good about this, and you learn some intricacies about the sport. Blue Lock is about being a forward in soccer. I don't know if it's called forward. I don't know shit about soccer. But you're basically like the striker who's supposed to go in and get the fucking... Exactly. And it starts off, it's basically... Well, I don't know if that's even a spoiler or even true, because I've only seen the first couple episodes. I was watching it as it was coming out. where the idea is that like all these kids are like pretty good at soccer, and so they all get invited by this eccentric billionaire, and the billionaire's just like, so Japan doesn't have, like, we never win a World Cup or we never win anything. Japan's always had a bad team, and the reason for that I've taken down to science. He has like a bowl cut. He looks like Mandark from fucking like legit. He's like anime Mandark.
Yeah.
And he's just like, the reason is because we've never had a good striker. And you know what you need to be a good striker? You need to be a selfish piece of shit. And like, yeah, because the very first thing you hear is the protagonist being like, oh, well, you know, my friend's over there and I learned to be a good sportsman, so I'm going to kick him the ball. And like, then they lose. And so he's just like, learning to be a selfish prick.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
And that's like from the first episode is solidified that like the guy's just like, you're here not to learn sportsmanship, but to be a total asshole.
Yeah.
And that's all you have to be.
We need a Batman, and to be Batman, you have to have it rough and like be an asshole.
You get your parents killed.
Get your parents killed. We're gonna do that here, kid. Like,
well, but it's incredible for like how it just goes off on just like, yeah, no, there's no friendship here. You're not supposed to. I mean, like it's however the characters work out. I've only seen a couple episodes, but the reason I wanted to bring it up is that the World Cup just happened, and guess who designed their outfits? The mangaka for Blue Lock.
Oh, let's go.
That's why their outfits were all blue.
That's fucking dope.
As soon as they did any good thing in all of the World Cup, everyone online was just like, that's from Blue Lock. Yeah, they learned it in Blue Lock. Yeah. So I just fucking love that.
That's
that like
fucking
it was
cool,
coming out and like everybody, and as well as they've done something similar with like, you know, Anya was like put in random places where like there's one manga where like a dude's head comes off and then they have the main character like fucking dribbling.
Oh my god!
Like, so they started like putting him in stuff.
Goddamn.
It's like he's this selfish like soccer player. It's fucking
You have
great.
to have memes like that, dude.
So,
I feel like it's a part of success.
You really do. Like that's become the entire like marketing campaign for people. Is like, how many memes? How can we get people to do more work for us because they just want to be part of the meme conversation? Which is
exactly.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's fucking great.
Who would have thought people want to belong to something or
Yep.
something? Who would have thought?
Yep.
That's how you sell shit.
Exactly. So let me just rattle off a couple stuff that's lingering. Is that Gundam got a new installment with Witch of Mercury, which is apparently very good. Like I've seen a lot of clips and they look fucking rad.
Is it going to be on the Gundam Evolution game?
I hope so. Actually, I hope so. That'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
Fuck, man, that game looks really fun. Is it good?
I liked it.
Hell yeah. Because it's like Overwatch.
It's basically Overwatch. It's a lot more. I want to say it's more clunky.
Well, now it's more Overwatch than Overwatch since Overwatch 2 fucking came out.
Yeah, Overwatch 2 sucks.
God damn.
It's the same game. That's it.
Yeah, with less variety. Apparently, they got rid of most of the maps.
They took away some skins that I earned, which sucks. It was supposed to be like, oh, you get to bring everything you get. It's like, I had a lot of shit for Roadhog, and y'all didn't even give it for me. You didn't give it to me, man.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm serious, yeah. And like...
This is the future that NFTs get you.
Exactly. This is what you fucking get. Y'all asked for this. But
that fucking sucks.
And I was like, oh, come on, man. And like, the new characters are like, okay.
I've only seen Junker Queen and no one else. That's it.
You fucking Junker Queen! and like, that's it. I don't know. It was alright.
Fucking sucks. Well,
it's Overwatch. That's it.
Yep. On happier stuff, have you seen My Dress Up Darling?
My Dress Up Darling. What is that?
It's the anime with the girl that's like, she's got blonde hair and like her nails all made up and she's wearing makeup and she just wants to cosplay. That's the entire anime. It's her being like, I want to cosplay, and this kid who's a shy, lonely guy that just likes to keep to himself, who's also apparently incredibly good at sewing.
Yeah.
And she's just like picks him out of a crowd and it's just like, you seem like a cool guy. We should be friends. Also, I don't know how to cosplay. And so she made like a really shitty cosplay herself and shows him. And then he like without any sort of like, it's really wholesome until it gets really horny really fast. But like the entire thing is him just like showing her that he's just like, oh yeah, no, we could do this for the sewing and this and that. And it's just like about their blooming friendship.
Aww.
And like, it's really adorable, but also that like, having either done cosplay or known people that do cosplay, the entire time you're like, oh no. Like as shit comes about where like there's a deadline and he does like con crunch and he's just like, oh fuck, I need to get this done. And he works himself to death and he gets all sick and I'm just like, oh, this is a 4D experience. I've felt that.
But the piece looks good, doesn't it? The piece looks good.
So fucking good. So yeah, it's really good. I thought that was really cute, and it was like that and Love is War is really good for like romance anime kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Do you know Love is War?
I know. Love Assassins.
I've heard of that. What is that?
So Love Assassins is this girl whose life is ruled by her cat, the video games that she likes to play, and the fucking food she likes. She loves chocolate.
Is that where she's like trying to fight off like yeah?
This fucking mystical creature is like, hey, I noticed that your life is fucking miserable, and and you have no love life, and she's like, that's what I want, though.
Yeah, so fucking what?
So what?
Yeah.
And she's like, well, I'm gonna take away all the shit you like, and I'm gonna give you fucking random ass dudes, potentially even chicks for you to fall in love with. And she's like, I don't want any of this bullshit. But the people that she falls for, they also have flaws and all this other shit. Good series. I liked it. Mostly because it was Bad Miracle, the anime.
Sure.
Literally, like, fuck.
I mean, that's also interesting to have, like, I don't know if she falls in love with any of them, but, like, I do love the idea of an asexual character being thrown in romance situations and just, like, no-selling all of them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
No, literally, there's how can I say this? And a lot of points, there's points where it's like, she goes like, oh my god, like, he's hot. But it's like, oh my god, she's also hot. And like, she's like, I don't know what to fucking do here. Like,
okay.
Oh, that's right. I don't love any of them, and just like fucking leaves or whatever. and the creature's like, you can't fucking do that.
It's like, fucking stop.
My pixie powers don't work this way. Like, you fucking mutant. Like, shit like that. It's a good show. But what was your about?
Because that reminds me of, for anybody that hasn't watched it, have you heard of Nozaki's Monthly Girls?
No, what is it?
It's an anime. It's become my favorite anime, like romance anime ever. Is that it's about this guy named Nozaki who there's this girl that like from the outset you know that she has a crush on him, and so she goes over and she's trying to. The very first thing you see is she's trying to confess her love to him, and it's like all dramatic. And then she goes over and she's like, "Hey Nozaki, I just wanted to say that I really think you're cool," and it like kind of chickens out, and he's just like, "Oh, you're a fan." And then signs what do you call that? Like an autograph? He's like, There you go. And then walks away and she's like, what the fuck just happened? And it turns out that he makes a romance manga for a monthly thing. But he's like
he thinks she's a reader?
Yeah. So he's a stone-faced, like, doesn't even think about romance in the daily, but he writes it. And so it's so adorable to watch them, like, because she then wants to get close to him, so she starts asking, and he's just like, oh, would you like to help? And she turns out to be actually really good at, like, art. So they become, like, a duo working on this romance anime, but he's completely oblivious to everything, like, that's romantic. It's fucking it's all on Netflix. Y'all need to fucking watch it. It's a classic, and it is self-contained and good. It has that dumb bullshit like every romance anime has of the will they, won't they. But all the other characters that show up and do dumb bullshit too are really fun. So it is adorable, and that's what it reminded me of. Is like, I fucking love that shit where a character is so oblivious that they're just like walking past all of this shit, and it's just like, and in my mind, that's what I mean. You can't watch anime until you're like 18, because once you've grown up and experienced enough in relationships, you just go like, it's your fucking fault for not being direct and not being like a real human being about it. Come on,
this could have been fixed like years ago, but you didn't
with
talk.
one conversation. Like, fuck. So that and where's the other romance anime that we were watching this year? Because, well, I mean, we watched Komi Can't Communicate. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah, I saw a couple episodes, too.
It's great, except for a couple of the characters that are problematic and fucking weird. Hey, did you get that far?
I guess not, no.
There's one character that's a stalker, and really pissed me off. Yeah.
Like stalker in a way where, like, they viewed it in a positive light?
So, okay, her whole point is that she can't speak, right?
Yeah, she's shy. She.
And so she just wants to make like 100 friends is her goal. And this one girl is obsessed with her,
of course,
like to the point of stalking, where she like sniffs her hair and shit, and it's really fucked up. Yeah. To the point where she assaults one of her friends and like is mean, and then like like. The episode really pissed me off to the point where Jess and I stopped watching it. And then we heard everybody loves this show so much, and we're like, fine. And then we were like, fuck, the rest of this is really good. So it really pissed me off. It was like the third episode maybe. But besides that, it's that show is fucking adorable and wholesome and great. So that really put me off to it. Is every time that character's on screen, I would scream at the TV.
Yeah, it's viewed in a non-negative light. That's what it is.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Where it's like, oh, they don't mean any bad, even though it's a fucking creepy, weird, awful situation.
They give her a slap on the wrist every once in a while, but that's it. And it really, and it frustrated me for the fact that like, like everybody's had that moment where they're just like, I should probably be more assertive in my life and not let people do shit like that. Yeah. And so anytime I see somebody deal with that, I'm like, fuck that, no, this is bullshit.
You get angry for them. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, that was Komi Can't Communicate. It just finished its second part. So the full season's over. I don't know if they're going to get renewed for a second season, but like it has a lot of people really like it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was super popular. It
was a huge moment. The other stuff on here is, you know RWBY? Have you like the online show?
I'll say it right here. I never liked RWBY. I think the writing is cringe. Yeah. I think some of the things they say is cringe. I think everything about it just I don't. It's not for me. That's it.
Same. There was a stupidly long video by H-Bomber Guy about it where he's like, do you know who Montiome is? Montiome, like, well, did you watch Red vs. Blue?
I know Red vs. Blue. Yeah.
You know when like they finally start animating the fights?
Oh yeah, with the actual
like when Tex beats the shit out of everybody. Yeah, that was Montiome. He was like the guy that would make all of these incredible fights and like do all that stuff. Unfortunately, I think it was 2 years ago or a year ago, dude passed away.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Then the entire everything. This was Rooster Teeth.
Yes, exactly.
The entire Rooster Teeth thing divided, and then a whole bunch of other stuff fucking came out too.
Yeah, well, they made like a RWBY game. They've done a lot. They've made games. They've made like they have a stupidly huge, like very successful thing. They got bought out by fucking Warner Brothers and AT&T and stuff. But the thing that's sad is that Montiome was one of the RWBY was his brainchild. So yeah, he didn't get to like kind of see it reach its fruition. And what I appreciate about a lot of his mentality was he's just like, just make stuff. It's okay if it's not good now, but eventually it'll be good. You know, you'll eventually get there. So the sad part is he didn't get to see it get good, but also he hasn't been around to help it get good. So I honestly don't know anything about the show. Like, I only know some of the stuff. But the thing that is sad is that I've heard from a lot of my friends that have watched it, that they're like, it is probably the most frustrating thing because it has so much cool material. Yeah. And it pisses me off that every time I see it, I immediately am like, this is the most genius idea I've ever seen. Because it's called RWBY, RWBY. The characters are Ruby Rose, R, Weiss, who's white, W, B, Blake, who's has a black outfit, and Yang, who's yellow and has a yellow outfit, and she's all of them. Ruby's based off of Little Red Riding Hood. Weiss is based off of Snow White. Blake, B, the whatever, is based off of Beauty and the Beast, and Yang is based off of Goldilocks.
Gotcha.
All of them, the entire idea is fucking genius and perfect. They're all iconic. Each of them has their own cool weapon. They all have their cool designs. They all have a specific color for each of them, and they all make an abbreviation, which is the name of the show, and also the name of their team. But none of that has turned into anything apparently remotely good in the way of like fulfilling this cool idea. Yeah. Because it turned into this kind of like Riverdale anime slice of life thing when people wanted like a cool anime like Fight Academy, which is still there. There are cool fights in it. It's fucking rad. Yeah. There are good stuff, but nothing that you can't see on a YouTube highlights thing. You know?
Gotcha.
And apparently, like you said, like I don't know how cringe it is now, but apparently like a lot of it was just like, cool, you could recap all of this in a 5-minute video and then just watch all the fights and you'd kind of be caught up.
That sucks.
And it's sad for that reason, but primarily the reason I want to bring up now is because it got an anime adaptation.
Oh,
yep.
What studio?
I don't know the studio, but it's fucking beautiful.
Okay.
Like, yeah, they went and are basically taking a second whack at it. And I don't know, I haven't seen the actual, pieces of it, but I've seen comparisons where they take like this from the OG, this from this, and they basically cut out like a full 2 minutes of like a fight scene because they're like, no talking, go do the thing. Like, there you go. And so it's streamlined so much that I'm just like, this is fucking great. Yeah. I'm glad that happened. And apparently a lot of the fighting is really No, I wouldn't even say streamlined because like Montiome was incredible. Metroid is still one of the coolest fucking things you can see on the internet. All the stuff he's made is really great, but it's funny how much they like tried to adapt it into that anime fighting style, and it looks fucking good.
I bet.
So I think that this could be a really cool second win for the show if they kind of streamline stuff. But the one thing that I heard that was a problem is that they didn't change enough. So it is very similar to the first season of the show.
Oh, gotcha. So it still has that cheesy hokiness probably behind it. I mean, that's probably just in the spirit of the creation. You know, maybe that's something that's a little bit more difficult to like take care of, or is it something that they even want to take care of? Maybe it's part of its charm.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's the problem too, is that you might get to a point where you made these tangled webs of bullshit that you can't even cut anything, because eventually it might be useful, or it might actually come back into play and you just can't deal with it.
True.
So that's the thing that sucks. But we also saw that Devil's a Part-Timer got a second season out of fucking nowhere, and they've been waiting for like half a decade on that shit, so good for them.
Good for them.
We also saw the fucking Bleach came back.
Oh, yeah!
And nobody wanted it to come back because they already thought it was shit when they left it, and apparently now it's fucking great.
Now it's good again? Like, what do? They just released the first season and are reanimated or something? What?
It's meant to be the end. Like, they're picking up. It's just picking up from where they left off, and they want it to be fucking great. They got the original creator, and they're just like, let's finish this stupid fucking thing finally.
Kill it. Just kill it. That's
exactly.
Awesome.
That, and then also we had My Hero Academia came out with another season. They come out with a new fucking season every year, and I have not caught up for 2 years. Apparently I'm not missing much. So,
the only thing you're missing is his skin at Fortnite. They have him with a Glock. They have him in the All Might. They have the skinny All Might too.
That's pretty fucking
He's
cool.
like less hitboxes, so people are cheating with him. It's like,
I fucking love that. That's great. Hell yeah. And then also I think Demon Slayer, I think the second season came out this year, which is pretty great.
Demon Slayer is one of those shows that people are like, oh, it's so good, It's like, if it's so good, it doesn't need me. And I was like, whatever, dude. I saw, my friend introduced me like the first like 12 episodes of it, which is already like a lot of it.
Yeah.
And like, I got to the part where they were meeting up with the hat person.
Oh yeah, Muzan, yeah.
Basically, and like I got to that part.
Michael Jackson.
Basically, and like I was just like, I just fell off of it. I don't know why. I just do that. I don't know why.
I think that's the end of the first season. So yeah, I agree that like that's where I stopped. I saw the Train movie, which was really fucking good, but I haven't caught up since after that. So I need to finish it. But it's the kind of thing that shonen anime, if you like shonen anime, you're eating good. Like, fucking My Hero's out, Attack on Titan's almost done.
Yeah.
Jujutsu Kaisen had a really great season and will have another great season. Had a good movie within the past year. And same thing with Demon Slayer. So, I mean, like, fucking, I don't know if Chainsaw Man counts, but yeah, no, shonen readers are eating good, so it's the kind of thing where I agree, where it's like, if it's not your thing, fucking, it's not worth it. Yeah, exactly. And then the last stuff that I had was, do you see Kotaro Lives Alone? Do you know about that? Kotaro Lives Alone. That's the kid. Yeah.
I saw a couple episodes of it.
Is it good? I didn't get to see it.
So it's cute. In which, like, what a strange...
It's also kind of sad.
It is, because, like, what a weird scenario, like, this kid living by himself, and, he conducts himself like a small little adult.
But, God, that's kind of sad. Yeah, that is sad.
He conducts himself as a small adult, but with kid mentality, where he's like, oh, I'm an adult, and I walk around these streets alone. Oh, but good thing I got this toy sword with me, and like to protect me, and like yeah, exactly. And like it's cool because like his neighbors are like, he grows up. How can I say this? He's in an apartment in which he kind of creates a community for himself.
That's good.
Because like his neighbors are super cool with him. There's this one Yakuza neighbor guy who's a little weird.
What the fuck?
He's like,
he's the way the house husband guy.
Basically, but like he's a little creepy with the kid. He's like, I love you so much. He like tries to hug him and shit. And he's like,
no thanks.
No thanks.
Nope.
But like besides that, like the show's pretty decent.
Okay, cool.
The sad part is like, oh man, that's why. But he seems better now. Like, so what's...
Oh, they bring up, like, the reason why he's alone.
Reason why he's alone is, like, why is he, like, all this other shit?
Okay. And the last thing I want to bring up, because I just thought it was cool, was, did you see Tekken Bloodline?
I saw the first episode of it. It looked really fucking cool.
I love the fighting. It's so fucking cool.
If you're a Tekken fan, this is probably the show for you. Because don't they imitate all the moves?
Yeah.
They
like,
just
when they have the magma come up, when they do the punch, I'm like, fuck yes, this is, oh my god, it is exactly that, where it like itches that part of your brain that you forgot from like playing Tekken 3 and Tekken 4 from way back when. Yeah.
The thing that I love about Tekken is that these are characters who are normal human beings, but they fight like gods.
Yeah! Like, Law is so fucking great. I love that he does a full backflip just to do, like, chip damage. Like, it's so... Oh, it's so good.
Why the fuck not? Why not?
Yeah, God. And Eddie fucking does the, like, capoeira shit where he's, like, flipping and flopping. God, that's so good. Shit, yeah. So, yeah, I just thought that was a fun addition to this year that, like...
A Netflix show that's actually good, too.
Netflix has been kind of killing it with anime. Yeah. They did fucking Cyberpunk, too.
They did Cyberpunk.
There was another anime that came out that they did. But, yeah, they're doing real good.
I think they were behind the Love Assassin thing, too.
Oh, yeah. Is it called Love Assassin or Romance Killer?
I think it was Romance Killer.
Okay, because I remember seeing the image come up, and I'm like,
Romance Killer. Like my bad.
No, you're good.
No, it's that one. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen it on Netflix. But yeah, and then now let's just go through these video games, my dude. We've talked about a good amount of them, but yeah, we talked about Pokemon. Did you play Arceus way back when?
Which one is that one? That was the.
That's the one that's like a flashback to reality. Whoop! There goes gravity. Where he's like, it's like back in the day when they're first capturing Pokemon. Wait, you didn't play that? Really? Shit, it was really good. It's the first open world Pokemon game. And yeah, it's just like, it's way better than fucking, well, maybe not better, because there were glitches, but like, and I haven't played Violet and Scarlet, but it came out this year, and it was the first like foray into like, here's an open world Pokemon game. It's really fun.
A lot of my friends really enjoyed it. I'm not a Switch person, so that's why they didn't get it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
How do I say, as open, apparently the story is really fucking good.
Yeah.
Which I haven't heard a good Pokemon story since, like, Emerald.
I mean, Arceus is meh, I guess, but, like, Scarlet and Violet are real good, yeah? You were saying?
The story's pretty good. The whole glitches and whatnot is really what made the game popular, to the point where, like, I heard that Nintendo was giving away, like, not giving away, they were doing refunds for it. And,
were they?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
That's what I'm asking. Like, I don't even know.
Oh, shit.
But apparently they were doing that, and like that's rare for Nintendo that they even do.
Yeah, wow.
You know,
but I think the difference was that like Scarlet and Violet runs, but still has all this bullshit. I think Arceus might have had that problem where it just wasn't running on some things. That might have been the issue. It was just like, oh, I'm getting nothing out of this. Fuck this. Yeah.
True. Yeah, no, I heard it's good. I hear it's a lot of fun.
Yep.
You can hide in tall grass.
There's a lot of tall grass and little boys in there. Yeah, it's great. Little tiny Pokemans.
What about the? I heard that the Pokemon can actually like tackle you and shit. Like
they can beat the shit out of you. It's great. Yeah, dude.
You see this four-armed asshole like you're ready to
like Machoke is just gonna beat the shit out of you. Yeah, it's great.
What are you doing? Like, oh my god.
Yeah. Came to the wrong fucking neighborhood. Yeah. Did you hear anything about Immortality? Do you know about Immortality?
I heard of it. What is it?
It was nominated for a lot of games at the Game Awards. I don't know if it won anything because I was not paying attention.
Yeah.
But the game is... Did you ever play Her Story?
I've heard of Her Story, yeah.
Her Story is one of my favorite games of all time just for how weird the premise is, but the story, like after you get past like the actual mechanics, the story is incredible. And it's literally one actress in one set delivering monologues to the camera. And that's fucking it.
Yeah.
And it's incredible. The same studio that did that decided to make it a several full feature-length films in a game, where the idea is that you're going between these different genres. I have not played it yet. I have it downloaded, and I can't wait to. But apparently, they went through the fucking effort of making basically several different films and putting them into this game where I think the idea is that you're going through these films and like sifting through and watching them for stuff. I don't know much about it. Honestly, I don't even know the premise, but I've just seen clips to the point where I'm like, this is a lot of fucking effort for one tiny piece of an entire game. Like, to the point where, like we said, like, cool, if you do something in 3D, you can change this or that kind of easily. But if you film an entire movie, maybe fuck something up, good luck.
Yeah. That's a potential of the entire fucking scene that you need.
So I'm so fucking excited. I got it on my Steam Deck all loaded up, so I can't wait to play it. Hell yeah. And then we talked about Ragnarok. We talked about Sonic. Did you play Horizon Forbidden West?
Horizon Forbidden West. That requires a PlayStation.
Oh, it does. Shit, you're right.
Yeah, it's a PlayStation exclusive one. The first one was pretty good, apparently, and this one's like a sequel, but I heard the story isn't like as in depth as the first one. Where like this one was more about, how can I say, in the first game people were like, oh, the story's really good, but like the combat could be like a little bit more there because the combat was good.
Yeah.
Is they wanted to home it in a little bit more.
Sure.
What I heard about this one is they did like a complete ass flip,
What the
which
fuck?
is like the story is like okay,
Yeah.
but the gameplay and like the fighting and not the fighting, but like
Fucking sucks.
really, I mean, have you played it or?
No, I mean, like, that's what I heard about it, though, was the best part, was that the story was, like, really cool and that the gameplay was okay.
Huh.
That's not
Do I have
bad.
it in reverse? I don't know.
No, I agree that, like, it was that the story was cool. No, in the OG.
Gotcha,
you're right.
gotcha.
So that was, because a friend of mine was, like, recounting a lot of it to me. I'm like, that's fucking cool. So I get that they're probably like, okay, well, we've kind of, like, used all the meat on the bone for the story, so let's try to improve on that. But at the same time, like, I hear that they just keep pushing that, like, the fact that this came out not only didn't feel like that dramatic of an improvement, but also that they're coming out with another one like next year.
It felt like a DLC type thing.
Yeah,
more than
exactly.
anything,
Yeah.
apparently. And like
Which the render looks fucking exquisite.
it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Hair has never looked this gorgeous.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Remember when like the PlayStation 3 was coming out? It's like, look at these hair follicles.
God
Like,
damn. Well, yeah, didn't they like say like fucking what was it? The new at the time the Final Fantasy Spirits Within was like rendered on a PS3.
Yeah.
It was like the whole thing. They're like, this was rendered on a PS3, and now I'm like, fucking. Next
Holy
it looks
shit.
like it.
what was her name?
Aloy?
Lady Demescu has more polygons on her ass than the
Than
entire,
all of Resident Evil 1
basically,
combined, yeah.
Literally,
Yeah.
all of that apparently. And people
Yeah.
were like, damn, holy shit, you're right.
Yep.
Like, technology is amazing.
Yeah, oh my god, we're living in the future.
It's the future.
Yes, it's the future I always wanted. Which also, speaking of the future, did you see all that shit about Modern Warfare 2, the remake?
Oh my god. What about it? What?
Apparently it's very good, which I like. I appreciate. But all that shit about Ghost, did you hear all the drama about Ghost?
What about him? What?
So Ghost, he has a line from the OG that I deliberately remember where, I forgot who you're talking to, where like your character asks, he's just like, hey, take off your mask. And he's like, nope, can't do it. He's like, what, you fuck ugly under there? He's like, nope, quite the opposite. And that's like all he says.
Yeah.
To the point where a bunch of gamer girls now were just like, I bet he's hot under there. And like, and so TikTok exploded into like, he's hot and he knows it.
Yeah.
And he and I would just sit up all night and pick our toes and talk about drama.
I love that shit.
And it's like, legit, I love that. But apparently all of the diehard fans, the gamer girls of the internet threw you, like lobbed you a fucking home run and you smacked it out of the air.
Yeah.
Because apparently every single gamer guy was like, no, I fucking fought and died with Ghost back in
come
2010.
on.
I'm like, go fuck yourself.
Shut
I was
up,
like,
bro.
literally all you needed to say was just like, yeah, and I bet he wears like fucking gamer girl headphones or whatever.
You
like,
got girls talking about like a Call of Duty game and
Yeah.
a character that
And they're,
you
like,
like and shit like that in
interested,
an
yeah.
interesting way, and here you are
Yeah.
like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking him and like as if you're like brothers in arms and shit like that.
Literally that. They're just like,
Goddamn.
I fucking went through hell with him. I'm like, dude, you played a video game.
Yeah,
like,
shut up.
And
And in the other games, he wasn't paying attention to you.
Yeah, exactly,
He was
right?
doing his own shit. That's what made him
Yeah.
cool.
And it just frustrated me how much I saw a bunch of people online just being like, yeah, you know, there's a thing to the entire thing of just like, if you just are cool and just hang out with people, you're probably going to have a better time than pushing against a fad. Because I definitely dislike the entire idea of taking things too seriously. That's why I'm wearing this fucking jacket.
Exactly.
Is that this is like my favorite gift because it encapsulates how much I love just being a little like. Dude, okay, I just need to bring up the story.
Please.
Okay. So we went to Holiday Matsuri.
Yeah.
They have a karaoke thing at the gaming lounge, like the game room. I think Saturday night. I go in. Guess what song they're singing?
Oh my god, is it Live and Learn?
It was the Shadow the Hedgehog theme song.
Oh, dude!
I exploded. Jessica just wanted to go play a game, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I just start screaming the lyrics. And I'm just like, and I felt so bad because you could tell that the person that was up there wanted to do it as a meme, but didn't realize he signed up for 4 whole minutes of a song he probably didn't know very well.
Yeah.
And so I was just sitting there, and I was just like, can you sing all of me? And I was like, so stoked. But that's the thing, is that like, that dude going up there and making a meme meme out of himself for 4 minutes, I respect 10 times more than someone being like, I'm going to go up and do the new My Hero song because I'm a really good singer and all this stuff, which is fine. Be a good singer.
Yeah.
Try hard if you want to. That's fine. Yeah. But like going up there and making a meme for a long time and not taking yourself seriously is my favorite kind of person.
Yeah.
So that's why it grinds my gears whenever I hear the gamer community on TikTok, which it's TikTok, they're all kids anyway. We're taking the piss of like a bunch of girls just being like, I bet Ghost is kind of cute, and like he and I would be best friends.
I mean, like, that's your one time to be like, yes, I would also be like, yes, exactly. Here's my Ghost cosplay babe from the internet. Like exactly. That's your chance, dummy.
And to cap off all of that, best part of Holiday Matsuri, people dressed as Ghost with like cute anime girl ears on. I was like, fuck yeah, you do that.
Yeah, because like he takes, like in the game, he takes himself super fucking serious.
Yeah, of course.
And this is like, I've seen clips of it and whatnot. There's portions. First of all, I'm gonna say this.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge Call of Duty fan. All the games just feel kind of the same to me. I'm just one of those generic assholes, I guess.
Okay.
But another thing is that every single person in this game sounds the fucking same.
Yeah, they're all gruff man, military guy. Yeah.
Fucking get on the machine gun, Soap.
Yeah.
And Soap is like, shut up, Ghost. I'm trying to get to my whatever.
To the point where we made fun of that 2 years ago at MetroCon, where we made nameless nameless video game protagonist man. Yeah.
Anyways, no, there was also like a whole bunch of memes came out of it too, where like there's a portion, like spoilers I guess in the game, where like your character gets betrayed.
Yeah, spoilers for a decade ago.
Yeah, and like Ghost is just like this. Like he does something like that, and it's like that's a meme, and like that became a thing.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Memeable, that Ghost guy.
Scream about it. Scream about Ghosts.
No, you're right. It's too much. He's just too handsome.
He's too handsome.
Put that mask on that man.
I love that. That and Stray came out this year. Played a little cat game.
I couldn't give a fuck about this game.
He looks just like your cat.
I don't give a dude. So I was hype about it. Okay. I was like, okay, an exploration game in which we do cat-like stuff.
Yeah.
Right. In comes in this 30-minute game. If it wasn't 30 minutes, that's
fucking dare
it's not 30 minutes.
It's at least 40 minutes.
It's at least 40 minutes, right? But in comes this game, and I was just expecting a little bit more.
Okay, yeah.
I wasn't expecting this warm and this small or this big but of small. You know what I mean? Like it's a big scale story in which you have to like save the robots from like these tiny little gremlinoids and like what is the origin of these gremlinoids and all these other things and yada yada yada. But I was more interested in just the exploration. I wanted to do more of that.
I agree.
To me, it felt like it was how can I say? Here's a small little map, do your cat-like things, and just choose to move on.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of being given stuff to do.
Sure.
Like,
Me too in video games.
We're like, how can I say, like, there was a good portion of the game that was like, hey, cat, you need to get to that. Find a way how to get it.
Sure.
And, like, from there, find out.
Yeah.
But, like, after that progression part, it was more like, hey, cat, it was like, now you have to go here. It was like simpler, talk to this guy. Now you go here, simpler, talk to this guy.
Instead of getting a cat out of the tree, you're getting a guy out of a tree or something.
Yeah, it's like, I'm over this. And like, I thought, how do I say, the gimmick is nice, but give me something new after it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree that it felt to me, because this felt like, and I don't think it's an indie studio, it might be, but it got a big release behind it because I think they just knew that like everybody would love it. But I remember probably 3 years ago seeing like, hey, we're coming out with this game about a cat. And that the entire time I was just like, do anything. I don't give a fuck. And I thought that it was about to, from what I heard, it was supposed to take place in Istanbul, because Istanbul is like where a bunch of cats hang out. Like there's just city cats that live their own little city life. Yeah. And it's really cute. But then it got turned more and more into this like cyberpunk dystopia. And the one thing that I appreciate about it is that it feels like the beginning of this. It feels like the beginning of, cool, okay, next game, it'll be open world. Yeah. The next game, it'll be this. Because I think that it had enough mechanics that made me like, cool, this all makes sense. But it was just that like, it got me in the brain of just like, fuck, I didn't realize how much I would just want to play as a fucking cat in a game.
Yeah, there's a meditative thing about it.
Because like this entire year, I was watching Jessica play it, and while I was watching her play it, she was just like walking somewhere. And I was like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, there's a gate there. You can't go through that. But you're a fucking cat. And she walked in between the bars. I was like,
yeah.
It was just something that I like had not contemplated forever,
no.
and I was like, "This is cool. I want way more of this."
Not to shit on the game or anything, but like the mobility is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Like you can jump in places that you wouldn't think you can.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, and this is just a personal gripe, I guess. It's way too simple. Like you just go forward and press X on any surface, and you might, and it might just work. It just might just do it. And like you're there, and then you do the same thing to get to the other place.
Yeah.
Maybe if there was like a cat skill tree. I don't know. like
fuck that.
Like maybe,
it's like it looks like a cat tree.
It looks like a cat tree, and like the more up it goes, the more like homed in on your scat tree skill thing you are.
That would be kind of cute if it's like back at your home, like whatever your home base is, and you can build it up. That'd be kind of cute. Yeah.
Or like you can only do it whenever you find shelter somewhere. That's the only place where you can upgrade or stuff like that.
I like
to me, and I agree. It felt like it was the beginning, but like they try to sell us just the beginning.
Yeah.
Like it was a full thing. I feel.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I do hope they do more, and I think that it would do well with the what do you call it? Like I said, the Sonic Frontier treatment, where it's like, okay, we're used to one button gameplay. Let's add at least something, and make it so that you can have a more. I feel like they were just afraid. I feel like they were just like, okay, we don't trust you enough to know where the fuck you need to go.
You could have used multiplayer.
So, that would have been fun.
Multiplayer would have been dope.
I hate to say it, but like immediately on release, the entire modding community is like, I want my cat in there. I'm gonna make it my cat.
That would have been great too, like different types of cats and shit. Yeah, dude.
Immediately, yeah.
Instead, they put CJ from GTA in it. Do you see that?
Oh shit!
Here we go again. He's like, it's really good. It's funny.
Fuck yeah, I like that. And yeah, I mean, like a lot of the other stuff I have on here is frankly just either stuff that I was surprised came out, or was like it was greeted pretty well. Like Bayonetta 3 had all that drama.
All that bullshit drama behind it. I love Bayonetta. Bayonetta is an energy that you cannot replicate.
Seriously?
Where do you play as, like, it's like, oh, you're gonna shoot me. It's like, oh my god, she's in it! She's in it! And like more demons come out, or angels, sorry. It's like, oh my god, there she goes, queen, and like starts fucking slaying. I love that shit. That's an energy that no game can do that unless you're Beautiful Joe. But like
exactly.
that hasn't been released.
Isn't that the same developer?
Platinum, I think so, yeah.
So I agree. So I was frustrated that I got marred with all the
like it's so good.
And people were already stoked for it. It was teased like 2-3 years ago. So
and people were like, "Oh my god, it's getting a sequel!"
Yeah,
sorry, a third one.
And so all that bullshit with the voice actress kind of sucked, but it really, I hope that it exposed how much people can get ripped off. Yeah. And that we believe it. To immediately be like, no, this makes sense that you would get fucked over like this. Even though she didn't get technically, okay. Did you hear all the drama?
So this is what I heard.
Okay.
It was, she came in as like, hey, I'm an iconic voice actor for this iconic character.
Yes.
I'm being paid $4,000.
Exactly.
Apparently, as soon as that all hype started, people were like riding the train with her. Yeah. From there, I heard that there was another thing that came out that she actually got paid $14,000 or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And people got upset with her for lying in the beginning.
Yes.
When $14,000 is still nothing really to like for this character or for even the job.
Yeah. So from what I heard was not only that she lied deliberately, but that it was closer to 25,000.
Okay.
And that
that's
she
a little
said
bit more like it.
It's better. But apparently she even didn't realize, to her defense, like she came to her own defense to be like, oh, I thought that it was only 4,000. What happened was they had said, okay, we want you for this. We're only going to have this many sessions. So primarily they're like, we want this to be easy for you. Here's all the lines. We're going to try to only do it in this many sessions and do that. And then she refused, saying like that's not enough. And they were just like, okay, well we're not gonna fight you on that. So okay, then we'll find somebody else. But and this was the part that really won me over to Platinum, or at least made me think like, okay, Platinum is trying to mea culpa some way, is that they just straight up said, okay, well, if you don't want to do it, we understand, but you can have like a guest voice line. That was for $4,000. So for her to come in and do one session where she guest voice acts as someone else, was going to be $4,000.
Gotcha.
And so she was just like, nope, not going to fucking do it. Damn. And then came out and tried to boycott the game. And then apparently everybody found out that she is not also problematic, so that didn't help. So that entire situation just marred apparently what was a pretty rad game, and apparently I don't know if it ran great on the Switch, but was good enough that they're just like, this is fucking great. This is a great addition. Yeah.
They added a whole bunch of like new shit too. Like as a
and
fan of the very first
yeah.
game, like I fucking love the first game. It just looks like more Devil May Cry, which who doesn't like that? Who doesn't want that?
She turns into a choo-choo train. It's great.
It's one of the coolest transformations.
Exactly,
too.
Charlie Choo-Choo or whatever.
That's a game I played. That's a good one. I like that one.
That game is. I've only watched a video of it, and it's scared. I can't.
It needs multiplayer. I think I beat it in like one go. It was so fucking good.
Hell yeah!
I loved it.
Yeah. Inc. Go check out the stream.
Go check it out.
Yeah, and then let me just rattle off a bunch of shit that's come out. Because Shadow Warrior, do you know Shadow Warrior?
I know Shadow Warrior.
Fucking third one came out this year.
And no one played it.
Yeah, I just saw a video of it and I was like, this is surprisingly a great addition that I didn't fucking hear about.
The second one came out, they released the second out for free. They gave it away last year.
I heard about that.
And like I was like, this game is fucking really, really fucking good.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I didn't hear about this
It's
one.
definitely like a little bit of lol lay epic random bacon shit, but it's still fun. Yeah,
it's basically how can I say not dumbed down, a more I would say borderline a more PC version of Duke Nukem, where like with the dialogue and like the gameplay and how like bombastic it can be.
Yep, I agree.
And shit like that.
Yeah, kind of Deadpool-esque, but still really good.
Yeah.
There's a new Monkey Island. Return to Monkey Island came out. I don't know if anybody gives a fuck, but yeah, apparently, it's
I haven't been there in a long time.
Exactly, and apparently, it's just the kind of thing that people were not even waiting for. They're just like, cool, that's cool, I guess. But the thing that I appreciate about it is that it has a mode similar to the Master Chief Collection, where you can toggle off OG graphics and new graphics.
That's cool.
And I just wish they did that with more stuff, because the old graphics are so enchanting, and when you see the difference, you can kind of see where your brain was making up some detail, and this new one's really stylized and like kind of just big blocky shapes. So cool. It's not like they try to make it hyper realistic. They're just like, let's just keep it kind of cute. So I've just seen some of the art about it, and I'm just like, this just looks nice.
Plus, it's called Monkey Island. Why would you not like? Why would you take it too serious?
Yeah, it already takes the piss. So whatever. Yeah. And then Kirby got a new game, Kirby in the Forgotten Land.
Apparently, this game was a masterpiece.
It's fucking.
A lot of people.
I ruined it for myself because I heard someone told me it would be open world. It's not, and I shouldn't have expected it because it's fucking great without it, and I should have just let that live on its own.
How can I say, putting a beautiful pink round shape in hyper realistic like worlds and like having to interact with it is a really cool idea.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It reminded me of like how can I say an epic yarn type scenario with like the graphics, how realistic it fucking is, and like in the real world, but then you have Kirbo just running around in it and shit like that.
Yeah. No, I agree. And like the best parts, which was kind of weird, is how much it is basically like a post-apocalyptic world. So you're running around, and the entire time I'm just like, this is weirdly sad and dystopian, but also the most adorable thing I've seen all year.
You kind of wish you saw that in the streets of Tampa.
And speaking of sad dystopias, the fucking Last of Us Part 1 came out this year. They re-released it.
What the fuck ever. Whatever. Just keep on re-releasing it.
I'm totally fine with, apparently, like, it was worth it because they updated a couple things, but not fucking worth it because they keep, like...
Why 60?
Yep, I agree. Because, going back to it, Spark the Electric Jester, $13. Yep, and it's a better Sonic game than Sonic. 30XX I think was $20 max. Roller Drome, which I was going to bring up, which
they're probably still on sale.
Yeah. Oh yeah, shit. Winter sale. Yeah, go check
Roller
it out.
Drome is actually really fucking good too. Casey loves that game.
I was scared to get into it because it looked really hard, and then when I finally looked into it, they're like, oh, it's auto aim, so you just need to kind of like put a bunch of
it's
moves
more about
together.
Your movement and like trying to get across.
It's a fucking delight, that game. Hell yeah. So like shit like that where it's just like, man, dude, it frustrates me whenever it's just like, cool, so here's Last of Us again, and it's $60. Enjoy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, there's only one game I'm willing to pay $60 again. Only one.
Is it Doom?
No, actually two. Make it that 2 games.
So Doom?
No. I would say Dead Space
Hell yeah.
and Metal Gear Solid 5. I love 5.
Yep.
5 to me is beautiful.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's just me.
Hell yeah. No, I'd super agree. Like, especially if they could finish it. That would be nice.
I would love that too.
Yeah.
You know,
Kojima.
even the box with like the hand that I got, or whatever, the special edition, like even the little DVD Blu-ray that it gives you from like this is like the ending cutscenes. It's like I wish it was gameplay. Like I wish I played in those whatever.
I agree.
That game didn't come out this year. Fuck you, Kojima.
But what we saw
Stranding 2? Are you serious?
How do you feel about that?
They in the Epic Store, they gave away the first one.
Did they really?
Yeah, they're giving it away, so I'm like, dude, I'm gonna hate this. I'm gonna hate playing it, but I'm gonna do it. I
might. I have it. I was gonna download it for the Steam Deck.
It's free. It's free right now, so go get it. I just can't believe it.
Because like, as soon as I saw that like it was the same actress, I'm like, okay, cool. Then I assume that this is just the next Kojima game and she's in it. And then once I saw that it was just straight up Death Stranding again, I was like, why do I give a fuck? And then I saw the Metal Gear in it, and was like, okay. Please do. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, Kojima. Because you're either saying, "Hey, this one's going to be like Metal Gear Solid," or you're trying to tell me, "Hey, do you remember Metal Gear?" Which don't play with my heart like this. Fuck.
Don't. Especially because, like, how can I say, the Death Stranding is walking simulator. The game, literally, you just walk around, deliver packages, make shit easier for yourself by routes or whatever.
Yeah.
The action apparently was like kind of shite.
Yeah.
Which is like, oh, you get guns. Yeah, sure, but like that's
a
not
Strand type game, you know?
What the fuck does that mean, though? I'm not gonna go up to my grandson and say, I used to play Strand type games. Like, shut the fuck up, granddad. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Fuck up, granddad. Those are PT type games, idiot.
Oh! Like and that's when I die.
You explode into dust.
What I do like is that ever since the Game Awards, I follow Kojima on Twitter.
Oh, really?
He posted a picture with Jordan Peele. He was like, look, who is this strange fellow in my house? And like Jordan Peele is like right next to the baby thing, and he's like, oh shit.
That's so good. The meeting of the minds, dude. Yep. Hell yeah. Oh, I love that.
Dude, can you imagine just playing Death Stranding 2 and Jordan Peele's in it? Giving you a funny little hat.
He would totally do that though, because Conan was in it for 2 minutes.
Yeah, and he gives you an otter hat.
Yeah, and he's a furry, I think, in there for some reason.
There you go.
Fine, cool. Make Jordan Peele a furry. Great.
I would love that.
That's what I find
coming out in a seal outfit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I find so incredible about Jordan Peele is how much he can do it all. Like he's already been an incredibly good actor, incredibly good comedian, like improv everything, and is a great director that he could cameo in anything. Except for another thing that happened this year is that he cameoed in the metaverse. Did you hear about this?
The metaverse?
Jordan Peele, for the release of Nope, they remade Jupiter's Landing in the metaverse. And the entire time, you can watch Jordan Peele try to be slightly nice about it.
Oh, no.
And it's so fucking funny that the entire time he's like, wow, you guys really did it. And it looks literally like a PS1 game. And it's like, if you took Jupiter's Landing and got rid of most of the detail, almost all of the detail.
I'm imagining the ship coming in, just flat, or not the ship, fucking
jean jacket.
Jean jacket coming in, just...
Yep. Like clip art.
Yeah, and
it did look like clip art though. That's the sad part. Oh no! Oh, I'm getting the most horrific death ever, I guess. Wow.
Didn't oh my god, what an awful death. Didn't Zuckerberg say something like working in Meta is like getting punched in the stomach? Like,
what the fuck? Did he say that?
He said something like epitaph worthy, where like it was like it's like working in Meta is like waking up and getting punched in the stomach every day.
Then so don't fucking do it, idiot.
Yeah, why are you spending billions on it?
God damn it, Jesus Christ. So, yeah, and then a couple other games. Splatoon 3 came out. I didn't play it. I heard it's basically Splatoon 2 again.
I heard it was really good, so...
Hell yeah. Mario in Rabbids Spark of Hope came out, and apparently it was better than it remotely needed to be like the first one.
The first one wasn't even supposed to be in existence. It wasn't supposed to even exist.
It still is a what the fuck, but apparently it works. It's XCOM for kids, and it's great.
I don't imagine Mario in an XCOM type scenario.
Yeah, like
I just don't.
Or with a gun.
Why would Mario ever take cover? Like, I don't imagine going like,
yeah, just go, whoa,
you
yeah.
know, like
Yeah. What the fuck?
I'm reloading. It's like,
oh my god.
Okay.
Well, that's why you need Chris Pratt.
That's right. I am reloading.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Chris.
It's a me, Fuck him, goddamn. Sorry, not fuck him. I don't want that to be on recording. I get it. I get you're just trying. I get it. But
Are
like,
you?
goddamn, I just really miss Charles Martinet. He released a beautiful Merry Christmas video, and as I watched it, I was just like, it just seemed like such a pleasant human being. Like, I just want you to be in everything. You're great. So, yeah. Chris Pratt, I'm rooting for you. I am.
Get off my dinosaur movies.
Also, yeah. That fucking came out. Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, we already
did this in our 3-hour fucking video before. Next one is Shifu. Did you play Sifu? Or Sifu? Yeah.
Sifu was fucking nice.
Yeah.
The new gameplay.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Ip Man. Have you ever played whatever Dogs? Sleeping Dogs.
Yeah.
Sleeping Dogs had this awesome mechanic, which was like, boom, 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 you can take down person by person.
Yeah.
And shit like this.
That was
this
like
one,
the fucking, what was it? That was like, fuck, that game for the Dreamcast, what was it? The
Shenmue.
Yeah, that was like what Shenmue should have been.
Basically.
The new Shenmue, yeah.
But this one, I love the mechanic of like every time you lose, you just age up a little bit, like
Yeah,
you're
that's
growing
cool.
as a person and shit like that. I love that. It creates scenarios for like speedrunners to be like, this is a no-death run and like stuff like that. It's really cool.
that.
A lot of potential.
Yeah.
My only problem is it's like you can beat it in an afternoon.
Yeah, I like that. Which I also like about indie games. It's just like, cool. Great. I had a good time. I can come back to this if I want, but I don't need to.
What's so genius about Sifu is that the mechanics is so solid.
Oh, yeah?
I feel like if they release Sifu 2,
Yeah.
the Electric Boogaloo or something like that, in which like you're like it's a 2-player,
Sure.
in which somebody makes like the scenarios for you.
Ooh.
It's like basically like making old boy scenarios like for like.
That'd be fucking cool.
Yeah, I think
like
that would be
That'd be a
cool.
cool idea. Yeah.
But no, Sifu was really good.
Hell yeah. Do you know anything about the Stanley Parable? Have you played the Stanley Parable?
The deluxe version came out.
Ultra deluxe.
What did they add?
Yeah.
More quips, more lines?
It's a whole new game.
Oh, fuck.
Like, legitimately. So,
Okay.
yeah, you can go play the regular mode, but there is basically this entire other part that opens up to you, in which the narrator loses his fucking mind coming up with what he thinks is Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's fucking great.
Damn, okay.
To the point where, like, you guys, everybody, and you too, need to go online and find, do you know who Doug is on YouTube?
I feel like I've heard Doug.
He uses, like, little vegetables with eyes as, like, icons. But what he usually does is he makes these little bots that his chat can use to control his game and, like, coaches them on how to, like, hey, I want you to go across the GTA 5 map by walking and you're not allowed to get hit by a car. And they
sounds interesting. That sounds good.
And so the entire audience is just doing it and trying to make it work. My favorite one is they all play Peggle, and so he takes over for a turn, then they take over for 2 turns, and they do better than him in the game.
That's fucking good.
It's great. And the video is really good. The VOD of it is not even the VOD. He edits them down for his YouTube channel. The reason I bring him up is guess who his brother is?
Who?
The creator of the Stanley Parable.
Fucking of course.
Yep.
It's always these how can I say, these mysterious geniuses that are always friends or brothers or shit like that.
And what I love about it is that he actually went through this little, he's like, I feel like I'm getting through burnout and I don't even know what I'm doing, and he wrote it on Twitter. And somebody mentioned, they're just like, hey, have you reached out to I don't know if you would be able to reach out to him, but if you've played any of his games, like the Stanley Parable or the Beginner's Guide, this guy's really good about that kind of stuff and finding your center. And he's like, I don't know if you're memeing or not, but that's my brother. And so it's like, I don't know if you know the lore, but yeah, I talk to him pretty often. And the reason I bring that up is he did a live stream with his brother going through the game.
Oh, that's awesome.
And they don't explore everything, they don't spoil everything, but it's
Why would you? Yeah.
Exactly, but it's a 4-hour-long live stream of them, and they're not even, they don't finish it, but they get through a big chunk of it. But dude, it is, if you're not going to play the game, it is only the new stuff. They don't even go through the old stuff, but it is fucking not only hilarious, but hearing him talk about it, because I love the fact that they are, I'm not going to spoil it, but there's one part where he's just like, yeah, we were thinking about re-recording every single line just to include this one word in every single line as a joke. Like they were. So if you unlock one thing, then you get the entire story with one line inserted. and literally, like the entire dev teams were like, that would be too much work, but that is funny. To the point where they kept working, and they basically ended up doing that anyway.
Yeah, of course, why not?
Yeah, and so like that amount of work ended up happening anyway. But there's a bunch of shit like that where case in point, he says like, "Oh, did you see any like?" While he's talking to his brother, he's like, "Do you see any of the promotional material?" He's like, "No, what do you mean?" He's like, "Oh, here, if you use this QR code that you scan in the game, it leads you to a promotional video where they made 10 videos that are." They're like those 50s instructional black and white videos where it's like, hey, little Timmy, have you ever thought about gun or whatever? Not that. But he says, he's just like, for you and your growing mind, you should play Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable. They're 10-minute long videos, each of them.
Holy shit.
And they're fucking hysterical. And so he like plays one of them. And he's just like, yeah, if you guys just want to check it out. And I paused the stream and watched that.
You want to check it out?
Yeah. And it's so much. So I just love the fact that it comes out as like the joke of the series is how unassuming it is, but it has so much depth to it that they came out with like, cool, here's Ultra Deluxe, which for a lot of people is like, oh, I guess they're just re-releasing it on the Switch. When no, it's a completely different game with so much extra shit, but you wouldn't know it unless you were just like, maybe I'll play through the Stanley Parable.
Is it just him, or does he have a team?
They have a team,
of course. Okay,
yeah.
I was about to say.
Which actually, there's like a pretty rich history of like that entire thing, because he started out making it as, I don't think it was an Arma mod. I think it was a mod for, not Gary's mod, but Source Engine.
It looks like a Source Engine type thing.
Where the OG was that, and then they had done so much work on it, and they got this like amazing voice actor to help them out, that they won a bunch of awards, and so they're like, well, fuck it, why don't we just make this a game?
Fucking
and then
do it.
It was lauded, everybody loved it.
Great ideas come to fruition.
Yep. So, yep, that was just something that I really needed to, guys, please watch that live stream. It's beautiful. The Quarry came out. Do you know about the Quarry?
The Quarry, isn't that the game by the, is it not Until Dawn?
Yep, it's Until Dawn.
Is it Until Dawn, people?
So.
Yeah. Isn't
They've
this
been
the
pumping shit out, yeah.
Yeah, is this multiplayer one in which they release a chapter every like 2 months or some shit like that?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I just know that it had like a storyline that a lot of people were... I'm trying to remember the difference in the mechanics, but it seemed like enough that everybody was a piece of shit, and you just wanted to watch them all die, and it would be fun to watch them die.
But in this one, it was multiplayer, in which like you and your friends can control one character and their decisions.
I kind of like that.
So you can like you can fuck it up for like your friend for their next decision and shit like that. Apparently, which is like, I bet that makes pretty good gameplay.
Yeah, hell yeah. And so many of these games have done that, where they're just like, how can we make this for Twitch streamers?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, how can we make this more enjoyable for the streaming public, or how can we make, like, Pogo Stuck and Jump King have come out with, like, mods that make it so that these games are meant to infuriate you, so, like, how do we make it fun for the audience? And so the audience can just either join into your lobby and jump around you and fuck with you, or they can, like... If they do a dono, they'll show up as like a crow that like says the dono to you, which is really cute.
That's really cool.
So yeah, the other game that I thought was very, very cool, and that I really hope, I don't know, it's so many people's game of the year that like, it's not that I hope people play it, but I hope it lives for a while or it gets a sequel, is Neon White.
Oh, I know Neon White.
So fucking good.
Fucking Doom style gameplay with fucking I almost call them business cards. I mean, everything is like so cool.
It kind of is,
But like, no, it's super fucking cool. It reminded me of another game that came out this year, something Hellsinger.
I've heard of that. I know what you're talking about.
Where like the thing with what was it called? Neon White. Is that it has a rhythm to it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
If you played it, you know what I'm talking about.
100%.
Where like, okay, I need to find the rhythm and like go with it and beat this level. It's like its own puzzle and you have to solve it and shit. Where in Hellsinger it's kind of like more like Doom. And the OG Doom, the 2016 one, the music matches with you. If you're like, if you shoot crank shotgun, the music goes boom. It's super good.
That's rad.
And this one is reverse.
Yeah.
In which they have lead singer Serge Tankian from System of a Down.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's in it. He worked on music on it. He was like,
what the fuck, really?
Yeah, he goes like, okay, this game you're supposed to match to the rhythm of the music and like kill demons and shit like that.
I mean, that does make sense for like, yeah. I mean, System of a Down has that like rhythm. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it was really good.
Fuck, that's cool.
But no, System
I like
Light
that.
or not System Light, Neon White.
Yep.
Was indie developer.
Yeah.
Also not that expensive either. It wasn't like a $10 game or something.
Yeah, no, it was super cheap when it came out, and it was on sale pretty often. But like, I love the fact that people keep ragging on it for having cringy dialogue, but like, I thought that was part of the charm. It was just like all the characters are meant to be like cringy weebs.
They're supposed to be cooler than cool characters anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Like either the really edgelord people or like people that are just like, oh my god, this is like my body pillow. I'm like, that's fun. Like, come on, have fun with that. But the gameplay blew my mind for the fact that what was it called? Game Maker's Toolkit made a video about how it like makes you feel like a speedrunner, of course, because you speedrun the levels to get like the better achievements. But the thing that I really loved about it was how much not only like when I first heard about it, it's like, cool, you either spend this card to do a movement or you shoot the gun. And I'm like, that's great. That already alone is cool. But once the timer sets in and you're just like, wait, I can like cheese this and go stupidly fast. Yeah, it just becomes a completely different game. You're just like, I got sucked in.
You can also cheese some cards too, don't you? Don't you mess with your deck first?
Yeah,
or something like that before you hop in. So if you know the combo,
you can move them in the order.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
and like. To the point where I was, I got it on Steam and on Switch because I like started playing it on Steam. I'm like, well, I want to play this on the couch, and this is before I got the Steam Deck. So I was just like, cool, I'll play this on the couch. I got so pissed at how I was mouse and keyboard. I felt like a fucking genius speed demon. Like, it was amazing. As soon as I got on the controller, I'm like, this is fucking garbage.
God damn it, yeah.
So, yeah, that game will suck away like so much time, but also is remote pretty quick. Like you can get through it if you don't mind just getting golds and you don't want to go for platinum or ace, then it's pretty simple. But like, dude, it fucking, oh my god, like there's so much to it that like I didn't realize that. After you get gold, if you're still going for platinum or ace, you can they show you the speed run like route. Yeah. There's like an entire once you do it, there's an icon that shows up to be like, hey, fucking go over here and you'll go faster. Like like it actually helps you out. The Game Maker's Toolkit video goes in deep about it. It's
that's really fucking cool.
So then all the other ones are pretty quick stuff like Sonic Origins, fucking shat the bed. You just had to re-release the ROM of fucking Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and apparently they couldn't do it without fucking ruining the...
Ruining what?
Okay.
What gets ruined besides the game?
This is the bare minimum that everybody wanted. Release a widescreen version of these games. The games came out in fucking 4:3 and they cut off the edges.
It's too much pixel, bro.
I wanted a widescreen. They didn't run at full speed when it released.
Like Sonic wouldn't like...
The frame rate.
Oh, fuck.
It was just fucked. To the point where the developers had to come out and be like, we were scrambled for time, we'll release a patch. Which is really sad. Because literally it's a simple layup. Fucking Christian Whitehead and all of these people made their names in the Sonic community by making widescreen recompiled versions of these games. So the sad part is to see that they are the people that do this. And for them to get squeezed by Sega is like, why the fuck did we believe in you if you guys were going to hire them and then fucking abuse them like this? So that, for me, that's what I heard and that's what I understand. It's better now. It actually fucking plays fine. But the main problem was how much people were just like, we're paying... I think it was $40 for these games that you can get for stupidly cheap, and that
don't work when they come out.
And you have to buy a DLC to get certain like stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can buy it for $30, or you can get it for $40 and get everything.
Fucking, it's in your list. I don't know if it's in your list, but Destiny 2, the Witch Queen or whatever.
Fuck, dude, yeah.
So Destiny 2's been out for a while, but like this every DLC that comes out is like a new game. Right? All it is a $20 patch thing to unlock shit that you already have, or that you already have downloaded, just to be part of the meta. That's it. Like, that's it. That is like. Why am I doing my monthly grind? It makes no sense to me.
Infuriating. And so, that really pissed me off. But a good DLC that came out, pretty good one, was Cuphead, The Delicious Last Course. Basically an entirely, like, probably it felt like it was like 2/3 of the OG, like the original game, with like new content.
It was basically, it felt like an entire new island.
Yes,
basically.
I agree.
I think every island has like, was it 7 or 10 maps in it? Until like it had to move or some shit like that. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yep. Pretty good. Yep. No, I mean, there's really not much to say about it except for like, it was just.
It's hard to talk about like tight, good gameplay when nothing has changed in it.
And that's the only thing is that like I heard from people that it wasn't as hard, but what I think is everybody's gotten good at Cuphead.
That's what I mean. People who still play Cuphead are the good ones.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Someone like me who's like okay at it, like I beat the game. I'm never touching it again. Sure. I just wanted to do it. And meanwhile, people are like, I can do it faster, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
They start fucking going crazy on it.
Yeah, now watch me do that cool shit. And it explicitly, like, I just really fucking love that animation style. Yeah. Like, for them to come back, I'm just like, thank you. I just love this. I hope you guys do something new or do more of Cuphead or just something similar in the future, because Cuphead is just such a perfect idea that, for them to do more, it just felt like, this makes sense.
It's gonna take like their sweet ass time making Cuphead 2, if there's a Cuphead 2 or any sort of. It could be one of those games where like how can I say, one of those game developers that just make the same type of one game, just different characters, different styles. I'd be down for that because that Contra style gameplay you don't see anywhere.
Nope,
it's not seen anymore.
Yeah, and they could do like an entire like. They could do a JRPG. They could do fucking anything.
Yeah. I believe it.
Speaking of JRPGs, do you know anything about Xenoblade whatsoever?
I know that Donkey spoiled quite a bit of it. There was that whole controversy.
Oh, did he?
He released a review.
Yeah.
And like apparently he went out to the story in his 5-minute review, and like quite a bit, and like people were like, Donkey, what the fuck? And he was like, I'm sorry.
You just meme, please.
My bad.
He's done that in the past couple reviews where he did.
Apparently, I don't know.
He did that Final Fantasy game where he spoiled the whole fucking game.
Yeah.
And then he did Sonic Frontiers. He played literally the last cutscene. And then, and then he did this. To the point where I was watching it, I was like, well, I guess I don't need to play the last cutscene. Fuck.
Like, I'm sorry.
It's fine. But like, that kind of shit where it's just like, bro, come on. Like, I get it. I get why they're pissed off. Did you hear about, did you play Kirby's Dream Course? Do you know about that? Their Fall Guys kind of thing?
Kirby's Dream Course sounds like that golf game Kirby thing.
I think they also call it that, but wait, then what was this one called? Because I think it was also called Dream Course, because what it was like basically Fall Guys. But the problem is Fall Guys isn't Fall Guys free right now? Like
Fall Guys is free right now. Yeah. It's doing the pay for the season pass to unlock new shit.
Their shit costs $20.
Oh.
And it's not even remotely as fun.
But Fall Guys is free and has maps and that circle like through seasons, and the little bean dude is cool. What did they have?
Then fucking nothing.
You just play as Kerbos walking around?
The plot is that Kirby gets teleported to be a tiny little ball, and so he rolls around and eats stuff, and that's it. And so the entire point is you're gathering points. But there's no like objective you play with other people. I don't know if it has online co-op at all, actually, or online play. I just know I played couch co-op with Jess, and that was it.
They should do a Katamari game that is
that'd be fun.
Battle Royale.
Hell yeah.
In which like the bigger ball absorbs the smaller balls if they're not like...
Yeah, shit,
I don't know why my brain went to that when I thought of Kirby and like doing all this other stuff.
No, I like that. That'd be cool. Like if everybody was... Well, those kind of games, I haven't seen too many of those in a while, because, like, the only ones I remember were Spore and this other one that's, like, a browser game. But you could have a good amount of fun with that on the Switch if they made something like that. Yeah. But then, these next ones are pretty simple. Inscription got a Switch release, and that made me play it again.
Oh, yes.
Fucking incredible game.
How can I say, that game is a little scary.
Dude, I played that.
It's not a simple card game now, is it?
I played that at night in that corner several months ago, and there's a part where you're playing the game, and one of the characters takes a photo of you, and the light flashes white. And I got scared shitless. Yeah, because it was pitch black. And I was like, oh my God. So, like, that game, like, gets you in a mood. And, like, watching people, like, play through the whole thing. Because I beat the first chapter. And then was like, okay, I don't know if I'm going to play that much further. And then once I saw people getting into it, I'm like, I gotta finish this
It
thing.
gets deeper.
And then the crazy part is that they get to a place where it gets really meta, so slight spoilers, but there's a part where they do that kind of like Doki Doki Literature Club shit, where it's just like, or like Psycho Mantis, where it's just like, hey, cool, what's a file on your computer you don't mind losing?
They make you choose?
Yeah, and they're just like, cool, if you lose this this round, we're deleting it.
Whoa!
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, and like
Those are my renders, bud.
it's fucking cool. Like it's funny because in the first part of it, I was just like, this is so weird and interesting, but it keeps getting better and cooler.
Holy shit! Okay, that's good.
Awesome, fucking
I love
awesome.
That though.
A couple other things. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge came out. Incredible pixel art.
Yeah.
I played a little bit of it, and I missed those games, but I don't feel compelled to play new ones. So it's like beat 'em ups.
It's one of those games where like it was exactly like what you said. It's a beat 'em up. I got to the final dude, the big shredder with like, and I was playing with the Yellow Boys. Like it was all four of us, so we had a squad
awesome.
and everything.
Dude, fuck
but
yeah!
It was like, I gotta say, it took me back. It felt like I was playing like nice little arcades here and
That's
there.
the way to play it, though, with like several people on the couch,
Exactly.
or even online. Yeah,
I feel like doing any Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game by yourself is I don't know.
it just makes me want to play with people. Yeah.
Yeah, you play with people type thing. Great
If
game.
anything-
I was surprised that it showed up in the Game Awards. Funny enough.
We did it?
Yeah, it was in some sort of category. I forgot which one it was.
Oh, fuck yeah, that's
But
great.
it appeared. I was pretty excited for it.
Hell yeah. It always reminds me of going to the arcade and seeing Turtles in Time and being like, why aren't all 4 of these filled? I want to play with every character. Like,
Yeah, seriously.
Have a good time.
No, everyone was playing Mortal Kombat 3. Sorry.
Yeah. No, but it was pretty cool. I picked it up and played it for a little bit. But yeah, I'll have to get a Cameron, you, me, and everybody
That'd be dope.
on the couch. That'd be fun. And then do you see the new JoJo game that came out? All-Star Battle R?
I own it.
How is it?
It's fucking good.
Hell
It's what a JoJo fan wants. They just want.
Yeah.
I just want. How can I say? It's a stylish game.
Yeah.
As in like. Everyone has a set combo.
Okay.
Like it's not like in Tekken where like people have Bible verses of
That's
like combos
fucking
and shit
bullshit.
like that.
If you look at the combo list for Tekken, it's exactly.
No,
it's
for this
Ulysses.
one you can press like one button.
Oh,
like
yeah?
constantly, it just does combos for you, and it feels
like
very
that.
good. It's very simple. It's super simple, and that's kind of like what I wanted.
Oh damn! Then, I might have to pick it up then.
There's how can I say? It's pretty barren when it comes about content, and by that I mean like how can I say? You do the battle. You do the battle thing, which is like, okay, you go through the story of the JoJo's,
I was about to say, yeah.
or you go through the arcade mode, or you go online. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
I'm a fan of the offline parts.
Okay.
It's a good stress reliever for me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, dude, I'm having a bad day. Let me just pick Dio and just beat the shit out of some fucking bots. Because, like, it's really good.
Yeah.
Where, like, okay, you start off easy, and, like, as you progress, they have an endless mode, which is pretty good.
Oh, fuck
And,
yeah.
like, the more you go, the harder the people get.
Yeah.
And that's where you discover how to use your combos, when to pull out your stand, when to do this, when to do that, shit like that.
Oh shit. Okay.
Really cool stuff.
Damn. Fuck. Well, now I gotta pick it up. Damn.
Wait for it goes on sale. It's pretty barren.
Oh, that's
Then
a
they're
good
still
idea.
they're charging DLC for like characters still.
What the fuck?
Yeah, there's a I forgot his name, but his stand is Metallica, and like how exactly. So how do you have to buy him? It's like fuck off.
That's the frustrating part is when they're, and I'm fine.
Bless you. Oh my god, he's allergic to the bullshit.
I am. But like, I'll buy any cosmetic thing. Like, I'll buy a costume for somebody. I'll buy all that shit. But I'm not gonna I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not gonna pay that much money for like,
No, for something, especially for something that's like I said, barren, missing a couple stuff.
Yeah.
Not
Or I will pay for it, but I'll be pissed about it that it's not just in the game. Yeah.
It's not a good feeling either way. You know, it's
I
not.
agree. Yep. And then the last couple things, we have Bear and Breakfast. Did you know about Bear and Breakfast?
Bear and Breakfast is a game that came across my desk
Yeah.
when I was playing Cult of the Lamb.
Oh yeah.
I was playing Cult of the Lamb. There's
I was gonna
another.
bring up, yeah.
That's another game that came out this year. That game is
so fucking
It's
good.
fantastic.
It's a roguelike meets fucking Animal Crossing.
Basically, in like you can break the game. You can really practically break the game. But no, this Bear and Breakfast. It looks like somebody said it's like Animal Crossing, but you're the only animal and you're trying to take care of fucking everyone else in this fucking giant hotel thing.
Yeah.
How's the gameplay in it? Like what?
From what I saw, it's just I mean, like I have only watched people play it, but it's that kind of thing where it's just like resource management and kind of thing, and it's just a cute. I've just heard it's all good vibes. Like,
I could see that game being one of those games like, oh man, I thought I was playing it for 30 minutes. It's the next day.
that was me with Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah.
Where like Jess was just like, hey, you want to try it? Like I've been playing it for a while. I picked it up on Steam, and then I was just like, yeah, no, I'll give it a shot. And then like we started at 10 p.m. and then she's just like, hey, are you good? I'm like, yeah, what? She's like, it's 3 a.m. And I didn't notice at all. So I was just like sucked in. I'm like, no, one more run.
The gameplay is so fucking solid.
Seriously, it's so good. And just the progression is great.
Oh,
like you go in, grab stuff to go take care of your people, and then once your people are ready, you go back in, and it's just a good cycle.
You only need 20 people to like beat the game. I don't know if you've beaten the game yet.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But you really just need like 20 to like get them going. But the thing is, they constantly fucking die.
Yeah, I fucking hate it.
There's portions where like in the game, I'm like, oh my god, finally, I'm at my 20th. I'm able to do this. And on my way back home, so-and-so died. I'm like, first now I have to do a funeral?
I stopped playing after I named one of the people after my cat, and then he died, and I stopped playing.
No, big mistake, no.
And I resurrected him, and I still stopped playing.
I resurrected him, and I felt even worse.
It was awful. And Jess was even telling me, she's like, yeah, I mean, if you resurrect him, you don't get any perks. I was like, fuck this game.
Yeah.
So that, do you play Shovel Knight Dig? Do you know about Shovel Knight Dig?
No.
It's like if they made Downwell, but Shovel Knight. And it's actually pretty fun. Like,
Shovel Knight is an old fucking game.
Isn't it now? It's like 2012, I think it came out. Yeah. It feels like one of the indie darlings that's like now an old man that like just helps other indie darlings.
Helps others,
Where he just shows up in a game and you're just like, you go Shovel Knight. Good for
Shovel
you.
Knight.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for your little kiss. Good night. Yeah. Overwatch 2 came out and can go fuck itself. Yep, it's a piece of bullshit. No More Heroes 3 is so much fucking fun. Yeah.
I want to say that Travis Touchdown is like one of the coolest characters to ever like be created. But the fact that I don't get to play with him on PC kind of pisses me off.
Yeah.
It's only on Switch, right?
It's only on Switch, I think.
That's why like I would love to play it, honestly.
I thought No More Heroes 1 and 2 was on PC though. Might be.
I wouldn't know. I thought these were like Nintendo exclusives.
So they were. So the first one came out on the Switch, the Wii, and then so did the second one. But then they got released as remasters on the Xbox and the PlayStation.
Oh, for real? Okay, I didn't know that.
But I don't know about the what's it called? I don't know about if they got also released on PC. But they fucking better be, because those games are so fucking fun, and for them to have it in a way where you can play without motion controls is fine.
Yeah,
that's the most fun part. Because like the first game, did you play it on the Wii?
Is the charge you got the fucking like
you not only have like it feels like you have a lightsaber, but I tell this to everybody, even though it's like one of the few things that's really fun, is that you get phone calls from this person. You have to there's a little speaker on the Wiimote. You have to put the Wiimote up to your ear.
That's pretty good.
I fucking love that shit. The little things,
Especially when all controllers now have like they all have the rumble packs. They all have speakers on them too.
Exactly.
Like, come on, dude. You might as well do it.
Yeah, for them to, I love that shit. That what was it? Suda51. They do all that weird shit. So this game felt more fun for the fact that like they really honed in on the gameplay for you not only to play as Travis and like do all these, like you legitimately have to be pretty decent at the game to like get past even some of the bosses, but then they do that dumb shit where like there's stuff that happens in the smaller games that like Travis Strikes Back where like straight up there's a part of it where you're fighting and he's just like, oh, I'm gonna get in my mech, and he gets in a fucking mech, and I'm just like, where the fuck did this come from? And then like another character died and has been digitized and is on your wristwatch or whatever. And I'm just like, this is the coolest anime I didn't watch.
Hello, like dead friend.
But there's a bunch of shit. The cat talks now and has like a deep black man's voice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's so good. And it's so out there that I'm just like, I didn't think this series could surprise me anymore. I thought they would just be cashing in. But like, it feels like something where not only that, but like, all of the bad guys, usually whenever you fight like one of the assassins, they just are a cool character design. This one, the bad guy is like not a three-dimensional character, but he is like a tyrant. And whenever you fight any of his underlings, not only the underlings will talk to you about like, yeah, no, this is how I know him, and this is how we're friends. And it's just like, that's kind of nice. But then when you kill them, he treats them like shit all the time. And then when he hears they died, he's like, oh, fuck. And then like another one of the friends, like another one of the people will like go off. He's like, no, can you just hang back a second? Do you want to talk about him? Like, he was really cool. And they're like, I got shit to do. Like, we're not really that. And it was kind of nice to see this three-dimensional character that's basically a douchebag that like grew up kind of, it seemed like in the very beginning of the flashback he was kind of wholesome, but it seems like throughout his life and now that he's grown up, he dealt with a lot of shit.
He grew cold,
Yeah, exactly. And just grew to be like, take advantage of people and not realize it.
Yeah.
And so it's that kind of thing where like Suda51 goes out of their way to like build these crazy fucking characters, but still give enough intrigue that you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is cool. So I just want to gush about that for a little bit.
No, of course. It's fucking, I remember the very first one too.
Yeah, dude.
What is it? The gameplay was like pseudo-revolutionary when it came out with the Wii and whatnot.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know if you can still do that with these new games or whatever.
I think there's still a motion thing with it, because the Switch now, I think they really need to re-release so much shit from the Wii, because the actual Joy-Cons work really well for that shit now. Yeah.
Damn.
I fucking hope they do.
I recently hooked up the old Wii.
Oh, yeah?
Me and my girl were playing, what is it, Deal or No Deal.
Fucking what, really?
Yeah, the fucking little thing pointing was like this the entire time.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I want 12, not 13, 14 or whatever. What the fuck? Like I remember.
That's such a, like, yeah, wow, that's some shit that's going to be like nostalgic. No, it's nostalgic now. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's just a remnant of the time. And yeah, like all these other games are like, some of them are interesting, but I mean, Plague Tale I heard was really good, but I didn't play it. Yeah.
How about this? To like, I feel like we're getting close to the end here.
Yeah.
What is a game that surprised you that you stuck by this year?
I was just about to say. I mean, you say yours first because mine is perfect to end this thing, I think.
God damn, a game that ended for this year for me.
Yeah.
From this year.
Because 30XX was really fun, and so was, what's it called? Spark the Electric Jester, and so was Hades. I play all the fucking time, but there's one game that really surprised me that I played a little bit of at Holiday Matsuri that I think everybody needs to go buy on Steam right now because it's $5. It's $5 and it's the best game you'll play all year. But you need to play with friends. That's the thing.
Man.
If you want, I can list off all the other ones. And then
I think you know what? I'm gonna give it to Cult of the Lamb. Honestly.
Hell yeah, I agree.
Because like, first of all, how inexpensive it was.
Yeah.
It was super cheap, and the amount of gameplay that you get it's quite a bit.
Yep.
Like the management system is it's pretty nice.
I definitely agree.
I think I might be a little bit biased because I feel like I watched it grow up. Because like before I even played the game, I was seeing like gameplay on it from the developers on TikTok.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Like, hey, we're making this game in which you start your own cult with cute little animals, and I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And like I followed them a little bit, and I just kept on going. Yeah. And they were getting a lot of community feedback, and it was like, oh, they wanted us to add a raccoon character, so here it is, and like, bada boom. It's like, whoa, that's crazy, and like shit like that. It felt like I was connected to it in a way, and the fact that I wanted more out of it.
Yeah.
Like there was a portion where like, oh, you only need 20 to like beat the game. Yeah. But I was like, I want to get to 100.
Oh shit!
Like what happens when I get to 100 followers? Because it doesn't stop.
Did you?
No,
okay.
The game breaks. Like the game is like, there's too many characters here. What is going? And like as simple and as cutesy the animatics are, it gets wild.
Yeah, I heard that like on Switch, it's just like the beginning was a shit show just because they're like, we didn't expect like to run on this kind of hardware, but like. We're trying, and the patches came out that were good, but like, it was... Yeah. It got such a huge fucking following, and I was really happy about that, like, That's the thing about indie games, and like there are GDC talks about this, where like the entire idea is like, how do you get your game out there and interested in an audience that you can then get more people to look at it? Because at the end of the day, that's what you need to be successful in this industry, unfortunately. And at the same time, though, it just feels better that you have this feedback, because the best thing you can do, same thing with 30XX, I fucking love that game so much, is that you can have a group of people that love what you do, love the way that you're doing it, and are passionate enough to give you the feedback that you need to hear, and be like, oh, well, what about this idea? What about this idea? At the same time, stick to your guns, know exactly what your vision is, don't be swayed, but having playtesters, early access has been the best fucking thing for game developers. Yeah.
Why don't bigger companies use these things?
Yeah.
Oh wait, it costs money to pay people to do this.
Yeah. No, and if they do early access, I only like for indie games, for the fact that like not only you buy it early, you get to buy it. Like you've paid the money, now you get to like enjoy the game before it was going to come out. Cool. Yeah. But with a AAA title, it feels like not only they don't want that kind of publicity to get like, oh well, whatever, but you're paying $60 fucking, like, you know, and I'll pay $70 fucking. I don't fucking mind, but at the same time,
it better be something though.
Yeah. So I do feel like it's a double standard on my part, but when it comes to these AAA titles, for them to do that, it's less of a homegrown attitude, because they're not going to be swayed. If you come back with like, well, what if you do this, what if you do that, they'll be like, just shut the fuck up, just play test our game. But if an indie studio, you ask them that, then they're just like, well, this is where we're going, this is kind of what we're going for. So maybe that could be kind of cool, but regardless, we're going to put you in the fucking credits, we're going to do all these things. Like you get that attitude, versus a AAA studio would much rather hire playtesters, because they're like, we just want to do our own thing, and we're not going to fucking listen to anything you have to say. So that leads me to, let me list off these last things. We got Gotham Knights, which took a big shit, was terrible. We got Signalysis, which is apparently really fucking good. Apparently that's the kind of game that like you need to like,
heard it.
It's like, it's PS1-esque, but like, apparently it's like super deep and interesting, and like the gameplay is unlike anything. So I really want to try that. I have it, I haven't played it yet. I know we talked about Callisto Protocol. We talked about Hello Neighbor got a sequel that I couldn't give a shit about.
No one gave a shit. This game bombed.
Yep, exactly. And then Marvel Midnight Suns came out, which is apparently pretty decent, I guess. Crisis Core came out. I can't wait to play that, because the PSP game for Final Fantasy VII, Crisis Core, it got a remake that's apparently really good, and like adapts it for the current, like, you know, different Final Fantasy games that are coming out. And I was like, fuck, I missed that game. That game is really fun, and apparently they made it better. And like,
oh shit!
Yeah,
they just keep, good. They're actually making it better. That's good though. They're not just releasing it with a new skin on it. Yeah,
which I was afraid of, but I was also like, I might buy this anyway. It is too expensive right now. If it goes on sale, but it's $40 when it was a PSP game. Yeah. So, but it is updated enough that I get it. But at the same time, I'm like, I'll wait till it goes on sale. Yeah. Because Intergrade was on sale this whole winter sale, so I'm like, hopefully it is on sale. But that leads me to my favorite game of the year. I know I said 30XX. I know I said Sonic Frontiers. I know I said Spark the Electric Jester. But my game of the year is Placid Plastic Duck Simulator.
What?
Have you not heard about this?
No, what is that? What is this?
This is the fucking Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. Really? Dude, this if you take one thing away from this entire experience, is that you need to do an entire live stream of you just playing this game.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, and I don't want you to go into it with any sort of misunderstanding.
Okay.
This is the DVD bouncing logo of video games. You are not a character.
Okay.
You are a moving, like, you know, omniscient camera watching ducks spawn into a pool and just go, like, move around. And that's the whole fucking game, is you start off with one regular rubber duck, and it just bounces there. And then another rubber duck comes in after there's a timer that goes up. And you just wait for them to do stuff and interact with each other. and it becomes its own version of The Sims, where you're just sitting there watching, trying to like make up something. And if you get a beer with some friends and put it on the TV and just talk, it is fucking enthralling.
I'm down to check it.
I highly recommend you just watch like some streamers like talk about it, because don't watch too much, because there is stuff that just happens. Like case in point, there's one that shows up that has like a propeller, like it's a submarine, and so the submarine like goes over under and it like pops up and by people. So shit like that, where like some of them have different powers and all the powers interact differently with each other. So the entire time you're just waiting for whatever the next fucking duck's going to be. And so it becomes a really chill hang where if you just put on, they have music in it, but the music is like, it's not bad. But it is weird. Like there's like this little thing, and there's lore to it that you need to unlock by letting the ducks interact with each other. But it is just a slow burn of you sitting there watching it. So at Holiday Matsuri, I brought a mini PC and I hooked it up to their TV.
Yeah.
And I was just gonna play some 30XX or whatever if I was just like sitting hanging out. And then I was like, well, I have plastic duck simulator. So I just put it on the TV and just let it play. And you can play with a mouse, but like keyboard, you can tab around to the ducks.
Yeah.
But you can kind of make it work with a mouse. And legitimately, we ordered pizza and we're just exhausted from the day because they were doing all this cosplay
all the walking
stuff.
And shit.
Well, primarily, like they were doing like really detailed cosplay stuff.
Ooh.
Shout out to Francis, a buddy of mine, Jessica's best friend, won the cosplay contest.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, she gets a trip to Japan.
Oh! Yo, they don't have those. What the fuck?
Incredibly proud of her. If I remember, and we do this as a VOD, I'll put a picture up here. But her name is Leonaka on Instagram. So Lyonak.
Let's go.
And she did the most fucking badass Monster Hunter cosplay you've ever seen. It is perfectly accurate.
Hell yeah.
Like from what I saw, I don't know. I'm not a Monster Hunter expert, but I was really proud of her.
I want to go to Japan.
And so, yeah, right. But we all came back to the hotel room and we're just exhausted, and we're just like, can we just order some pizza and chill? And so we ordered the pizza, put it in front of the big TV, and we're just watching. And we're just like, oh fuck, there's a submarine duck? Like, we're just waiting, yeah. To the point where like Jess was doing something else, and then I was like, babe, new duck dropping in, and she's like, oh fucking, yeah, exactly.
Not
like,
the new duck dropping.
Exactly, oh fuck. So yeah, no, it was really fun. And so I highly recommend for everybody, this is the kind of DLC you want. You get the ducks for $2, $3, and then for $2 extra, making it $5 full, you get all the ducks. And the DLC is called Even More Ducks.
Even More Ducks.
And it's great.
Even More Ducks. I'm going to tell you. I love that.
That's going to close it out for me for 2022 Best Video Games and Anime.
I need to check it out.
And it is just... It's just cute. Like, it's a very lightweight game, and it's just, I and every streamer I've seen have only done the one initial map, but there's like 6 maps, and there's like a whole thing you can do.
Fuck yeah.
Fucking random shit happens, and so it's a really fun thing for that, but I think they actually do have a Twitch plugin where I think you can, like, the ducks take your, like, chatters' names or something.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know. But I
need to try that out or something.
It's fun. I think you would have a good time. And, like, the rendering on the ducks is pretty good, but there's, obviously, as you're playing it, for me, I'm just like, this just feels weirdly uncanny that I'm just watching these ducks. So
is it the act of you watching the ducks, or is it the fact that, like...
They do this thing that, so, you know, whenever you're, like, using a camera, if I like go real close to you, it'll look like wide, right?
Yeah.
Like your nose will elongate and shit like that. This game, the cameras are all telephoto, so if you zoom in, it's like you're like farther away using a zoom, so it all compresses.
Shit.
And it looks uncanny because you clip through other ducks. So you can just see like perfectly this 3D model bouncing there, but you don't see anything around it. You're not like peeking over another duck.
Huh.
You just see it, and it's fucking weird. But like, that's only for us. Like, I think everybody else is like, well, this looks just kind of weird, but it's fine.
You're zooming in.
But that's the reason. Yeah, it's a zoom. It's not, your camera doesn't move. It's just you zooming in from like a set distance. So I didn't think we talked this much about Plastic Duck Simulator.
No, it fucking sounds enthralling. It sounds really good.
Fucking great. So yeah, my dude, I think this has been a lovely end to 2022. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I know we talked for a long time, and I know that people have been popping in and out, but we really appreciate you guys.
Seriously, we really do.
Hanging out.
Just chilling out. Just for final messages, what are you hoping gaming-wise for this next year?
I'm looking forward to 30XX finally fucking releasing. They teased at the end of 2022 they would release it. Has fucking not.
Nothing.
But primarily, I am really excited for all of these little indie gems that you don't know about until they've come out. Like Cult of the Lamb, complete surprise. 30XX was a complete surprise. Shovel Knight Dig was a surprise. Midna the Hollower, which is by the Shovel Knight Yacht Club Games, is coming out soon. And that looks really fucking good. So all of these indie games that like I'm just psyched to see, and I'm gonna be completely honest. The entire time we were watching the game awards, I was like, wow. Give us a fucking, oh my god. Like I legitimately the entire time was just like, I wasn't there for the awards, but I realized I also wasn't there for the game. So it became, hopefully I can win a Steam Deck, I guess. So
yeah, it was kind of underwhelming.
So like, that's it for me.
For this
and Armor Core is fucking coming back.
Oh yeah, Armor Core, that thing too.
That. My brother and I used to play that a bit.
I don't think you're going to see that game until like 2024 or something like that.
But I was really, as I was watching, I'm like, this can't be Armor Core. Like, it looks drab enough, but they're not going to. I guess it's fucking Armor Core.
And then you see the fucking cool helicopter.
God, so cool.
I'm looking forward to the new Space Marine game.
Shit, I forgot about that.
It's
that looks
gonna
good.
Be another
like Gears of War-esque.
Basically, just it's going to be another game for a man who has pent-up anger, wants to get it out on some fucking crazy aliens, and that's it.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. The original game was one of those games that came out, and people were like, "This is a really good fucking game." No one is playing it because like Warhammer is one